Цена посчитать потерь. Сумма нули погибает на сцене. Снова один, гулять без сны. Заливали поцелуй на шее. Как давно, правда назад, черный тоска. Вижу твой взгляд, степень горят. Мог тебя взять, ты не моя. Цена посчитать потерь. Сумма нули погибает на сцене. Снова один, гулять без сны. Заливали поцелуй на шее. Как давно, правда назад, черный тоска. Вижу твой взгляд, степень горят. Мог тебя взять, ты не моя. Эти понты покупались в аду, твои мозги затупились к утру. Так дайте пацанам посчитать потери. Суммы нули погибать на сцене. Снова один, гулять без сны. Заливали поцелуй на шее. Как давно, правда назад, черный тоска. Вижу твой взгляд, степень горят. Мог тебя взять, но ты не моя. Так дайте пацанам посчитать потери. Суммы нули погибать на сцене. Снова один, гулять без сны. Заливали поцелуй на шее. Как давно, правда назад, черный тоска. Вижу твой взгляд, степень горят. Мог тебя взять, но ты не моя. What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm BMT coming at you again. This is gonna be an interesting one. Uh, I saw this one a while back. Well, actually, just a while. I think Kuda talked about it also. I was too lazy. No, no problem, man. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer. I had to go take care of something. Um, Let me set this up. Hang on. So I'm gonna tell you this right now. This woman is dealing with some demons, man, and we're gonna go over that of the commentary of Fox Soul. If you haven't heard of Fox Soul, it's a network for blacks and browns, whatever per se, where they go over certain types of um, talking points and agendas. And I don't agree wholeheartedly with Fox Soul. I don't. I don't. And I dang sure do not agree ever with. There's a female content creator called Cynthia G. Let me know if y'all can hear me. What's up, Free Zone? And you're gonna hear this content. We're gonna review it. And I would surely love. I'm trying to figure out where does this all pan out and lead to, because the talking points that are going to be pushed out, we need to have a wholeheartedly discussion. This is when that of a agenda meets a vitriol incoherent force. And we're going to watch how it unfolds. Let me go ahead and grab it for y'all. So, make sure I get my audio right. Okay. So, I want y'all to see this. And make sure if you want to, you can go subscribe to them. So, the topic that they have is, should black women stop dating black men? That is their talking point on which they rang from. The conversation is being hosted by Tammy Mack. Full episode. This was done on September 14th, so it wasn't that long ago. And Tammy Mack and the panel are debating the relationships between black men and black women, and if it's time for black women to date outside their race. Now, that's interesting that they have that, because for the longest, black men and black women have been dating outside their race. I don't know why that's a unheard of concept. I want you to pay attention to the people on the panel. I want you to pay attention. Foxhole is like BNC. They only get views when they argue. Yeah. They only get views when they argue. What's going on, Shannon B? What's going on, Free Zone? People don't watch them unless it's some type of chaotic controversy. I think that's why they probably went and grabbed Cynthia G again. But they're like, holy shit, what is this that we're tapping into? Now, if you go on, now I want to show you the commentary of the comments before we start. Right? I want y'all to see this, because I want y'all to understand. Just like you have the manosphere, I told you, there are two halves of the same coin, right? Just like you got coming out of the manosphere, you got Yalo B says, I'm a mature black woman, and frankly, I am embarrassed by that woman on the panel that claimed women allow men to do things. Men are adults that have their own minds and behaviors. They need to be held accountable for them. What she did was put the responsibility for the mental behavior on the shoulders of the woman they abuse. This is an age-old mammy trick to absolve their degenerate sons from held accountable. I'm so sorry, ladies. Now, this is interesting because she's saying that it's the degenerate sons, the reason for that, unaccountability. I'm a black man, and I think it's very unfair and disingenuous to have a whole panel of light-skinned and biracial women, and saying that being married to black men has benefited them. Bring on dark-skinned black women, and then have the conversation. Let's hear their experience with black men. Wow, as a non-black woman, I'm not really been able to picture how the mammying is done. But this was eye-opening, incredibly irresponsible of an older woman to try to shift focus from the real threats black men may pose to black women. So black men are a threat to black women. Woo! This is going to be a good one. Oh, baby. Oh, man. This is going to be a really good one. It's going to be a really good one. This is going to be a really good one. I can feel it in my bones, in my spirit. This is going to be a really good one because, they're saying that, it's the black men, we are a threat to black women. I want to make sure I got that. Shift the focus from the real threat black men pose to black women instead of compliment them on something as juvenile and superficial as their swagger. Cynthia G, I love that responsibility always falls on our shoulders. Black woman, love yourself. Black woman, choose better. Black woman, uplift your men, which always resorts. Black women are responsible, even if two-person relationship. All right. That's a lot of goddamn comment. I can't read this. And I can tell you right now, ain't not one good. Listen, in that whole thing, how many comments they got? Listen, how many comments they got? Listen, how many comments they got? They got 4,000. Listen, just going into like the 50s, there ain't no good comment about black men. I will tell you right now. There is no good comment about us in this. You're not going to find them. I can tell you right now. You ain't going to find no good comments about this. I can tell you right now, Fox Soul is probably going to be doing more commentary like this. Y'all, listen, if I don't know how any black man is going to still be going on a Fox Soul. You going up there to go get tried and by not your peers, but by listen, man. This is crazy. Like the video, share the video. Y'all, let's get to the video. I'm hoping y'all enjoy it. We're going to pause it, and then we're going to go over the commentary. What's going on overall? Shout out to you. What's going on, Snowman? Shannon B, I hope you are ready for this one. Y'all get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. So, you already know she's the host. Okay? Now, this is the panel. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Now, if you can all see, you have some older women. Okay? You got a black man. Now, this black man does not look threatening. He doesn't look. He's a nice looking man. He doesn't look threatening. He looks more like the hippish, activist brother. Of course, you got Cynthia G. You already know where she stands. For us black men, she wants us all to burn in hell or some shit. If you're a black man and you fuck with Cynthia G, kill yourself. In my opinion, BMT believes you should just kill yourself. I don't care for you. Any black man that starts quoting her, to me, I don't even fuck with you. I don't even look toward. There's zero shit you could ever tell me from her. Like, honestly, if there was an apocalypse, I wouldn't give a shit. This bitch was on fire and shit. Y'all know y'all said that sounds horrible, BMT. I'm just being honest. This broad don't like y'all. But some dude think that she's not talking about me. Cool. Now, we're going to look at it. You got a biracial, another biracial. We know that those. So we got two biracials, an older black woman, high yellow, and you got a black man, and you got Cynthia G. This is big. This is like the goddamn shit. I wouldn't even know how to judge this shit. I wouldn't even know about it. But he's a beard nigga. I can already tell. He felt, so bad. We can just easily pick up. We can either pick up what's going to be said. I already know where this is going to go. I already know. This ain't no bashing. I'm just going to do honest commentary. I'm going to just do honest commentary. This ain't, you know what I'm saying? So let me go ahead and get to it. What's going on, brother? Speak. Let me go. I'm gonna go on mute, and I'm gonna go ahead and start playing.
Is there a chance we're missing out on the relationship we deserve? Is it time for Black women to consider dating outside our race? Let's talk about it. I want to bring in our panel. Please welcome sociologist and adjunct faculty member at North University in Evanston, Illinois, sociologist Dr. Cheryl Giudice.
Thank you,
Dr. Giudice.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Cynthia G is joining us. She's an influencer and a YouTuber. Welcome.
Hey, Dominique. It's nice to meet you, and I'm definitely happy to be here.
Looking forward to the conversation. Justin Blue joins us. He's an activist and a life coach, and he's holding it down for the men in this conversation.
Pleasure to be here. Looking forward to the conversation.
And we have the CEO of.
Oh man, so wait, so he's a life coach and a entrepreneur, but I don't know. Okay, so he's a life coach. So we got a doctor, a life coach. We got Cynthia G. Shit, this is gonna be very interesting. I hope y'all are ready. Take notes. This is gonna be a really good conversation. Probably after 30 minutes, I will probably I may think about dropping the panel. Shit. Hey, man, when you're a life coach, I don't know. How is that even a job? Man, I bet you there's a study for that in school. Life coach. I don't even know. They ain't gonna grab no 9-to-5 man. They went to grab the life coach. Like shit. Like, oh man. Hey, listen, bro. This is what we grab when we got to go talk political talk. We grab life coaches and entertainers and YouTubers. Well, shit, we already know, man. Shannon, stop. That is a job. Shit, if you coming on YouTube, man, they be looking at it. Yeah. No, it's a finesse. No. Oh man, this is gonna get real greedy. All right, let's get back to it.
Of Fortitude Health and Wellness, Janet Brooks. Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
It's great to have.
Let me get this straight. So everybody on the panel but the brother and Cynthia G, the other three up there all have job. That's a doctor. And the woman in red. The woman in the middle works at Fox Soul. And the woman on the right is a CEO. The brother, he's a life coach. Everybody knows Cynthia G just talks on YouTube, so she ain't got no fucking job. So really, it's best that they put the two jobless people at the bottom and the people who actually work and have jobs actually at the top. So let's get back. This is going to get really bad, man. Like, they couldn't grab a brother that works, I don't know, on the pier, that might work on the news or some shit. Couldn't grab no, listen, man, they just grabbed they had to grab the brother man that has no job, bro. I can't with society, bro. It's like we can't win this one.
Such an eclectic panel. And the question we'll start out with is, why are Black women less likely to date or marry outside of our race? I know many of us have been raised, maybe socialized, or maybe it's just that personal preference. But why do you think that Black women are so much more likely to hold out for that Black man? Let's start with a doctor, Dr. Giudice.
Well, you already gave the answer to the question. Most people grow up hoping that they can find someone within their own race, ethnic culture. And again, that's what most people are socialized to do. So there's no reason that Black women wouldn't want the same thing.
Well, true, but I mean, for some, it just seems to be a struggle, or it almost feels fruitless. Janet Brooks, why do you think we prefer, generally, I mean, my girlfriends, the people I know, we generally prefer Black men?
There's no one like a Black man. I mean, their swagger, yes, they have their problems, but I just believe that we as a race need to come together. And I can't think of any other race that has this problem where their counterparts, they can't get together. And so I think it's the problem of racism, it's the advertisement. And I think a lot of Black men have bought into the standard of beauty in America. You know, there's some things that we as Black women need to face and do to facing our truths. So yes, I am for Black men, and I am for Black women staying with Black men.
So we got the one person that says, okay, the doctor says, listen, it's a social construct. You're going to date within that of your proximity. So the doctor already done told y'all, you date within your proximity. The girl who looks like she's a Hill Valley girl in the middle, she says, hey, me and my girlfriend, you know, we date Black people. It is what it is. And then you got the CEO who says, like, hey, I'm old school. I like Black men, and I like Black men. So she said we the only ones who have this problem. I don't think that's true. There are other groups that have problems like this. However, you don't know because you're not in their camp, so you know. So now we're about to go to the jobless people down there. Okay. You've been in Sci-Fi Channel fighting goddamn the new umbrella virus, Clever Cam. So of course you've been gone for so long. You still trying to keep back whatever apocalyptic disease is about to hit the world. So we understand that your fight is strong. Welcome, Clever Kev. We know you're trying to keep back whatever disease of xenomorphs is on the way.
Okay, I'm Justin Blue. I'll ask you the same question. You know, why do you think Black women prefer Black men? Why do you think we hold out and hold on?
Well, first of all, there's cultural commonalities, and no one's going to understand you like someone who comes from your race, comes from the same struggles as you. And yes, there's different struggles, sub-struggles that we have, but collectively as Black people, there's no one that's going to understand you like a Black man is going to be able to understand a Black woman, and vice versa. And so Black woman wants to be understood. She wants somebody that can love her the way that she wants to be loved and have that deep understanding. And so she searches for that within a Black man.
And Black men are fine, let's face it. But look, I mean, I also think that even though we're highlighting the differences and Black men are twice as likely to marry outside their race as Black women, we still remain among the least likely ethnic groups to marry outside of race overall. So I think it can be overstated, the divisions, even though they do exist.
I think it's also interesting, or important rather, to state what percentage of Black men who are marrying Black women. So when we put out the statement of Black men are 2 times as likely to date or marry outside the race, it's also important to state that majority of married Black men are marrying Black women. And so if we just use the one statistic without the other, it could really give us skewed information or a skewed lens.
Okay. I can't get mad at him. He has a point on that one. You got to ask, if you're dating out, who's who? Yeah, exactly. I got to give it to the life coach. God damn it, he's good. You got to ask who's married. God damn it. See, he has a. Hopefully, he don't come to YouTube. He'll get us off. So he got to ask. Okay, so they're dating out. Who's married? Who's not married? Who's just making babies? You can't just use just half truths. So, life coach kind of brought up a fair point. He just said, "Hey, man, you got to look at the numbers of who's married and who's not married. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to be talking about this kind of stuff, you know, and it's not really. And to be fair, most people of their collective group date within their collective group. That is also true. So it's not unheard of because most people, if they're going to date what looks like them, because that's what makes them feel comfortable. We do have outliers that do date out. That's fine. But most people, for the most part, they date inside. That's your choice. They want something that they identify with. Okay? Some people go past that and say, I identify with the person in the inside, not just the outside. Okay? All right, let's get back to it.
No, I was actually right what I said, T-Bite. I know what exactly what I said. Yeah, I was right.
Cynthia G, you say you're tired of Black men. Explain what you mean by that.
Listen, I first want to answer your first question. There is a reason why Black women are running around chasing this mythological dream of Black love that Black men have not bought into and have shown that in different ways. The first way being, we already know, with them dating out at least 2.5 times more than Black women. But Black women specifically, and I agree, it is a cultural dynamic. And within this culture, we put way too much of an emphasis on Black men. We're calling them kings, although they have no kingdom. We're sold into this narrative as Black women that if we consider an option outside of Black men, then we are betraying the race. We are betraying ourselves, and that it is our duty as Black women to stick to Black men so that we can carry the Black community on our backs. As I've said, Black men have largely already opted out of this. Black men have, since getting off the plantation, in the case of Pace v. Alabama, fought the Supreme Court to have access to white women. So Black men were never really bought into this Black love notion, but Black women have been. So now you have it where the community as a whole, both Black men and Black women, who condemn and shame Black women who even think about going outside of their race. We're called bed wenches, we're called traitors, we're called every name under the sun, everything but a child of Christ. So at the end of the day,
so just let me interject here for a moment, Cynthia G. I think that
Okay. They let her go on a. All right, so they listen, bro. They listen. I'm gonna tell you right now, Fox Soul knew she was gonna do that. That's why they let her go last. They let all the elderly people go first. Then they allowed her to go last because they knew Cynthia G. They knew Cynthia G was gonna tear up. They said, "Let me allow the elderly women to go first. First, let me put the doctor first." The doctor talked about the statistics and also that of the mindset. Then after that, the well-to-do Boulay girl said what she had to say. You know what I'm saying? Then after that, the third one was the CEO. You know, so you had to get out your upper epsilon, the upper epsilon CEO, and them say, "Hey, man, I've been doing this for a while. It's been working out for me." Then after they had the brother, you know, AKA Finesser, he said, "Hey, man, listen, you got to ask who's married, who's not. I'm pretty sure that guy probably not married. He's probably just out there making money, XYZ. He probably getting chicks and stuff, whatever he get into. But he's like, hey, who's married, who's not? Everybody ain't dating out, which is true." Then they brought on goddamn the Apocalypse, Ragnarok, Cynthia G, goddamn the vitriol queen of all Black fetuses must die if you're a male. She came on. See, everybody smiled when she came on because they knew this broad was going to say some toxic, disgusting shit. Now I'm trying to figure out how she's saying that Black men for the longest have been trying to get away from this Black woman. That's very interesting. See, I got to drink my way through this goddamn shit because I already know how many brain cells I'm already killing right now. So I already got to get ready. You know, like I said, like y'all, I'm telling you right now, boy, y'all about to hear some crazy shit. That's why they're like, wait, hold up, god damn, what does this woman do?
Alabama, fought the Supreme Court to have access to white women. So Black men were never really bought into this Black love notion, but Black women have been. So now you have it where the community as a whole, both Black men and Black women, who condemn and shame Black women who even think about going outside of their race. We're called bed wenches, we're called traitors, we're called every name under the sun, everything but a child of Christ. So at the end of the day,
So just let me interject here for a moment, Cynthia G. I think that you're correct. It's wrong to shame anyone. People should be able to love who they want to love, and no shade, no shame. At the same time, I don't think it's fair to say Black men haven't bought into the concept of Black love, or that Black men sue to get access to.
You know it's bad when the goddamn light-skinned girl got to take up for us now. Like, damn. All them goddamn R&B songs that we've been making, all them goddamn videos and stuff, pretty brown eyes, all that shit. And now this broad saying that we ain't never give a damn about y'all women. This is why I said, listen, man, this woman is from hell, boy. But y'all, listen, man. Listen, ain't enough reverse Uno cards to reverse what has already happened. I told y'all, she is the acolyte. She is the acolyte of destruction.
Women, I think they sued to have the same choice that you want to have, which is to love who they love.
well, the fact of the matter is, we can say they had a choice to love who they want to love, but essentially Black men were petitioning the Supreme Court to specifically have access to white women. So, I mean, we can try to act like that's not the case, but the case
The vast majority still marry Black women. But let's go to
They don't. That's another lie.
She said the vast majority of Black men date outside, or the vast majority of them marry outside of. Okay, so we definitely know her. This is why I say when you bring YouTubians towards people of a high epsilon, this is why I told y'all. And that's the case. I'll be seeing a whole bunch of mixed babies running around and shit. 88% of exactly 88% married Black women. Even the ones I got mixed. We got mixed people in our family. I don't know what she's talking about. That we see. This is why I said, y'all. They brought her there to goddamn be the goddamn genital herpes. This is what I told y'all. When y'all bring these YouTubians around, y'all remember I told y'all these YouTubians, they don't know how to act when you bring them around normal people. These motherfuckers like, where the fuck did y'all find this bitch? Ain't no way. The doctor's like, oh my God, I think where's my stethoscope? I gotta study this damn specimen. Kev, I don't know, bro. You probably meet her at the lab on your way to work. Cynthia G probably. Oh man, Kev, like if you just go get me a strawberry jam peanut butter sandwich and shut up. Let me go ahead and get this. I said, like, listen, bro. I'm sorry, whether y'all know it or not, but majority of Black people don't even leave their own community. They don't. That's why I said, like, it's nothing wrong with dating outside. There's nothing wrong with mixing. That's your choice. That's your preference. But the majority of your own people deal with your own people. Asians predominantly deal with Asians. Not saying that they haven't dated out. Whites, they deal with their own predominantly, but they date out. Every group has a batch that dates out. It's not an unheard concept. But somehow she's saying the majority of Blacks then are dating out. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. But we'll continue down this rabbit hole of Cynthia G. No stats work in the discussion when they are presented as a factual and be. Hey, not here. You don't need facts in this type of area.
That we're sold. We're sold that the vast majority of Black men marry Black women.
The data do show that.
But they do.
Well, the data shows that of the small percentage of Black men who do get married, that small percentage marries Black
We
women.
only count the ones that are married. But
This is when I want you to understand this. You have 3 high degree women with more time on their life, more pedigree under them, are like looking at her crazy. The man is not even talking. He's like, shit, what the fuck did I agree to get on? He's like, what the fuck? He's looking at it like, what the fuck is going on? You're talking to successful entrepreneurs, business owners, people that hang in circles that Cynthia G can never get in. And she's trying to tell them, listen, these Black men stopped dating us since Jesus' time. Y'all done moved out, got them damn back. Listen, bro. I don't see that many mixed babies run around. Exactly. They're just laughing at her. Like, they're not trying to humiliate her. But this is why I told y'all, when y'all stay on YouTube so fucking long, some of y'all just get disconnected from goddamn reality. Cynthia G's been in YouTube for so long around her goddamn nigga force. I don't think she knows how to get it off. You got the grown women there like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hang on, let me get this. There you go. I'm going to tell you right now. If some people actually played the stuff that people say in these spaces around actual other people, it's going to be funny. You got to think you're dealing with people who are in a different stratosphere of life. This YouTube shit is foreign to them. When I brought Nichelle and she heard some of the tango or some of the people that that are not on YouTube and they listen to some of the jargon, they laugh. They don't take this shit serious. Y'all understand? Those of y'all who are normal, used to being in the chats, it's night and day versus somebody who actually is out there. They don't know what maggle and straggle and gaggle and goddamn simp and all these other words. They don't know what the shit is that y'all be talking about. When y'all say certain quotes and shit, they be looking at y'all like, what the fuck are you talking about? Y'all speaking a whole different internet nigga language of YouTubia that other people outside, they're like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we're burning and on fire. And we're like, bro, I live in a 5-bedroom house. I got a job. I had 2 kids. I got a divorce and I got my life back together. And I found goddamn Buddhism. What are you talking about? Life goes on. No, it's the world. Like, this is why I told y'all, when y'all get around, when y'all bring this YouTube shit, maybe they might agree to a certain percentage, but after a while, they're gonna look at you crazy, like, what the fuck is wrong? This is why I say when they be playing these people shit on the news, y'all can't say they don't be looking at these motherfuckers crazy as shit. Like, I'm dead ass. Every time time they play this damn social media, when they play people's social media shit on the news or out loud to other people, the vast majority be looking at motherfuckers like crazy as bat shit crazy. You gotta drink like at least about 5 bottles of Heineken, 3 Coronas, and goddamn 2 bottles of whiskey to probably comprehend the science of Utopia. Because there's got to be some bit of sanity you have to remove to stay in these spaces, man. I'm telling you right now, man, you got to remove that of logic when you're around. This is why I said when the women, they're not yelling at, they're just they're daughtering her. Y'all going to watch it. You're talking to a doctor that works at a college, an entrepreneur that's been on the earth longer than you. You're talking to somebody who works at Fox Soul that said, me and my friends, we all have men. Bitch, you got a cat and a baby that you treat like an animal. Like, what are you doing? The black man's like, oh, shit. I love black queens, but not like this. What the fuck is this shit? I'm telling y'all right now, man, reality and YouTube do not mix. They don't. I know we try to make it make sense, but it's not. So someone got a cyberware gaming PC. I keep seeing PC realizing. I hate Claire. Kev. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Ms.
But
Brooks
most black
wants to
men
make
don't
a
get
comment.
married.
Cynthia G, why don't you go ahead and answer the question about why you're tired of black men, so then Janet Brooks can come in because she clearly has a comment.
So what I'm more tired of than black men is this notion of holding black women hostage to black men. Because typically when we have the discussion, we're not thinking about whether or not black women's dedication to black men actually benefits black women. Statistically, it does not. So more so than me being tired of black men, I'm more tired of this notion that black men have to be rooted to men who really, quite frankly, have nothing to offer them except their blackness.
Okay, that's a lot right there. Ms. Brooks, go ahead.
First of all, there are no absolutes. I don't want anyone taking black women and putting them all in one category as absolutes. But I will say this, and I'm going to start with us as black women. We as black women have to learn to love ourselves and teach people how to treat us. We can't blame black men for the things that we allow. Like, he's dating 3 different women and you're okay. Or, he's married, but you're dating him. And I'm going to speak from a black woman's perspective. I don't blame black men for that. I blame us for taking it. We have to take a stand and think better of ourselves and put ourselves on a different level, whether you're white, Latino, whoever you decide to date, you're going to get the same thing if you don't make changes in the way you treat yourself and the way that you look at yourself. And it has to.
So here you have it. The CEO, I told you, I'm pretty sure it's between her and the woman in red are the oldest ones. Now, this is where you're hearing the wisdom. Okay, she's talking for wisdom. She said, listen, I'm not doing the generic all. But for those who it may apply, and see, I like a person like I could have a conversation with her. But she's like, for those who it may apply, you can only, it's only bad if you fuck with it, that you allow certain fuck shit to happen. She said, if you want to come at the black men, but also you got to come at the black women. If you're going to hold them accountable, hold them accountable. If you choose to deal with a fuck nigga, you chose that fuck nigga. He chose to deal with you knowing you ain't shit. Listen, she's talking from goddamn a perspective of experience. That's why she said, my perspective What's going on, Red? Shout out to Red, the bad guy. You know, and see, the thing about it is people don't like people like that. They don't. Because those type of people don't want to actually own up to the owners. And I can promise you, a lot of women would shun her out of this space. A lot of women wouldn't want to fuck with her out of this space. Why? Because she's talking about self-accountability. So, what's going on? What's going on in the show?
Hey, what's going on? Blessed Saturday morning to everybody.
Man, oh man, girl, the Black Boule are dealing with a YouTubian. They're dealing with a YouTubian, and I'm telling people, YouTube jargon and real life, perspective don't holistically collide or actually meet. They don't. They don't. Like,
I mean, it's true. It's like when people come on and it's a catchphrase. It's like, we want to advocate for financial abortion. It sounds cute, but really and truly, the term would be termination of parental rights. You know, we want to advocate for termination of parental rights. So equality and a termination of parental rights. That basically is big grown-up words for what you want to do. You want to be able to elect to terminate your rights and responsibility towards any child, which is what men and women sign all the time when they give a child up for adoption. So you can relinquish your parental rights. So when I hear people say stupid things like men need the ability to have a financial abortion, it's cute on YouTube. It makes no sense in the real world to what you're advocating for.
All right, let's get back to it. Ready to get back to it?
I'm ready to get back to it. Tell me what's going on.
Listen, so right now, let me just give a quick sweep. So right now you have, let me go ahead and grab this for you. You right now have with you a doctor. So over to the right, to the far left in the red is a doctor, Dr. Judas, a female commentator in media for Fox Soul. In the middle, you have a president, CEO of health and fitness. To the far right, you can see them, right? And then you have at the bottom right, you have a life coach, whatever the fuck that means, aka entrepreneur. I guess they get paid for being life coaches. And you have a YouTube controversial content creator, Cynthia G, who advocates for Black women, putting Black women first, and that they need to leave Black men alone. That's her standing point, talking point. So that is it. You have 3 women, highly educated women up here that are highly successful. You don't listen, y'all. You don't be no doctor that works in colleges and gives out seminars. I can promise you, she's making bank. Y'all don't let her fool y'all. You know what you got to look at? Look at their background of how their stuff is upkept. That is not cheap what she got hanging up there. Like I said, these are the well-to-do class. They, like I said, they bring certain entities around them. Fox Soul, they've been here for a while. They've been doing a lot of media. So let's get back into it. So why not call Fox for, I don't know. I didn't choose a name. Let's get at it.
I think you have some people that are still stuck on the ideology that Black entrepreneurs treat Black people. But, you know, you have to have a diverse practice. I mean, diversity is everything. We cannot constantly sit up there and say, you know, let's leave the Black man behind. Let's leave the Black woman behind. While at the same time, we're not promoting the Black woman. We're not promoting the Black man. I mean, it's like we're promoting Black businesses to other Black people. It's like the constant mantra is buy Black, buy Black, buy Black. And the consumers are saying, why? Why? You know, what value add do I get for supporting Black enterprise? Well, we need to think about that in the same terms as supporting our Black women and supporting our Black men. Now, what I usually see is when you support a Black woman, you're somehow you have to feel like you have to denigrate somebody else in order to be supportive. And that is not beneficial for our community. Our community needs to learn to bolster our community. And we just say that, I mean, I saw a girl today apologize on Facebook because yesterday she had said, I love Black fathers. People are like, oh, you love Black fathers, but what about white fathers? What about Asian fathers? We need to get out of this negative mindset. You know, we can say Black women are beautiful. Black women know how to cook. Black women are exceptional. We can say these things because they are true. But what tends to happen is we let our anecdotal experiences cloud our judgment. And so we have one bad relationship because, you know, 9 times out of 10, your relationship is going to fail. It's just the way it is. If you're looking for the one person that God destined you to meet, you're going to have to kiss some frogs. Just because you are not dating with a purpose does not mean that Black women are shit. Black women are trash. You dated the wrong one. Sorry. If you're out fishing, you can't blame the fish for not jumping on your hook if you got the wrong bait on there.
So, all right, let's get it cracking.
I can't hear.
You know, he's dating 3 different women and you're okay. Or, you know, he's married, but you're dating him. And I'm going to speak from a Black woman's perspective. I don't blame Black men for that. I blame us for taking it. We have to take a stand and think better of ourselves and put ourselves on a different level, whether you're white, Latino, whoever you decide to date, you're going to get the same thing if you don't make changes in the way you treat yourself and the way that you look at yourself. And it has to start with Black women.
I feel like
See, this is the problem.
Hold on. I feel like I need to bring in activist Justin Blue. I feel like it's crazy having all these women arguing about Black men and not letting the brother speak. Go ahead, Mr. Blue.
I identify far more as a life coach than activist. I'm just a Black man who happens to care and is able to do things about it. But there was a statement regarding Black men holding Black women hostage. And I think that's very interesting to explore because how are Black men holding Black women hostage regarding marriage and dating? And in like what resources and what position of power are we in to control those sorts of things? Now, when it comes to marriage, who normally gets on their knee and requests to say, you know what, I want this person to be my wife or my husband? Who's requesting marriage? Who tends to have that decision? I'll ask everyone present.
Well, men do, but men request marriage, but we know statistically Black men in the large majority do not get married. And what I was going to say is that it's not just Black men that seek to hold Black women hostage to Black men. It is also Black women or elder Black women who seek to give us this notion of no pain, no gain. You need to sit in a relationship with Black men, struggle, earn him, prove that you're worthy of his affections. And I think that's not healthy for Black women. If you look at reports like the Brookings Institute that is detailing that Black women would be wanting to date and marry Black men is keeping them rooted to poverty. It is making Black men very arrogant and narcissistic because essentially
Okay, so you heard what was said so far. So
I heard. Let's break it down. What did she say? The first thing she said in her mouth, out of her mouth, was that older black women are advocating to the younger black women that they need to stay in a struggle love relationship. Women are listening to the wrong people. A woman cannot teach another woman what a man is looking for in marriage. You cannot sit up there as a woman and say, men respect you if you stay in the struggle. Why? Because how many men do you know that say, well, I married her because she stayed with me in the struggle, and I feel obligated to her now. You don't want a man that feels obligated to marry you. That's not where it's coming from. That's where you get those like, well, I had to marry her.
That sounds like a mixed signals. I
Right.
look at it like when the guy said something about when he said what resources that we have looming over your head. I understood that very well because I'm like, wait a second, how can a man hold you hostage? I can't hold Nichelle hostage and loom anything overhead. Like this is what I'm saying. Like how is like anybody being shamed about anything? Like it's for the years that have been going on. We've heard a lot of art or like, classic, music about, loving on each other or let's spread the love and all that shit. But I ain't never heard no song, well, if you did out your race, you are a traitor. I ain't never heard that song. I've never heard that yet. Now you have some radicalists that say that you're a race traitor for dating out, but ain't nobody was running up on Barack Obama. Ain't nobody was running up on any y'all believe it or not, we have a lot of mixed blacks that have done a lot for that of society in our community, in our ethnicity. And I didn't at one time ever hear them say, well, because you're not a full black, we don't accept what you just did. No, stop it. Stop it. You're not
No,
doing
we're
that.
very accepting. We're very accepting. I mean, maybe it was forced on us with the one drop rule, but we can tell. I mean, I remember when Vin Diesel came out, it was like, oh, that's a brother. There was no question in my mind that Vin Diesel was a brother. I've had arguments with people about Mariah Carey. Why people are like, she's not black. I was like, oh yeah, she is.
Yep, we
Jennifer Beals.
we knew Mariah Carey was black. We knew.
But remember Jennifer. Remember Jennifer. I think it's Jennifer Beals from Flashdance.
Yes.
It took a long time for people to accept she was black.
Well, what the hell do you say to what's the brother's name? Lionel Richie's kids. Them motherfuckers come off as goddamn white. But we all know, but white people are like, what? Lionel Richie's kids are black? Yes. Yes, Lionel Richie's kids are black. They just pass as white, but they are black. They are black. They can take black, they can take on white roles, but they are black. There's a lot of famous people. Betty Boop, Betty Boop. That was
she's
actually
black.
Yep, she's black. Betty Boop.
Don't forget Carol Channing. Don't forget Carol Channing.
So
Carol Channing is a famous comedian from the 1970s, 1960s. And she's like, I'm black. My father is black. And, it's like she had this deep, raspy voice that Elle found so attractive coming out of a Caucasian looking woman. And suddenly when she said, oh, I'm black, they went, oh. She's like, it never came up. It just never came up. And so when it finally did come up, she completely acknowledged it. It's not something that this struggle to keep your culture as a black person is real. I've had Caucasian people ask me, why do you go to a black church? What do you mean? I go to a church where there's a black pastor. You're perfectly welcome to come with me. Are you sure? I'm going to be. Yes, it's okay for white people to frequent black establishments. I think that's one of the things about America. we do not export our talents. You know, we sit up there, even with the shooting at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. There was so much. Why would somebody with that much money be going down to the hood to eat? Well, they have really good food, I guess. I mean, it is an iconic spot. But this is what we do to our own selves. Is like, I wouldn't go there. And if I did go there, I wouldn't post that I was there until after I left. And what if it had been like an iconic French restaurant? How many of us would say, oh, I wouldn't post that I was at an iconic French restaurant because somebody might come in an iconic French restaurant and rob me? We see all these people we know where all these rappers are going to be when there's the Emmy Awards going on. You don't see them getting robbed. Think about it.
No, they don't get robbed at the Emmys. Nobody. You will never see. Listen, you'd be dead trying some stupid stuff at the Emmys. There's so much police, state troopers, and rangers there. You would be dropped. That would honestly be like, that's like when I be hearing people say, "Wait till I see you." What? Listen, people. That's why people were shocked when Will Smith did what he did at the goddamn Emmys. They were shocked because they knew, whoa, security allowed that to happen. Like, okay, we're gonna fix that. I can promise you that they're gonna be a while before that ever happens again. I can promise you're gonna be a marshal on that stage, somewhere around that stage from now on. But I'm letting y'all know that right now.
I saw it on YouTube. I don't remember his name. I think everybody has probably seen it. It's gone viral. But there was a rapper, I think it was Big Daddy, one of those. He was rapping and a fan hopped on the stage and the bodyguards ran so fast, they threw the guy off the stage. They didn't just tackle him, they threw him off the stage. And he landed like off the stage in the middle of the crowd. So I think you're going to see a lot more of that type of training. It's better safe than sorry. You know, we don't want any more. We don't want any Samdi Rushdie type people coming out of the crowd attacking those on the stage. I think people are very aware of that in the entertainment community, in the speaking community, that they have to have bodyguards on the side. But what we have to make sure that we articulate when we talk about Black businesses, Black men, Black women, is that what we've learned from the prior generation, the baby boomers, they need to sit down, shut up, because I remember when I turned 21 and I could get into the clubs finally, there were certain clubs I didn't want to go to because there was a bunch of old people up in there. It was too many old people. It's
now,
like,
let me ask you this question on the show. Do the older Black women preach struggle love to the younger Black women? Or
hell yeah.
You know,
hell yeah. They often brag about it. You know, you have women that sit up there and go, well, my first baby daddy, he wasn't shit. But, then, by the time I met Daquan was like ready to take on the challenge. He was struggling, he was watching the kids while I went to work. We were a teamwork. We were a team. He finally got his act together and got a job, and we've been together ever since. And you listen to that and go, holy shit, hell no. I had a conversation earlier today, and it was like, look, this work at home scenario, a lot of women have sit down office jobs. I don't care if you are in marketing, I don't care if you're in sales. A lot of it just involves getting on the phone, getting on your computer and working. A lot of jobs are monitoring the computers. And you have a lot of men who have labor jobs where they have to physically, I don't care if you're a police officer, a fireman, if you're a trucker, those kind of jobs, you have to be present. You have to be present. And so a lot of tensions have come up lately because men are coming home from work finding their house not clean. Their house isn't clean because the kids have been home more than usual due to COVID. And that's created a new dynamic. It's like, if you're home, why aren't you cooking and cleaning? And the wives are saying, well, I'm working from home. Well, I don't care if you're working from home. you could still do your job while keeping this house clean.
I don't think
And
every
that
man
is a
is like
divorce.
that, but is all men like that, or a certain percentage of men are like that? Because I don't believe that all men are boisterously like kicking in the door and say, "Hey, where's dinner at?" Like, and they know damn well like you're a call in, like you take calls in at the house. Like, it's always seemed like the negative imagery of a black man's household is, I'm coming home like this is fences. You have to be quiet or I'm going to hit you or some shit. Like, why is it always being sold like this is Raising in the Sun or some shit? Like, y'all don't think black men don't come home and we just beating and choking and throwing bottles stuff? Like, that's not holistically a thing. That's not really a thing. Like, I think that because of certain biases of media, they done sold this perception that we're going home and we're like a terrorist like, oh God, it's a terrorist to that of society. Like, I reject that. I reject that because when I come
Again,
home,
I say it like this. You got unmarried brothers running around talking about they looking for a submissive woman. You do not hear that in other ethnic groups. You don't hear that. It is not.
no, because you got
I'm not saying
you got white men that are going around right now marching the street saying that they want things to go back to the way they are in the show. We can't lie about that. You do have them out there marching with tiki torches. Come on now. They are going out there with tiki torches and, hey, we need to get America back on track to the way it used to be, and the women need to get back in the house and make pancakes and sausage and bear our
they're
baby.
not saying that. No, they're not saying that. What they are saying is what they are saying, the guys with the tiki torches, they want to end no fault divorces. They want to end that. They don't want, I mean, seriously, I've worked with them. It's like, I'll go so far as when a man sits up there and tells me, Nichelle, what's the due process? All thing she has to do is come in and say, I don't want to be with him anymore. Let's divide up all the assets. He said, that's not fair. Because I've been put in a situation in which, as a man, I am supposed to go to work every day. I'm supposed to provide. I give her the flexibility to work or not to work, pay what she can on this bill or that bill. But you women now have the flexibility to work outside the home. And all of a sudden, when the kids get to, I'm serious, I've had too many on this level where they say at a certain age, when the kids are, 12, 13, 14, when they get in the preteen and teenage years where they can be left at the house by themselves, there becomes a pressure on the woman in America, whether you're black or white, to return to work full time. And I tell men all the time, you got to pick your lane. Okay. If you want to sit up there and say, I want to be in charge, I want to be in control, this is my couch, this is mine, and you don't want it to be subject to distribution on divorce, then there are ways that you can correct that matter. There are all kind of prenuptial agreements you can have drafted.
Nobody holistically is vast majority is not on the prenuptial mindset. Like, that's gonna be kind of hard to pitch that. That's gonna be kind of hard to pitch that when you're trying to close the deal of getting in a relationship. That if we get together, I want a prenup. That when you say that out loud, I want a prenup. That literally says that at some point we might just fail.
That's true with any business. You do not go into any business with just a handshake. And marriage is a collaborative business.
Right. So
family is
hold up, bro. I may not want to fuck with you.
Huh?
Let me get back to it. Let me get back to this right here, okay?
what they're doing is Black men are running around displaying their disloyalty. They're publicly disclaiming how they prefer any woman other than a Black woman.
Got
They're
it, got it.
literally
Justin, I'm going to give you the last word real quick here before we continue this conversation. I'm loving it.
It's this. Okay, to say that Black men aren't choosing Black women and that Black men are holding Black women hostage, in what ability do they have to hold Black women hostage, right? If we're gonna look at other men and say, okay, this is the answer, how many of them are saying, would you be my wife? Will you marry me? And so there's a relatively small percentage, especially when it comes to white men, that are actually dating outside their race as well.
This is how Black men hold Black women hostage. This right here, by basically going into the narrative that no one wants you.
Cynthia G, I need you to hold that thought. Yes, it's a hot topic and we've got a lot more of it. Should Black women be dating outside their race? We will continue on Fox Soul TV. Welcome back. I'm Dominique DePrima, filling in for Tammy Mack on Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. As you can see, it is on, and our topic today is a time for Black women to date outside their race. I want to go right to Dr. Cheryl Giudice. It got a little heated here. This is such a controversial topic. Why is it so emotional? And balance us, center us, if you would, Dr. Giudice.
Well, I hope I can be of help here. First of all, the main reason it's such an incendiary topic really goes back to racism. In this country, there right now, and of course it's been that way for some time, there are far more Black women than there are Black men. So rather than us engage in a conversation, we're mad at each other, I think we need to recognize that the real source of our anger is racism in this country. And from age 16 forward, Black women begin to outnumber Black men. And the same thing does not happen to whites to around age 32. So what that means is that for Black women, we are the only group of women in the country that can't take for granted that if we wish to marry and have children with a Black man, that there will be one available to us, irrespective of any other condition you might want to talk about that this man brings to the table. The second thing is, I must say that in all the—
Nichelle, is that true? True or false? Is that true what she just said?
It depends on which market you are in. Certain cities, the Black male non-incarcerated population is smaller than the female population. You know, it's not these crazy numbers you hear thrown out like, oh, it's 6 women for every Black guy. You have to, no. In areas where it's like Blacks are 10% of the population, you know, women may be 6% of the overall population, and Black men may be 5%. I mean, we need to stop throwing this crap out here that at the end of the day, we are 13. I like to deal with numbers that are easy to understand. When you talk about percentages, you're talking about out of 100. So out of every 100 people in the United States, 13 of them are Black. When you get that number together and say, out of the United States population, how many Black men are between the ages of 18 to 35? That's when you find out overall population, it's about 5%. 4.5 that are not currently incarcerated. You get these numbers and you look at the Black women, again, you know, you're at 6% of the overall population. You add those two together, you're right at 13%, because it's a little bit over 5, a little bit over 6. So we take it, it's about 13%. Or I should say women are almost at 7, men are almost at 6. We get that together, we're at 13% of the population. Because we have children that also add to us being 13% of the population. But there's a decline in the number of children, so you don't have, you know, even still on our population growth. So long and short of it is, Black women, yes, we are only producing 1.9%, every Black woman you can attribute 1.9 children to. For white women, it's dropped to like 1.8. Hispanic women are still around 2.1. The replacement rate is 2.3. So while we're sitting up here saying there are not enough black people, well, sorry, Biden just deported a whole bunch of black people. I think the number, what was the number that they said Biden just deported? The historic milestone wasn't like 25,000 Haitians were deported.
Oh yeah, listen, he did enough. Shout out to Biden. Biden done broke a whole goddamn record of the deportation. He outdid Obama. So he ain't sending back the Mexicans. He's sending back the Haitians. So
Right.
damn, I gotta go look that up. He's sending back all the ones that look like. Hey, all the Haitians
That
are
look
being
like
sent
us.
back.
They look like us.
They're not even. It's not on the news, but the Haitians are being sent back. Like y'all thought they just got sent to Florida. Now they're getting sent back. They just were transferred to one area. Now they're being sent back. Yeah, the Haitians are going back. All the Haitian, the Caribbean, blacks, they're being sent back. Like
Haitians are going back. Okay, this is the overall plan. While black people trying to fight with this whatever they're doing. Okay, the Nixon plan. The Nixon plan is real. Nixon came up with the idea of Hispanics to group anybody with a Spanish last name as a political party known as Hispanics, a demographic that would vote. They had a common goal, but the idea was that by the third generation, just like the Italians, just like the Irish, just like the Germans, just like the British, that they would disassociate themselves with their grandparents or great-grandparents' ethnic culture. It would just be a little side note. You know, like Italians in America are completely white. So during the Obama administration, you had a new term, white Hispanic. People were like, George Zimmerman is the first example. Nationwide, he was known as white Hispanic. In order to keep their demographics up, white people are now including Hispanics as white.
Yeah, they are.
Of course, a little side note, you know, Hispanics can be black or Asian. But, you know, check that box. Let us know if you're Hispanic because you're really white. You're Hispanic white. And they're pushing that agenda now. So the Hispanic people are now beginning to identify more as white than as minorities.
10 seconds there. Ready to get back to the video?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get even better. You guys, like I said, I've sent out the links to certain content creators for this conversation. I also can send out the show. If you want to watch this show, I can definitely send out to you. Please like the video, share the video. You guys, me and the show are breaking this down of the commentary. This is fair use of the commentary of this content. Because we definitely we have to give that an observative lens. We have a whole doctor. She's a doctor, Cheryl Judas, sociologist, and author. And it amazes me. This is crazy. Let's get back to it.
+20 years that I have been researching this topic, I have absolutely nothing that I can say that would differ Black men from any other group of men in terms of how they select people to date. All Black men are doing in terms of who they try to date is what every other group of men I know do. They do the same identical thing. For Black men, immediately I noticed people started talking about we have additional problems. Yes, you do, because of racism in the country. You don't have the same opportunities as other groups of men, but that's no reason for us to put each other down. We all recognize what we are going through. In terms of statistics,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at the year 2013, of those Black men that were married, only 25% married outside the race. And quite frankly, I am happy to report that during that same time period, looks like I'm getting a problem with my machine. Anyway, during that same time period, there were only 12% of Black women that were married outside the race.
Yeah, I just want to interject here that, I know what the statistics show and we can talk about numbers. I just don't appreciate the scarcity mentality where it's like we have to fight over these black men.
Right.
What's yours is what's for you is for you, and what's not for you is not for you. I mean, I
Right.
take that from a spiritual perspective. You only need one. You don't
That's
need a
right.
percentage. You don't need thousands. You don't need hundreds. Let's,
But here is the question that I want to pose. How does it benefit Black women to continue to be dedicated to Black men? Because yeah, we can blame it on racism, and racism is a part of the problem. But the research that I looked at, some of it, even some of yours, Cheryl, it's not just mentioning racism, it's mentioning Black men not wanting to educate themselves and Black men not having the economic wherewithal to where they can actually support a
okay,
family.
Cynthia G. So you seem to be blaming the Black men for their conditions. I think when we talk about racism, we're talking about lesser opportunity to educate themselves, maybe times being the first one in the family to try to go to college, maybe not having the foundational skills to educate themselves based on their schools. But let's pivot back to women, because
The
this is
Black
about
women are
us.
going.
Let's pivot back to women, because this is about us, our choices. Why is it
And-
that you think Black women have so much trouble dating in this country? What is that about? Spread the love here a little bit. Let's go to Janet Brooks for a moment, and then Cynthia G., you could chime back in.
And just realizing that Black women are able to maneuver better in
Our racist system than Black men. I've worked in corporate America and I've seen what happens to educated Black men that may have 3 or 4 degrees. They're only going to allow them to get to a certain point because they don't want to compete. It's not that I say Black men are lazy. Yes, they have
not been
responsible in many areas, but we can't keep going against each other. I believe that we need Black men. We are Black people. We live in a very racist society. And as it was said earlier, we understand each other. We share a culture. We share a history in this country that no one else shares. Why will we not fight to stay together? It's our counterparts. Without a Black man,
and
there is no race.
Cynthia G., go ahead. Why is it?
Look, this is why I say we live in a Black male worshiping culture, because last I checked, Black men weren't giving birth to anybody, Black women were. So we are quite fine without Black men.
you still need the sperm.
That's fine, but we can walk into a sperm bank and buy that. It's not
You
hard.
still need the
Holy Jesus. Holy Jesus. She like, we don't need the Black man. I can just go into a sperm bank and just go get the sperm. I told you. Listen, bro. First of all, artificial insemination costs money. This woman right now is endorsing single parenting. I'm not sure if I'm crazy about that, but you picked up on that in the show? Like, that, why would you? Wait a second. Mind you, the sister up there, she's in the corporate field. She's talking about, a lot of educated men have tried to conquer certain corporate ladders. There are barriers. I can understand. I'm not making no excuses. I'm being very fair. The corporate world is a different jungle. It's the Good Boy book. The show works in corporate. I've been around corporate flunkies and people, the elites. They don't play like y'all think they play. Yeah, I know we like showing a lot of videos and shows of people, blacks in corporate. Yes, they are. But I'm telling you right now, it's very rare. You can have the degrees, but your degrees doesn't mean necessarily you're going to get that position. We're also joined here. Shout out to my homie Overall 99, Zelp. You've been killing it. I've been watching you, young brother. I definitely told you guys I want to have y'all on for some great conversations. I know you've been watching from the chat. What is your take so far? What you just heard? You got the floor. Go ahead, bro.
To what the lady is saying, if you try to do a business grant, because I wanted to help the young black men in the area, because of course you don't have much to do, they take it away outside of the predominantly white area. So what you try to do, you try to get a grant, and then you realize even on the corporate level or even in the grant level, because if you learn that a lot of these people are friends already, so it's already like an established group of people that don't want nobody else in their group. So it's like harder for anybody else from the outside, especially if you're from an area that's not like those areas, or you don't have like a family that's already operating there. You will, as soon as you go into the grant office with all these, the grant idea was for the Justice Court to help kids, and they was giving out like $200,000. The first thing you notice is everybody around there is literally inside like the system already. They're federal judges, they're senators, and everybody around. So I'm like, so it's already set up so you have no chance to succeed. The first day you enter the room with all these people, you realize that, oh, they already got who they picked. So when you talk about when the lady up there talks about how hard it is for the corporate ladder and the barriers, they already got the ones they want to pick. So it's already difficult, as we talk about, for in that area for certain black men to succeed in that level, because they don't really want you to succeed in that area, because that is more of a dangerous area. Like I said, they always ask comedians, entertainers, YouTubers, and all those people to be the ones to commentate on anything, knowing because they know they don't have the information they need to comment on it. Therefore, they can actually dismiss black people's opinion a lot of times. So they want like the rapper or the other thing to always come on these shows. They want the YouTuber who might not be as knowledgeable to come on these shows. Why? Because it makes their agenda look better. And it makes it easy to create a barrier.
Mm-hmm.
If I be like,
You're
that
right
guy,
about, you're exactly right. You know, I have talked to a very prominent Caucasian who's married to a sister, and they gave me a nice scholarship to go to school. I'm talking 80 grand. But when I was talking to him and I said, yo, what's up with the job market right now? He said, Michelle, I have people that I play badminton with, you know, people that I golf with, that are asking for opportunities for their own sons. And it's a truism. It's a truism in the United States that we are a patriarchal based system, that a white man will be in his circle. It's all about relationships. And in building his relationships with his counterparts, he will prefer to give their sons a job. The daughters, he will try to introduce to eligible men. We don't do that in the Black community. We do not do that in the Black community. When a brother gets a job in a corporate America, he sees all these white eyes glaring at him. And it's like, well, if I pick another Black person, they'll call me racist. So I have to be very selective, and I must pick one of their boys like they do in order to fit in with them. I have to start playing the rules game like they're playing it. And if I want to achieve, my partner's son needs a job. So I realize that my cousin's son needs a job, but I got to go with his college alumni's friend. No, you don't. No, you don't. We need to start, again, exporting our talent, marketing up our skills and our ability. Instead of saying, you know, Black people are bad, we got to sit up there and say, you know, anytime Black people get involved with anything, we rise to the top. We need to start looking at it and going, when we finally got a Black woman on television to host a show, she outdid Sally, all the white women. She outdid all the white men. Oprah Winfrey was like last on the list to get hired, but she rose above all the other existing talk show hosts. She was phenomenal. Then you
So
go black people don't play tennis. Then you got Serena. Black people don't play golf. Then you get Tiger Woods. Whatever we touch, we can take it to a whole new level. Whole new level. Look at Vista with David Stewart. It's at a whole new, black people don't manage hedge funds. People don't trust black people with their money. Guess what? They do. Vista, David Stewart, look it up. Black people don't know anything about.
Hang on the show.
I mean, Robert Smith. David Stewart is Uniworld.
Let me get it over to D Darrell. D Darrell, welcome to the panel. This is something I gotta send you this one. I know you did a commentary on Umar Johnson that was very good when they had it. Fox Soul, they called back Cynthia G.
And I don't understand why.
Oh, I know why.
I mean, my thing is this, man. This baffles me with Foxhole, that they're starting to lose their credibility in regards. And you kind of pointed out, because I kind of reviewed a little bit of the show prior to me coming on, and it's like you had a lady up there. I think one was with a PhD. You had another one that was working within her field and so forth. And then you have people at the bottom that had no. You have a person with a pseudo title of life coach, and then you got Cynthia G as a content creator. Those were the least credible people to be talking about this. I'm going to say this, man. And I'm going to preface this as it relates to this obsession with black people in corporate America. I don't get it. Entrepreneurship is the key, not working for somebody else at a corporate level. The average black person is not going to be in corporate America. A very small, exceptional level of black men and black women work in those circles. I would be more focused on the person who wants to go to school for a year or two to get a trade certification, those who are seeking 4-year degrees that want to start their own business or work in whatever particular fields. The majority of our people, and I'm just say this, the majority of America will not get, white, black, whatever, will not be in corporate America. The Asian community is not in the corporate America, but they're doing quite well for themselves. So I don't get this thing about, and I see this constantly on other content creators, where the corporate America, and then they try to genderize it in a sense of black women that get in and they're doing this and the black men do that, and this is the difference. And I get that. Most black people that I know that work, I know a few people, and I'm not just gonna just use my own anecdotal experience, but also my own practical professional experience with people. Most people that work in those settings are not happy people. Nichelle alluded to the fact of some of the issues in regards to when black men or black women get in those positions and how they're being watched, the constant anxiety, the constant trying to please everybody and trying to maintain your blackness or your, as far as your loyalty towards your ethnicity and so forth, that a lot of black people, men and women, go through when they're in those environments. Not to the fact that a lot of these guys get overlooked as far as their promotion. They get used and abused, busting their ass for nothing. And at the end of the day, you know, and it drives some of these people crazy working in those environments. I'm more about, from my position, about us as black people. There's nothing wrong with working in those areas. Nothing wrong with working in those areas and working for other people. But I'm more about us compiling capital to create things for ourselves instead of looking for other people to treat us fairly in their area, in their businesses and so forth. I mean, that to me, if we focus more on creating things and creating a standard for ourselves, and it doesn't matter if it's not as good as or it's not as profitable, but the fact that we have things for ourselves, we can have those alternatives to going to corporate America or other areas, so that we can bring in our own people to work in those businesses, as opposed to, as Nichelle alluded to, strategically picking people to fit into what the structure that, you know, your predecessors decided to do. So you're going in line with other people say and do. We have to create our own standards in our own way within the confines of our own businesses. So
okay, I'm going to say this. I'm going to interrupt you, and I don't mean to be rude. But one of the things, and I've said it over and over again, exports, that often we get into these conversations and we say we need to create our own. And I just sent Joe a link to Slutty Vegan. We all know Slutty Vegan is a concept of a Black woman. What did she do with Slutty Vegan that made her a millionaire? She exported it. We have 13% of the population. Always remember that in marketing, you sit up there and look at your potential demographic sales, and you look and go, this is the market I want to reach. This market is, like I said, I want to market to Black people. Well, what age Black people? Over 18. Okay, so over 18, you got about 8% of the population. You start breaking these numbers down. Out of the 8%, what can you capture? If you capture all 8%, what is your price point? How much are you going to be charging these Black people? How much can they afford discretionary income? Are you marketing a product that is needed or is just wanted? That's why you have the surest path for Black people to make success is to sit up there and sell singles for $1.99. And if you sell 300,000 of those, you made some money.
So
Of $1.99.
Let's get
No,
back
I'm
at
saying,
this.
I'm
No, I hear
saying
you.
that one of the things I want to say again, Black people are talented. Black men are talented. Yes, we don't need to keep having the W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Yeah, are you familiar with W.E.B. Du Bois versus God, I
Booker
can't
T.
remember his
Washington.
name now.
Booker T. Washington.
Booker T.
yes,
Washington. Booker T. Washington, like you said, that the majority of Black people are going to be skilled tradesmen. Nothing wrong with that. Build your
Right.
brand, build your business, but remember you can export your business to other demographics.
No, but
If
we
a Chinese,
never said not to do that. I'm more about management and control. I'm not in terms of what the consumer looks like. I'm about you can create whatever business you want and provide globally. I'm more about the management level, the expertise level, as it relates to people who are controlling and operating the business. And if you choose to sell that business, unlike with like something like BET, you're able to sell it to somebody else, but within your own group that can afford to buy the business and create the legacy and continue the legacy. And see, we
but that's
as the
not how real
people,
business works.
we can't do that. We're not doing that.
We can do that, but that's not the way business works.
That is the way
Business.
business. Why it doesn't work like that?
No. I'm gonna say it to you like this: that if you sit up there and say, "I want to sell my business," I sold
Right.
businesses, and at the end of the day, you sit up there and you want the best price. I've sold houses. You are not going to sit up there and say, you know something, I want to keep this in the Black community.
Michelle, that's not
You
what
are
I'm
going to
saying.
sit up.
Michelle, that's not what I'm meaning. What I meant was, if we had other Black purchasers or other Black people at the same level who can buy it for its value. I'm not saying sell it to another Black person for a discount level at a discount price just because they're Black. What I'm stating is that if we were able to consolidate our capital and so forth, where we have a niche, or let's just say a percentage of Black people who can afford to do certain things, that when we look to sell, we can sell those businesses to people within our own group for what the value of the business is. I'm not looking for a hookup, a glorified hookup or anything like that. What I'm saying is that we don't have that.
Is, I will tell you a real life experience. I had a company that was making $100 million a year. When they put their shares on the market, Bob Johnson was a personal friend of my CEO. The offer that Bob Johnson made was not as high as Alberto Culver. There was a lot of discussion about, oh, you should sell it to the black man. Well, the black man needs to meet the white man's offer. You know,
Hold on.
I mean,
You guys, let's just get back to this. I know we're getting to something more deeper. Let's get back to that and let's break down this one show, okay? I get y'all. Y'all got that passion. Let me just get y'all back into the show, okay? So I'm going to the share play. If you guys coming on in, like, share, subscribe. We have highly educated, highly thoughtful content creators as well as professionals that we're going to discuss this. I think that's a problem when we keep on mixing the YouTube world and that of
the real world,
life, the real world. And this is why I'm saying, you notice that they have the professionals at the top and they're trying to figure out what is the YouTubians talking about. That's why I know a lot of people say, no, this is real life. And you got
I wanted to say one other thing in regards to the show itself. Again, when it comes to Cynthia G and others like her, I mean, it doesn't matter if it was someone at the opposite of the manosphere that was spewing the same kind of, what I say, which is somewhat borderline hate speech per se. Look, the reality is this: as you talked about what YouTubers are saying, what's going on in the real world. I don't get this gender war rhetoric. There's this whole thing about black women divesting or black men divesting the passport, and we can't get along. Last I checked, we have about 45 million black people that live in this country. So the evidence shows that black men and black women continue to love each other, continue to be with each other. Yes, we have our set of problems that are at a higher percentage than maybe other groups of people. We have unique circumstances that we operate under. But I deal with black people on a monthly basis who are working on their marriages, who are working on their relationships. This thing about we don't get along. That is grossly untrue. The problem is the people who are happy in their relationships don't speak on their relationships. The people who are not happy or who can't get a relationship, who have difficulty, don't look at themselves as being part of the problem. So they blame the opposite sex of other people for their problems. And to me, that is the stem of these spaces that we see on YouTube, such as people like Cynthia G. She's speaking on things that she don't even practice in her own life. She didn't practice divestment. She didn't do that.
She married to a black man?
No, she has a child by a black man.
Okay, but she's not married to a black man.
No. But she was saying she talked about selective. Have you ever listened to her rhetoric about selective breeding?
You know something? Oh, I don't listen to
it. Yeah, I'm speaking in reference. If you listen to her, she talks about selective breeding. Okay, and the thing about
what
it
does a child look like? What does a child look like?
Was a child? I don't know how a child looks. I don't think she would want to show a child to YouTube.
I mean, I'm saying like this: if you're advocating selective breeding, I see what she looks like.
Right.
And at her age, she should have at least a teenage child. Baby pictures or something. Put up a baby picture. Show what your child look like if you're looking for selective breeding. My picture is of my deceased daughter right now, and I honestly had this conversation with unfortunately a lot of lawyers, because when I was younger, I made it very clear, I was like 10, that I wanted the Cosby Show and I wanted to marry a green-eyed doctor. And one of my mentors saw my husband walk into the room at her law firm, and she went on a quest to introduce the two of us. We first met, we didn't like each other at all, but he had the green eye. She's like, he's a green-eyed doctor. And became the biggest joke I should get with a green-eyed doctor. He wanted a thin, light-skinned woman with long hair. I mean, people have their preferences. We produced 3 beautiful children. There's nothing wrong with. I wanted intelligence. He was a doctor. He graduated from college and went on and pursued a graduate degree. So he had his own business. He was entrepreneurial. But the problem that I see with Black relationships is that there's no boundaries. I hear that from Black women all the time, that, you know, we have songs about it. People brag about, you know, remember when your man kisses your lips, you tasting my pussy. That is a cultural anomaly. That is something you don't hear from other ethnic groups, where men brag about how I did your girl. There's no respect of boundaries. It's like, yeah, dude. Oh, if you tell a man, we're talking about our relationship. One of the problems with our relationships is that there are no boundaries. We really don't have, in our music, you hear it. I'll take your man. We have this idea that if you are in a relationship, that doesn't matter. I can still be your side. I can still be your side man or still be your side woman. Why do you want to be a side chick? Side chicks are one of the banes on Black society, and they are trooped up. I mean, you have people posing on social media that they're pregnant. It's like, haha, I'm pregnant by your husband. Haha, I want some dap because I'm pregnant by your husband. That's nasty.
But you do realize that that's in every group of people, right? Like that's across the board issue. It's just that we may romanticize that and so forth within music and art, but that's problematic in every culture. But when I was speaking of selective breeding, I was speaking on the basis of race, not necessarily character, which I do think should be viewed in respect to you choosing someone. But in speaking of Cynthia G, she relegated selective breeding on the basis of Black men being greatly flawed, inept, and inferior to other men. Therefore, you need to divest the other groups of men who are more dominant and so forth, and they're more fit for you as a Black woman. That was the basis of her talking points when it comes to selective breeding.
Let me get back to the video. I have to get back to the video, guys. I know we're behind, so let me get back to it. Okay. All right, guys. We're gonna push through this video. Full.
Father. It's not just the sperm. You still need that.
Right. We do need a father. I'm trying to finish what I was saying. We do need fathers, but Black men, obviously, you can look at the data, are not interested by and large in fatherhood. And not only does this play out in the Black community, it also plays out in other communities.
And of
where
course,
Black
you're only talking about African Americans. Because if you go global with Black men, the pictures change a lot.
Here's the thing, if I could finish what I'm saying. The reality is dating Black men does not benefit Black women. So we talk about togetherness. We can talk about how we shouldn't attack each other. I'm trying to figure out what's best for Black women.
But it benefits plenty of Black women. It benefited me.
How?
Well, we have happy lives, good relationships. We have children.
Well, the divorce rate is 3 times higher than the marriage rate. So the divorce rate is saying that these women are not happy in these relationships. You do not have a divorce rate, and it's only in the Black community where the divorce rate is 3 times higher.
Well, we have a lot of other obstacles, like back to racism.
Yeah, but last I checked, happily married people don't get divorced. So I think we should.
Right, but what are the conditions that are leading to those divorces? It's interesting that we've turned this conversation into just a conversation about condemning Black men, which seems to alienate our affections from each other.
They should be condemned.
Rather than focusing on what's best for Black women. What do we want? But I do want to let Justin Blue jump in because there's been a lot of things said about Black men. Maybe you want to respond.
There's a lot that I would like to say. First, when we go into finances and economics, when there was a change from an industrial economy going more into an office space, professional space, it's been studies have shown that many of the white men who hire people, they felt far more comfortable hiring white women than hiring Black men in those environments. And there's so many other things such as welfare, and you can't have a man inside the household if you want to be able to live in this location. There's so school prison pipeline. We go into the largest prison system in the history of mankind, and Black men being the bulk in there. It's so much that we get into systemically. But I would actually like to pose this other question: if Black men aren't going to treat you well, historically speaking, what other races of men have treated Black women well? We definitely can't say white men have a great track record of treating Black women well. Where are we going to Asian men? Is that where we're going? So if you're saying that Black men are doing you wrong, to the other groups, and we're not talking about just maybe one or two, but we're talking about in large. But
to be the people's advocate here, Justin, are you generalizing Black men? Are you generalizing white men? I mean, similar to what I was saying to Cynthia G, shouldn't we be looking at our own relationships rather than painting with broad strokes?
100%, but I'm only generalizing because we stepped into a generalized conversation. Specific as far as individuals, yes, of course. You may find this amazing white man that is this amazing Asian man that is perfect for you, amazing Indian man that is perfect for you. But as far as making a statement, as far as suggesting that Black women should just give up on Black men, that's extremely dangerous. And so I have to step in here. And one thing that I would like to challenge you with is, whoever you date, you're gonna have, if you have children and you have a son, he's gonna be a Black man. So you can't preach throwing Black men away and giving up on Black men and saying that Black men can't be great to a Black woman, when biologically speaking, if you push out a male, it's going to be a Black male. So gotta just be careful with that.
And sadly, many of our Black males are raised by Black women.
Oh, I thought it was my turn to go. The reason why many Black men
Damn, she talked a lot.
BMT, did you mute or is it mine?
No, that's me. I actually mute myself. Yeah. So overall, yeah. So
okay, can
overall,
I correct something she said? Can I correct
Hang on,
something
hang on.
she said? No,
Hang on.
I just got to correct this. She lied. She lied.
Which one? Who lied?
She said the divorce rate among African Americans
Won't make sense.
is 3 times. Huh?
I said that, what she said didn't even make sense. So I'm agreeing.
Right.
Yeah,
the official tally is 29%. 29% divorce compared with 28% of Hispanics and 25% of non-Hispanic others. The latter category consists of Caucasians along with Asians, Pacific Islanders, and Native Americans. So when you look at statistics, 29% is really and truly 29% of African American families that get together. Remember, we're 13% of the population. They may end in divorce. Whereas Hispanics are like Hispanic, not, Hispanic whites, whatever you want to call them. They are pretty much 34% of the population. So when you look at these numbers, there are more Hispanics and white people getting divorces than Black people.
Facts.
Okay, so the thing about it is, one of the leading causes of divorce among African Americans, they come in my office all the time, is infidelity. Infidelity. At the end of the day, it gets to a point where, whether it's the husband or the wife, they are lured into infidelity. The lack of boundaries, as I said, is one of the leading causes of divorce among African Americans. It's
and
not
money.
abuse.
And financial. Those are the two major things, is relative to money and infidelity.
You do have finance. A Black woman will forgive a brother that don't have a job. She will sit up.
I don't know about that.
I get tired of hearing it. I get tired. They will work with a brother that don't have a job. We got kids.
To a certain extent.
He's trying. They'll give him. He's trying. But the infidelity, constant infidelity. I'm not talking about one affair. I'm talking about a fair up in her face, where she feels at this point in time, I've been so disrespected. Everybody knows. He does not know how, because you hear it among African American men more than white men, that at a certain level, we sit up there and go, damn, Kobe, why you got all that money? Why didn't you just hire a call girl? She knew what she was there for. Why would you try to seduce somebody? But that is part of machismo. You know, the idea of I'm not paying for sex when I can just, procure it for free. Yeah, my charms and my skills. Yeah. And for women, it also becomes a thing of neglect. I feel more like, his mama. I feel more like a mule. I feel neglected, in other words.
So let me get it over to somebody else and show. We gotta get through this.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay. I know. Overall, and then we got Dita Real. Overall, what's your take? You heard a lot of stuff been fired off. The divorce rate, black women had the highest divorce rate. There's just so much stuff that was already been said. Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem with what Cynthia G, this is my second time seeing it, so I really don't know. I don't want to pretend like I know it. But the problem is these spaces become available because a lack of, specifically younger people. If you know YouTube, you know how the algorithm works. It's typically between young people and people between 35. And the thing is, without conversation skills, people start to feel more lonely. They got online friends, but they feel more lonely. So these spaces fill up. And the thing that fills up with them and the thing that is more entertaining seems to be negativity. So you can sell negativity to people and it becomes a monetization. So just me saying wild things will ultimately become what makes me popular. And therefore, if I become more popular, I get more money. I can even scam people. Like I said, you see the Andrew Tate, you see Cynthia G. I saw Candace Owens even say wild things for attention. I think she basically said the British taking over the African countries was a win-win for them, even though they had disconnected the whole country, and now they just now starting to get a little bit back from the farmland. But they still, if you look at Africa as a whole, not that it's like totally like this worst country ever, like they sometimes portray, but it's still disconnected, disjointed, ain't what it used to be in terms of pride and everything. If you go from the past, but she said the British patriarchy and the British, they took over and it's better and it's win-win. They're trying to convince you because it sounds crazy. It gets her attention. You can buy attention. If I say all black men need to die and can go to hell and all that stuff, it brings attention. Why? Because it brings the black male attention, and we got to react to it because we got to dismiss this because we kind of have to now in society. And then it brings the people that agree from not that lack of conversation ability they had before. The ability not to talk and communicate with each other, the lack of communication that young people have more. Like I'm even in that age range, like I'm 31, but I'm in that age range where I learn and you speak to people, even sometime in our age, they can't speak without texting or writing. It's like a hard to have a hour-long conversation about a random topic. You tell two people to get a topic together and have a conversation about it, it's a struggle because one person always has these ideas and they don't listen. And this other person has an idea and they don't listen. And it's not really communication. It becomes more of an argument or a debate rather than a regular conversation. And that's the only way they know. So they even get this from this negativity because everything's a debate now. Even with Cynthia G, everybody she interacts with, because she's so extreme, is going to be a debate, an argument. And that leads to, again, numbers, which leads to money, which it becomes more transactional, which means it makes it more popular. It's like a circle. If I become more negative, I get more money, but it leads to more negativity, but it leads to more money, and it leads to more negativity, but it leads to more money. So now you see more people. That's why even if Andrew Tate gets banned, 3 more people are gonna show up and start saying the same thing.
I can understand that. Dita Rowe, what's your take on all of this? You heard what Cynthia G said about the divorce rates. Black men are leading in that. You heard what was also said about what resources do black men have to hold black women hostage. A lot of things were thrown out. What's your take on everything? I know you've been dealing with a lot of this stuff, especially in your field of expertise. Is she right in what she's saying, or is she skewing the numbers?
See, this is what happens when you rely on internet-based research companies such as Pew Research and blackdemographics.com, and you don't do earnest research, and you don't go to college libraries, or you're not part of professional organizations that create the research. And so you cannot, and see, the thing about it is, in her analysis of that in regards to Black women uh, um, getting those divorces, you got to also account for the fact that that the dynamics or the factors that contribute to that, to those divorces. And again, she said it in a manner to make it appear as if every divorce that everybody got was basically a Black woman being unhappy with a Black man, when in case it could be mutual. When I began my training as a therapist, a marriage and family therapist talked to us about when a couple comes to therapy to save their marriage and so forth. We talked about what constitutes a successful marriage. And sometimes what may constitute a successful marriage is when both parties realize and come to an agreement that they don't want to move forward, or that the fact that where they are in their life, they want to do something different and it's mutual, and they'd rather not continue being in a toxic environment, and they part ways mutually and civilly. So when they come to that to that realization. So I think Nichelle alluded to the fact that when you look at the as far as us being 14%, 13% of the population, as opposed to groups that have far more people that get divorces. But at the same time, Ms. Cynthia is selling to Black women that you should divest and marry other groups of women who actually have a higher degree of filing for divorce. White men file for divorce quicker than any group of men at a much higher rate. For some of the most minute reasons. If you gain 10 pounds, he wants a divorce. They don't mind getting married 3 or 4 times. They don't care. They don't care about child support, particularly the ones that are high income earners, as far as child support and spousal support. If they want to move on, they will move on at the drop of a hat. And other groups of men. So when I listen to this type of rhetoric, like her and others, they never tell Black men, Black women, the totality of what they has to go through emotionally, financially, socially, dealing with the other party's family, all the things that deal with that, the dynamics of dealing with this family that may not like you just because of who you are. So they don't give the whole story. And again, she's saying things that she wouldn't even practice. She has talking points that she has never practiced in her life. Her life is totally the opposite of what she claimed that what Black women should do, and she's never done it. And so, and I'm gonna say this as far as a solution, BMT. When I've talked on other platforms about issues as far as the boundaries, as far as infidelity and so forth, in the Black community, we have a culture of not raising our children to understand and to see the model of effective relationships between Black women and Black men, whether it's marriage or other different aspects. We, particularly with the young boys, we actually, and I've seen this done within my family, I've seen this done in the community, I've seen this done in my line of work. We actually advocate for young boys to date around and have multiple girlfriends, and that's okay.
No, it's not.
We go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's not. No, I'm just saying. No.
Okay. And then also in that, the whole thing about the play having game player status, pimping. All of these things are about black men having multiple women, and it's okay for you to have and sleep around and do all of these different things that has nothing, that has no correlation to being a good father, being a good husband. So now that you've taught and allowed this child to crystallize that, when he becomes an adult, the last thing he's worried about is having a house and a home and sticking to one woman. And, you know, I got to have multiple women. I have to do all these things that, you know, that can contribute to your downfall. So from a cultural standpoint, I'm going to say if we want to change this as far as to increase that, because 29% of us being married, that's a very low number. If we want to change those numbers to create more families, stronger black families, we're going to have to change how we raise black boys as they process what their role in relationships. And we have to get away from all of these different things that actually hurt the community as a whole. So it's a cultural issue that needs to change. So when they are of age, they have it embedded in their mind that this is my role and this is what I have to do when I'm of age to have a family, to have a marriage, to have kids, not risk it all just for some chick, you know, side chick or whatever down the street. And so if we could do a better job of that, that could clear up a lot of it wouldn't solve it totally, but I do think it could sway those numbers in a different direction.
Let's go. Let's get on to the next one. Shout out to everybody who's coming in the chat. If you're enjoying the content, please make sure you like, share, subscribe, and definitely I will be sharing the channels of the content creators. Let's get back to the
raised by black women is because despite the fact that they have a father, which you both just acknowledged, we need the man in order to create a baby, those men are choosing to walk off. That's why they're being raised by women.
We'll continue this conversation on the other side. It's Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul TV. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I'm Dominique DePrima, in for Tammy Mack. According to the Brookings Institute data, Black men are less likely than Black women to have completed a high school and 50% less likely to have attended a 4-year college. This brings up the conversation that we've been having on the show today about what role that plays in the dynamics of relationships between Black men and Black women. Controversial relationship expert Kevin Samuels, who passed away in April, told women maybe it's time to lower our standards. He once told a woman, women like you die alone, straight up because you think you're better than the men you qualify for. Dr. Cheryl Giudice, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I have two perspectives. Number one, far more Black women achieve higher education credentials than do Black men. And that even starts at earlier years, from high school on forward, more Black women continue forward. But having said that, I think you have to be very careful where you're saying men have to be comparably as educated. Because even though I have PhD, as my husband used to say, when the refrigerator goes out, what good does that do? And plenty of men do get technical training and skills. I had the privilege many years ago of being on the Howard University campus, where I met a woman who had been married 40 plus years. She was a department chairman. Her husband was the head custodian. These people had been married, the children, grandchildren, nothing seemed to interrupt their relationship. So essentially what I think the basic ingredient is in all these relationships is love.
Mm. Cynthia G, want to let you finish your thought here. Is there a shortage of Black men?
BMT, I want to say, BMT.
Yes.
Now you notice the women who are married, the perspective that they have versus the one who's not married. Do you notice the difference?
Yes, it's night and day. I noticed the night and day.
So how is it that the one? This is what I don't understand. This is what I talk about when I'm in certain spaces. We could talk about, and me and you have been on panels together, BMT. And when you hear the men who are married or in long-term relationships, our view of relationships and marriage and what the other is a
I gotta step
totally
out for just a
different,
second. I'll be back.
totally different than those who are single or who don't never had a consistent relationship. And this is that, and see, this is to me, this is exemplary of that. Totally, just listening to them, listening to their tone, their processing of things as far as relationships. It's just it's just from a whole different planet.
Right. But I look at it, and yes, I know, Najee. One of the ladies said her man, a woman of hers that she knew, her husband was the head custodian, and a lot of people think that janitors don't make good money. They actually
the head janitors can make money. The head janitors make money.
The head janitor over facilities, they make really good money, like a lot. They make real. I think y'all might want to go look up what it entails that they do. Like they don't make like no pocket change. Not saying that y'all are saying that, but a lot of people have it that skewed Hollywood narrative that they're broke. The head janitor is definitely. You'd be surprised. He knows everything. He controls all the keys, all the maintenance, all that stuff. Like he has to know how to do all of that, and he's on call, especially for that of a campus. Yeah, they're gonna pay him quite substantially well. When it comes to that of how they're talking, and the woman brought it up. She brought up a fair point. Like believe it or not, a lot of men, people say a lot of men, and this is from my perspective. Women with a degree, maybe she might go to nursing, maybe she might go into some type of field. That men and women with degrees do get married, and then it's also the opposite. You might have a man that has a degree. Not enough black men go to college as they should. Not enough. We don't have a lot of D. Durrells going to school like they should. We had a conversation like this on Arts Channel. Not a lot of black men. It's not the same night and day. It's not the same night and day of how the women are pushed to go to college versus the men are more so pushed to just go to work. That's a very troubling thing. Us three men can agree unanimously. More black young men or men in general are more so pushed into going straight into the workforce world, while more girls are pushed into going to college.
Exactly. It has nothing to do with intelligence. It has nothing to do with lack of ambition. It has more to do with the confines of what you're dealing with socially. Because a lot of these kids, particularly young black, particularly if you're the oldest black male, when you're a teenager, by the time you're able to work like 15, 16 years old, a lot of these kids, these young men are working and paying bills at their own home. So their mindset is not going to college. Their mindset is, I'm trying to help mama out. I'm trying to help my family out. When I graduate, I want to go and work to make money to help my family, not to go to a 4-year college and do these type of things.
Right.
It's another thing that is not. It's everything said correct. It's not celebrated. It's not like the same level of celebration when you accomplish the goal as maybe even was probably 20 years ago when the first one did it. Now it's more like college is more for a lot of people like, oh, keep your grades up just enough so you can play sports for a lot of people. So you can do this and you can maneuver your way. And even in the sports category, if I played football, you see the football play, you get different tests. I didn't because I'm smart. You're not going to do that to me, but they give you different tests. They try to pass you along. They try to get you through just so you can play on Friday nights, and then you can play on Saturday nights. And then they enforce the idea, especially in like black neighborhoods and in the hood and stuff, especially where I'm from. They emphasize the thought that, oh, education not important based off that. Like if you tell me I can skate through and it's not important, you just need to do this to get to this. You're telling even the ones that don't play the sport, oh, this is not an emphasis for us. That's not a thing that we care about. That's not something we want to celebrate, because if you make the NFL, we all good. Because even
yeah, go ahead.
I was finna say, even when your cousin or somebody make it, because I had a few cousins, even your family would, if they don't just do whatever for them after they pushed them, they feel a type of way. Even if they fail and don't make it, people just dismiss you. I could tell a story about this guy who went to college at Southern Miss University. I graduated from, alum. A guy was a football player, the star football player, star running back. You can look him up. I'm not going to say his name right now, but he was on the campus. He did whatever he wanted. The year he graduated, he didn't make the NFL. He drove up on the campus, and the first thing they did to him, some white dudes, was say, I don't know who you think you is. You can't park here no more. He didn't did it for 4 years straight. But as soon as that happened, it changed. That's how the emphasis is, because the emphasis is if you can be the man in these categories. And like as they said, if you don't do that, you go to work. It's not like a praise to be educated. It's not a praise to get your degree as much as other things. And most of the stuff is even seen like nerd stuff, if we're being honest. Like tell somebody to do computer science, Google Analytics, stuff that can make you real money. They be like, oh, you a nerd. Oh, you doing nerd things. Oh, you don't want. That's what the world is going to. It's evolving into those categories. The dude who know how to work the drone, not the dude that's fighting. If you go into even army category, it's going toward, can you work a computer? Can you be effective? Can you hack a computer? Can you do those things that you need to get into algorithms and stuff like that? Do you know how to do that? And that is not emphasized at all, especially in like the poor black communities at all.
That's why when I look at this conversation of how the women, I notice a lot of them all have the degrees, but their husbands or mate, from what I'm hearing, don't have degrees. And there definitely is an upset. There's an imbalance to that in the community. There is. I always find that bothering.
By the way, I have built 4 houses since I come in because my dad.
So like BMT. I remember, man, when I was in college, man, because I saw this going to a black college, and it's just amazing to me. Like when I was in college, how the ratio was very small, men to women. I'm talking. When I was in undergrad, you'd probably see. Let's say you had a class of 30. You probably saw 10 men, 20 plus women on average. And it even got worse when I got my master's degree. It was like 1 to 2 men with maybe 15 to 16 women, you know. And so the thing is that a lot of our young black men do not have, and see, the problem doesn't start once they graduate. The problem is that a lot of our black boys are being weaved out of middle school, elementary, middle, and high school, that they don't even have the opportunity or even the mindset to want to go to college. A lot of them don't like school, the way they're being treated, dealing with racism. A lot of our black boys are being promoted up with not having the proper reading skills to make it. That's why they're saying there's a crisis with a large percentage of black boys or black men can't read on grade level or past the 4th, 5th grade level of reading. And so the problem starts when they start school, as far as how they're being perceived. Mm-hmm. You're 5 times more likely to be suspended or expelled. You're maybe 3 to 4 times likely to be labeled being in special education, labeled with a mental disorder such as ADHD, ADD, or oppositional defiance, put on medication. These are the things that, as these kids progress from one grade to another, you're going to see more and more slip at the cracks. And then about the time they get to 8th, 9th grade, 7th, 8th, 9th, they're quitting school. If we can alleviate the dropout rate, then it would have a positive effect on those seeking higher education, to graduate and seek higher education. So a lot of these black boys are being weaved out just on just the process of not functioning in the school environment.
Yeah, I find it very interesting, and it was very bothersome when they brought up the statistics, when they brought up the stats of a lot of black men drop out of school.
Yes.
They don't finish school. That is true. We're not going to pretend. Maybe we need to have a black men spectrum talk about that, because, you know, I hear when women are like, "Oh, the pickings are slim." Well, shit, it's like survival of the fittest right now out here. A lot of like, are you pushing your black boys? Are you encouraging your black men to continue? Are you making sure that, hey, like I did not, when I was going to a predominantly black school, they didn't have the necessary stuff. My mom told me at the time, how do you feel about transferring to a predominantly white school? There was only about 40 black kids in that school. Yes, there was only 40 black kids in that school. I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning, go to the end of my road, catch the bus. It wasn't a bus. I caught a ride with a guy. He worked for the county. I caught a ride with him, and he would drop me off at that school, and I would go to that school, and that's how I continued on my education from there. But there was only so many black kids there. So I'm telling you right now. Yeah, I look at it now and I'm like, damn, dude, I went through a lot of shit for my education, but I'm telling you right now.
No, you forget one thing. You forget one thing. I don't know how it is in your state, but in several states, students are confined by law to go to school in their zip code. Whatever particular draw that they've made on the map, based on your zip code, where your parents live, that's where you have to go to school. That's how they perpetuate segregation. Many black people do not have the resources to move out of a black neighborhood. And if they do move into what was a white neighborhood, there's white flight and the neighborhood turns black again. And now you're still forced to go to school in that zip code. Many women and men, the ones that have been highlighted in the news, are the women who used someone else's address to get the child in that school. That's why I said, Joe, you're very lucky. Your mother was able to work it so that you did not have to continue to go to the school in your zip code. Now, certain schools have different programs, magnet programs, charter schools, things like that give the students and the parents freedom of choice. I'm an advocate of freedom of choice. My kids went to charter schools their entire lives. If I didn't like one charter school, I'd take them out and put them in another. So they went through.
But why can't we make the black schools into good schools instead of having to move with other people to do so?
In Mississippi, that's a government issue.
Yeah, it is a government issue. And I said it before, that if by law you are forced to go to schools in a particular zip code, parents, you have a choice. Risk your children's education while the school changes, or you change the school. I told people, I'm not risking, y'all can talk about working within the system to make changes, but as far as my kids, I'm gonna put my kids in the best situation possible. So if the school where my zip code is has started to falter and fail because they put a lot of apartments and turned them into Section 8 apartments near where there were houses that were $200,000 houses starting at.
Don't do that, Michelle. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, I'm saying it. Like, I'm telling you honestly. My children had gone to school from 3 years old on where I was paying basically, oh my God, I was paying $250 per week per child to send them to that school so that they could have an advantage. They were reading by the time they were 3 and 4, different ages. They could do math. They knew their shapes. They could speak Spanish. I was pushing my children. I pushed my children to the point of, like I said, one is deceased now. One is a real estate agent. The other one is majoring in Mandarin. They had a diverse array of talents. And when they started dating, one of the things I noticed right off the bat was that the young men were looking for a woman that would be faithful to them, but the same young men had to do what society told them that they were expected to do, which was be a woman magnet. And that creates a different dynamic. You do have certain men that have been raised to look for a wife. Look for a wife. And I know when I was dating, I was engaged to one young man who told me, he said, I want to marry you, but I don't want you to be the last person I ever date. And I looked at his family life. Yes, his mother and father were married. They lived in a beautiful house with an indoor swimming pool, but his mistress with kids lived in a house with a swimming pool in the backyard, and his mistress without any kids lived in a condo with a pool around the corner. I mean, and the brother was like, everyone in town knew about it. Everybody knew about it. And it was like, I asked his wife, I said, how can you put up with this? She said, why would I give up my 50% of everything that we had? She said, look, Nichelle, if I divorce him, the only thing he's going to do, I get half, he's going to take that other half and give it to her. At the end of the day, I'm out. I got half, but then this bitch winds up with at least 25% of my shit.
Damn.
I mean, I was like,
but
damn.
That's another level of the game. That's another level of game on that.
Let's
push on.
Most black men can't afford to do that.
They can't afford to do that, but they still put themselves in that situation where they have a wife, they have kids, but they're not getting the attention that they need at home. And when they're out with the boys, they can't look like they're cockled. They can't look like they pussy whooped. Because one of the worst things for a man is, oh man, you pussy whooped. Man, she got you pussy whooped. You scared of your wife.
Well, I'm fine with that.
But see, here's the thing about it. But we got. I want to be fair about this. A lot of men are not starting off with a stable platform, and I gotta be for real. If it's coming from a single parent household, predominantly from a woman's household, how many of them are starting out? Well, here I put a certain amount of money in your bank account so that way you can get afloat. No, they're not getting that. They're not getting there. It's literally like, damn, I'm starting at -2. Like, I got to get up out of this, build my own shit, and then I'm going to probably, and I hear a lot of men do get the goddamn guilty, well, I took care of you since you was a baby. Now it's your turn to take care of me. Nigga, I'm still trying to get my shit together. How the fuck am I going to take care of you? Did you save up any money for your retirement? Did you save up anything? Well, I'm your mother. That's your job to take it. No. That's your husband or boyfriend, whoever the fuck that was around you for that many years. Like, I listen, y'all, listen, man. I watch these men. I watch a lot of these women. But I'm watching it for a lot of the men. They're getting told and put on a shoulder that they're supposed to save something that never supported them. And that's bullshit. You don't support a lot of men that are going for education. You don't support a lot of men that are going for trades. Like, if anything, they'll always say, what about the girls first? Now, what about the boys? You know what about the boys comes to? How can we put him on goddamn ADHD or Ritalin or some shit? How can we get him some kind of medication? How can we stop these criminals and shit? Like, I mean, goddamn, y'all make sound we're Starship Troopers or some shit. Authority here. And I hear it a lot. I hear it a lot. But I'm saying, when it comes to that, and we watch, y'all want to see the political arena. The black man is the last person that they ever want to fucking talk to, bar none, period. They don't ever want to talk to us unless A, somebody dead, or goddamn it, we throwing a goddamn ball around or some shit or doing some entertainment. Other than that, you the last motherfucker to get the goddamn mic. Unless you some gay black man, they'll give them motherfuckers the mic all goddamn day and night long. So we're just looking at it now. Like I said, these women doing the talking, the educated elite. You got the YouTubian bitch, and you got the black man that doesn't work, the nigga. They got all of them. They ain't got not one goddamn generic 9-to-5 brother on that. They don't got no overall, no D. They don't got a BMT. They got some nigga that we don't even know what the fuck he does, but just talks about life. So when you see this type of shit, this shit is by design. Like, ain't no fucking
But
way.
we're allowing it to happen. Not everything is all. I mean, it's not like
they had a transgender woman up there talking with Umar, man. Like, and they didn't even let them know. They didn't let no one know that the person was transgender woman.
They call up.
Whoop his ass.
They're never going to call.
I'm going to say it like this, Joe. Solutions. Okay, we know. This is what we know, that young Black boys are having trouble learning in schools. What do we need to do for a solution? Why not start nonprofits to bolster, to tutor these young men instead of having all
we're already doing that. We're already
I'm a preface. I want to say this: Black,
like Michelle, we got some
young Black boys do not have a problem learning. Young Black boys have problems functioning in that environment. As far as their behavior, it's not about the fact of learning itself. They have the intelligence, but the bottom line, again, as I talked about it, it's a situation of being viewed a certain way because they're Black boys, racism, and the fact that they're more likely to be suspended and expelled than other kids.
I believe that. Like my mother told me, she said, "You have a deep voice. Deeper than the white girl's voices. Your voice is not like Buffy's. Your voice resonates. So if you're in class and you're talking, and you're not talking your Buffy voice, it's going to resonate further. And your teacher is going to hear you before she hears Buffy, because Buffy's talking like this. Buffy's constantly talking, but Buffy's voice is not resonating. It's not carrying across the room. So what do? You learn to adapt. Some people call it fake. I call it being bilingual. If I'm in France, I speak French. I at least learn to understand it. I at least try to respond. If I'm in Mexico, I speak Spanish. It's just the way of the land. I'm in the United States, I speak like Americans. When I'm in jolly old UK, I have a very different way of speaking to people when I'm in the UK. I can mimic. But what I'm saying is, yes, we do have those, but we have a few, and they're mismanaged, highly mismanaged. But the thing about it is, if the focus is on, the Kappas, the Alphas, the people the nonprofits that we trust, and I'm going to say it like this, I am a Delta, and I may be a little bit biased, but what I've seen is that the programs run by those that are in a nonprofit, like the Greek fraternities, they tend to be really committed. They are not there to scam the system. But the ones that are the nonprofits that are, this is Soul City trying to get the community together, they put the money in their pocket. And unfortunately, that happens a lot.
But let me say this. Let me say this, right? Because I know there's a lot of nonprofit tutoring programs. Like, we got so many goddamn tutoring and goddamn athletic programs and shit. Fuck all these goddamn programs. But these programs ain't doing jack shit. Man, these motherfuckers, like, listen, man. We got a big accountability problem. Like, nobody and so I'm seeing.
But who's holding these school districts? Okay, it comes down to this. One, every local community controls their school district board members by voting. The people you vote in, you should hold them accountable.
Fair
that
enough.
when I complained one day about my local city council members, I said, I can't get out. It's too much traffic. I can't get out. I can't get in. They said, you have 4 city council members that live right across, right in the neighboring community. I could walk to their houses. And I did. I went to their door. Knock, 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 knock. This is you. I'm holding you accountable at your house. I know where you live. That's one of the things. We as African Americans tend
Michelle,
to elect these
think
people.
black man? Do you think a black man can go to a teacher's house? Man, they would. Our ass will be on the 6 o'clock news.
I didn't say
black-
go to the teacher's house. I didn't say go to the teacher's house
okay,
because at the end of the day, I said your school board representatives. Your school board representatives are who decides the curriculum for. They are the ones that manage the money. You know, where is our money going? Where are your tax dollars going? You know, you're sitting up there, whether you're paying rent or mortgage, they're still collecting property tax revenues from you, and the school board is accountable to you. And you can register to vote and make your voices heard. Keith Robinson is a friend of mine from North Carolina. He went to a school board meeting. And they recorded his conversation about what he expected from the school board for his kids. He didn't say my black kids, he said my kids. The man is now lieutenant governor of North Carolina. A hardworking brother who had the ability to not only be concerned about his kids, but every kid in that school district. So if we change our rhetoric and say, you know something, I'm worried about the whole next generation. I really am, because I don't want no crazy white kids. You know, the resentment that they building up against us. I don't want one of those crazy white men to attack my daughters. I don't want that. But I hear resentment from white people because of a goddamn cartoon. And there are black people who are fueling the flame for fun and likes and giggles. So as getting back to black women, what's the best avenue for you? Best avenue for dating is not a club. First of all, men in a club are looking to fuck. Okay, so if you are in a club, you are meat for men. Men, if you're in a club, that's where you are finding your women. Don't lie to yourself. If you find a woman in a club, guess what? She was in that club before a couple of weeks ago and she left with somebody else. Don't expect to find a virgin in a club. So what you have to do is look at your interests outside of going to the club, shaking your ass, getting drunk. Do you like to play basketball? Do you like to celebrate, you know, art? Find people in the environments where you like to have fun. Go to church. If you go to church, look for a woman that likes that as well. Your activities, because once you get married and you try going to a club, what you gonna do? As soon as she go to the bathroom, you know, you looking to make sure a nigga's not hitting on her. Married men don't take their wives to clubs. They might take them to concerts. But understand where you find your mate is going to have long-term consequences on the type of relationship that you have. Say it up front. If you are a man, you know, and you're 19, yo, baby, I ain't trying to settle down. I ain't trying to get caught up. Okay, but don't put no pressure on her to fuck you. If you just looking for fun, then, you know, bump it on around. Keep it going. Ladies, if they tell you up front, I'm married, I ain't trying to leave my wife, don't make it a personal conquest, a personal competition with a woman you ain't never met. Have some pride in yourself. But those are the values we used to have. And the white man has promoted music that's, you know, how you say, there's subliminal messaging that they promote in music and in TV shows that have taken us away from our traditional values.
Let me get it.
Joe, you know what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm saying that a lot of these problems, like I said, man, like it's just like the goddamn balance is unfair. I get happy when I see any cordial brother that has some type of latency of balance, man. Like it's just shit. It's like the odds are not stacked in our favor as black men. I know a lot of women. I know we're gonna hear this. Well, no, the women got it worse. And I'm like, well, damn it, shit. Well, fuck. I don't know, man. I don't like playing the strugglation or the victim awards. I don't like playing that shit. I made it quite far, but I'm not going to pretend there weren't spears being thrown at me. But shit, That's why I tell a lot of men overall, Dieterell, a lot of us encourage a lot of men like, hey, y'all can do it. No excuse. We did it. Y'all can do it too. So let me go ahead and get back to it, guys. Let me go and get right back to it.
And are other men the solution? Are we even attracted to men of other races?
I think largely Black women are not attracted to other groups of men. And I think it's for one of the same reasons that I said before. And actually, Jonathan showed that on this panel. The deep level of shaming and ostracizing Black women who even think about it, like this whole notion of, well, who are you going to go to? Are white men going to treat you better? That's not your concern as a Black man. Black women should open up their options and go to any race of men, whoever's going to give them the best deal. Because at the end of the day, we can pretend like this is lumped on the system, but system too, we face racism as well. And not only do we face racism, we face gender discrimination. This is a male-driven society. So Black men have privilege and advantage above Black women, but have not used it to their benefit.
Do you think though, but Black women also shame Black men who date outside the race? I mean, I think that's a two-way street. Maybe it's not as prevalent, but it certainly happens.
Yeah, we don't shame them for dating outside of their race because most Black women are actually more accepting of Black men dating outside of their race than they are of Black women doing it. Our issue is that when Black
That's not true. That's not true.
All I'm gonna say is Michael B. Jordan. All I'm gonna say is Michael B. Jordan, but motherfuckers were trying to cancel a whole goddamn movie because that man didn't want to date. Listen, that was the biggest fucking lie.
Man, Joe, Black women are second to the least likely to date or marry outside their race, outside of just a step below white men. So I don't understand what she was reading or what gave her that particular talking point, and it doesn't even correlate to the real statistics. Black women are second to the least likely, just below white men, to date or marry interracial. White men are the least likely.
What she's saying is the shame of Black women, that people will shame a Black woman that dates a white man or any person outside of their race.
Who?
I don't
see a significant
look, when
difference.
I was stationed at the 32nd ADCOM, I was the only Black civilian. Only. So I stood out. It's like, why is this Black woman walking around in a suit? You know, who is she? Why is she? I mean, she's dressed in civilian clothes. Who is she married to? Because if there was a civilian on base, 9 times out of 10, they were married to somebody. But I was working with the Army JAG. I was there on a special assignment. So I happened to go to Spain. And this white boy from Spain followed me back to the base. And I showed up at the base. And I remember, here come all the little Black soldiers. Nichelle, man, I thought you were cool. But now you a jigaboo. I said, why am I jigaboo? What you saw on that white boy that made him come from Spain to Germany? Nothing. I just talked to him and he showed us around Spain. He had a boat. The white boy had a boat. Everybody who was there on vacation with me wanted to get on that boat, and I was the only one brave enough to talk to him. We got on that boat. White, Black, Asian, Hispanic, it didn't matter. We got on that boat and he took us around and showed us Spain. He knew we were 32nd ADCOM. I'm saying that, yes, people do blame a Black woman for, I was going to a business meeting and a friend of mine was white and he said, yeah, I'm waiting for my super lawyer to show up, yada, yada, yada. I come in after he makes this conversation at the bar. He's holding a chair. There's a Black guy sitting next to the chair. And when I went to pull the chair out, he said, no, the white guy's saving it for somebody else. The assumption was that it had to be a white woman that was coming. There was no assumption that a Black woman could be a super lawyer. How is this white guy sitting up there blowing up this woman, a Black woman, as being great lawyer? But he was. And even the brother was like shocked that this is because in his mind, he envisioned some white woman. So yes, Black women, people sit up there and look at Ketanji Brown as an affirmative action hire, and she has better qualifications than everybody else sitting on that panel. So we got to get past this mindset that we, as Black women, as Black men, that we can't be superstars. We are superstars. But when you're dating, you need to date in your interest group.
You see this woman right here, this broad, right? This woman, I ain't gonna call her name. Listen, this woman, like, nobody gave a flying goddamn monkey purr about who she was fucking. But she wanna go tell the world or tell goddamn us or tell anybody to give a shit that, hey, during her opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee, that said, her husband has been her best husband, father, and friend I could ever do. You know how sad that sounds? Your husband, your daddy or some shit, and all that shit. Like, this is when you know there's all kind of fucked up trauma and shit. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. I've never seen, even though I don't. I've never seen any other Black male just say, "My wife is my best mama and friend," and all that shit.
Clarence Thomas said it. Clarence Thomas said it.
When he said his mom, when he said his wife was his mom.
I mean, I'm sure if Thurgood Marshall praised his wife as well, so she stood behind him through some very trying times.
No, sitting behind me and like, you bring a professional bringing their spouse to something of them getting their honoree, but you're saying this is my daddy, nigga. I was like, take a seat. You're not in your right mind. Like I said, she got up and said that crazy shit. Ain't nobody now even a lot of people her mindset. She's not all there. I'm gonna be honest. She's not all there. You can have paperwork, don't mean your mind is all there. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. The backlash for a Black woman dating out versus a Black man is night and day. Now, we do know, yes, we have Black people that date out. But nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck when they date out. No. But I don't know what there's certain groups that make a big deal of this shit. But nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck when Eve dated out. Fuck Eve. Who gives shit? Nobody gave a damn when goddamn some of these other people date out. They date out as their business. I don't give a fuck who you sucking, fucking, or riding. That's you. It ain't got shit to do with me. But don't come back and say, my children and me, y'all need to take care of. No, bitch, please, no. Same thing to the men. You be accountable, hold your nuts. I don't care who you date out. Just don't talk shit on your own people. That's, to me, is blasphemy. You can date out. I want y'all to hear me. BNT has no problem with y'all dating out. Just don't talk shit on your people. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
date out.
You know, you're right, because at the end of the day, you're going to have, if you are a Black man and you get with a white woman, 9 times out of 10, that child is going to look Black. I mean, there are a few cases where they come out and they can pass, but they still Black. And I think culture is important. If you marry a Hispanic person and you have a child with that Hispanic person, history has shown that person, the mama might be cooking choritos and all that, but at the end of the day, that Black child wants some fried chicken too. So there has to be accommodation. You have to realize, you know, if you're a white woman and you want to date a Black man, wait for the challenge of getting the hair combed. I mean, it's a difference. It's going to be different. Black men, you know, you can sit there and go, I want to have pretty babies. Okay, fine. But at the end of the day, that's not the big problem in the Black community. The big problem in the Black community is falling for this notion that young Black boys have to spew their wild oats. Now, that saying comes from a time in which you did not have to claim your wild oats. Like the king could go out and fuck anybody he wanted to, but those children would always be a bastard. They had no claim to the throne. He had no obligation to take care of those children. The mistress was at his mercy. And the man that advocates for financial abortion, he wants to go back to the time in which the king could fuck whoever he wanted to without any responsibility. But our young brothers are dropping out of college because they're getting girls pregnant.
So hold on, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it.
I'm saying one of the primary reasons brothers are dropping out of college is because they're getting a girl pregnant because they're trying to sow their oats. But the reality was they were just trying to get a nut, and now they got a baby. And they have all kinds of social pressure on them to get a job now.
Okay, let's get back to it. Let's push on to the next.
Choose to date out, they demean and degrade us as Black women based solely on our blackness. And this is something that Black women do not do. Black women don't talk about Black men's skin tone or their hair texture.
Actually, I
or
don't
their
know that
facial
that's
features.
fair. I don't know that that's fair, but what do you say, Janet?
It's fair.
Janet Brooks, your thoughts?
I'm sorry, I just got caught in the conversation. I think that we have to love ourselves enough to love each other. And being with a Black man is not a deal. It means you want a relationship with a man that you have roots with. And I do agree that
Older women have kind of taught younger women that you need to stay, you need to do these things. But what we need to do is give our young women the tools to learn about themselves, to understand themselves. As I said, we have to work on ourselves first instead of looking outward. And we do it to each other. It's not just Black men looking down on Black women. Black women, I don't want a dark man. I don't want a man with kinky hair. I want him to have good hair. We hear all this. So why does this happen within our race? Racism. We are pitted against each other. We always have. And now we're buying into it. When you start tearing down your counterpart, as no other race does, that's a problem.
You know what? I mean, actually, I would argue with that. I married a Black Cuban, and they definitely have shadeism and white supremacy within the Latinx community. But let's talk about that, Justin Blue. This shadeism, the standards of beauty that are put forth, which do not advantage the Black woman, and how much that can impact Black men turning away from us.
It can impact both. Black men turning away from Black women and Black women turning away from Black men. We're just getting to, I guess, a term where being dark is in style now. And I hate to use in style, but for a long time, light skin was okay. Oh, light skin man, that was the thing that was popping.
Well, we always had Morris Chestnut. I mean, we've always loved him.
Black women, for the most part, prefer dark-skinned Black men. They are the preference in the community. So I don't understand this notion about Black women having.
Joe, did you stop it on purpose?
I don't know about that.
There's so many fucking lies being told. I swallowed my tongue for like 5 seconds. Like, holy
colorism
fuck.
is deep in our community on both sides.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I had a friend.
We got a colorism problem.
I had a friend who honestly sat up there. She's very light skinned, but she has, she doesn't have curly hair like the rest of her family. And she told me her number one priority was she was not going to comb any nigger nappy hair. That, I mean, a practical concern is if you are going to have children, what is their hair going to look like? For a woman, you got to comb it. Girl or boy, you got to comb it. You got to deal with it. So that was her priority, that she wanted an educated man with curly hair. She found it.
Yeah, but that's a selectivism. That's selection of that's selectivism, and literally that's when you're looking for certain attribute. Oh, you got green eyes, you got good hair. Let's try to make a baby. Not saying that baby. I wonder if he takes off his hat. Like I would not be surprised. Like honestly, listen, man, I'm telling you right now, one of the biggest problems that we had in the Black community is colorism and selectivism. Like we're hoping that our baby will come out a certain type of way so that way they can be integrated and selected and chosen. This has been a big issue that has been going on and perpetuated throughout the community. Hell, like this has been a serious problem. You know what I'm saying? This is why they had the doll baby test, where they take the kids and they put the doll baby in front of the kids and say which baby is the baby that you would prefer or you think is a good doll baby to play with. This was a psychological test that was ran with the children. Majority of the black kids chose the white doll baby. I mean, shit, y'all can go look at the video. I was horrified, but shit, I understand it was more comfortable to deal with. I'm sorry, and I'm gonna be honest, man. This is I want y'all to look at me. I want y'all to make sure y'all see BMT, understand BMT. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Ain't nobody afraid of no light skinned nigga. Like that is the least motherfucker that anybody is afraid of. This is why when it comes to like bad guy movies, they never use the light skinned nigga as the bad guy. Like who's afraid of that nigga? Like ain't nobody afraid of that nigga. Not saying anything wrong with you light skinned dude, but we just been for real. They always grab the dark skinned dude because they know he's easier to portray as a bad guy. The light skinned dude, he might be the side guy, but when we see New Jack City, it was Nino, not the light skinned cream cut nigga. You know what I'm saying? The light skinned dude, Ice-T and them, they were fighting goddamn, Nino. Like y'all out of y'all fucking minds if y'all think that colorism ain't real. Like this shit is real. Yes, you had Morris Chestnut. What the fuck is Morris Chestnut? Listen, bro. If you're the dark skinned dude, I hope to God you better be able to work like a fucking pack mule. You better be in some kind of sport or some
But
shit.
we make it bigger than it is. It's like this white guy told me. He said, "You're blonde." He said,
No, you can't say that.
It's blonde. That if I consider how white people talk about blondes, how white people talk about redheads, how white people talk about brunettes, that I see.
Michelle, I didn't listen. How are you going to say it's not bigger than what it is? Can y'all hear me? How y'all
Yeah, I
gonna
can
say
hear you.
it's not big? How you gonna say it's not bigger than what it is? Right? If that was the aim to be on majority of our media, if that was the majority of stuff put out there systematically in front of us, so it's not a small little thing where we make it bigger than what it is. But you said that you practice selective breeding with your husband. So you literally partook in it too. Like, I don't get why we play these games. Everybody, listen, y'all make it seem like as black boys, and we got black men on here right now, we've all seen colorism put in front of us. The thing about it for a black man, at some point, unless you got that of the money and financial resources to talk your shit, for the most part, you be happy if any broad is willing to work alongside with you, especially one that looks nice. But as far as you getting the cream of the crop, and that's not saying any woman's cream of the crop in the eyes of the beholder. But y'all women, y'all got to get the fuck out of here saying that y'all didn't play in that game. Why y'all got Rihanna and Lizzo and all them other crazy ass bitches out there right now saying accept me and take me for what I am? Uh-oh. Y'all thought we saw y'all taking them hot combs and shit, putting them on the stove, still burning y'all scalps off and shit. Just let your soul glow and shit. No, nigga, no, stop. Y'all not playing the fucking nigga Olympics with me tonight. This woman right here, she was not that color 2 or 3 years ago. That's what's crazy. She's been bleaching her skin. Nobody recognizes that she's been bleaching.
Facts.
I had that same thought.
Yeah.
I'm like, she looked extremely light.
No,
She looked crazy, man. She looked better darker.
Hold on. Here's the thing. It's a fair question. This will ask a fair question. BMT. Are people not supposed to be selective about whom they breed with? Fair enough. Are people selective? It's called preference. Preference. It's called preference. Preference and colorism. That's a different category. Me and Dee Darrell can have this conversation and we can go over it. Colorism is when you're looking at it like light skin, brown skin, dark skin. So in the media, they put it as the dark skin person. Listen, I can show you a picture of all my children. Y'all seen my kids. My kids are different colors, different shades. I made them, I made multi, I had the pastel color of black kids. Okay? But I don't favor one above the other. I don't. The thing about it is and that's why I said, when we look at it where I want to mate with this person because he has curly type of hair, so maybe my kinky or nappy hair won't be, well, nigga, how do you know? You got a 50-50 chance. Your hair gonna still be nappy, nigga. What are you talking about? Like, we watched the Martin and Jean. We watched the Pams. The dark-skinned people are supposed to be the aggressor. The light-skinned person is supposed to be the more effeminate person. Don't know why. And this is just, well, we do know why. It was just that place of the media. We understand that and how it was. Like, it's just one of those things. Not saying, and listen, y'all, this is not me taking no shot at nobody, so don't take it for, it's a personal, but this has been something on, like, black people have a huge colorism problem. I've never seen other groups make a big deal so much. I'm not in their ranks of dating because of certain type of spectrum of how they look. I just never really seen it like, oh my God, you're dating a redhead or a green-eyed girl? Like, no, like I've heard your mama black, African booty scratcher. Listen, man, we be saying the most craziest fucked up shit toward each other. But let us say that shit. I don't know what other people say to each other. What do they call this? What do they call themselves? Like flea, pestilence, black plague scratcher or some shit. I want to know what the fuck they call each other. I wouldn't know. I just know we like to pick at each other's features, and make that like that's a down. I don't see it as a down. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, my brother's light skin. My brother's light skin. Okay, I'm a shade darker than him. My brother, smart as fuck. I used to watch his kids. Used to always want to fuck with him. I used to have to go beat them up. I said, Josh, you got to start fighting, bro. Why? They keep picking on me because I'm light skinned. I got you, my nigga. You got to start fighting all these motherfuckers, bro. You got to start throwing hands with them. But they're going to keep picking on you because you're a light skinned kid. I know my brother was a light skin. He was a yellow. Y'all can't tell me anything different. Listen, we play a bad, the brothers, men, do we selectively pick color on colorism spectrum? Yes, we do. We do. You know, we like a little red bone, a yellow bone, you know, dark skin. But then I'm not gonna lie, we do also get shamed a lot about, well, you chose her. Why couldn't you put a dark skinned woman in the middle of the singing group? I don't know. Maybe the lighting wouldn't have worked with her. Who knows? But y'all not gonna make it seem like y'all didn't have them fucking Tyrese's and shit dancing out there and shit. Like, come on, man. Stop with the nigga Olympics with me. Y'all not gonna y'all running fucking bullshit games with me, nigga. Y'all, some of y'all be playing. Y'all know. That's why I be hating women. These women are being disingenuous. You listen. We play these fucking dishonest games. It ain't I would say, yeah, racism is a problem, but amongst the black ranking group, it has been the features. It's been the features and the colorism that we throw shade at the worst and the most. And that's the bullshit liner that we've been having. Yeah. What do y'all think? If I'm wrong, y'all can tell me in the chat. It's fair. Y'all can shoot a shot at me. Overall, D-Rel, what's up, brother? Speak. If I'm wrong in what I'm saying, tell me. I'm not playing the victim Olympics. I'm just realistic in what I'm seeing. Respect to my brother in my battle, G Dizzle, and what he said. But yeah, it is. Yeah, people, we do have a colorism problem amongst the blacks.
The thing is,
we really do.
Yeah. The thing is, like, when you say these things and we focus on them so much, like the curly hair and this, you see people start hating themselves. You actively see we start hating ourselves because we not what we perceive that is the most popular in the media or what we see. Oh, I don't have the curly hair. Oh, I don't have this. Oh, I'm not that shade of dark, or I'm that color. I'm the light skinned girl. And then you start seeing people bleaching themselves. They literally hate themselves. Even to the point Cynthia G telling she said she's selective breeding. She has a son. He heard what she said. He's gonna have problems growing up mentally because his mom basically says she hates everything about him. Even if she breeds different, he's still gonna be, as we said earlier, still gonna be black. That's a constant thing. We constantly fighting over like, I get everybody got preferences. Everybody has preferences. It's natural that you have preferences. But once you start like nitpicking it to our preference, that we be demeaning to the other preference, even in the conversation we had earlier about educated men, a lot of great hardworking men. Like I said, I did carpentry for 4 years when I was 16 to 20 with my dad while I was going through college. So I know both sides of the hard work and sitting in the sun all day, having to build in Philadelphia, Mississippi, how they having to build a house or a cabin for somebody else. And then I've been on the educated side, being with senators, helping them do like political marketing and stuff. So I've been on both sides. And so you see these things and you see how many people actually from society and from what, even in the hood or whatever the spectrum of what people judge on, how many people actively hate themselves for random reasons in the Black community. That is a big thing that's going on. We randomly hate ourselves for something we can't control. Until we try to control it, we bleach our skin and we do all these other things. And I have no clue if she had a kid. Like, I don't know. But if she did have a kid, the kid gonna have to deal with it sooner or later, whatever she says, because it's gonna come true. He gonna see what she says if she has a son. He's going to see what she says about him, and he's going to have insecurity. So it leads all the way back to this colorism, strange selective breeding. Because what if her son doesn't have exactly what she wants as a selective breed? Is she gonna mistreat him? Like, that's the problem we have even in our communities, because like I said, we put emphasis on so many things. Is he a good athlete? Is he this? Is he that? Is she this? Is she that? That we end up hating each other. And that's the one big thing I think. That's one major factor that's holding us back and keeping us separated from each other, because again, we hold these resentments from a cultural standpoint that we always possess.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Either row, you or brother speak cool.
I was waiting on brother speak because I know he didn't really get a chance to talk.
Yeah, go ahead, brother speak.
yeah, I mean, it's just like he said, that whole education part that was talking in the chat. Like, okay, the person has an education. What does that matter if they're not using that education to produce? I would rather have the person don't have the education at all, but if he can produce and actually make money and support his family, I don't care what type of education he has. That, to me, that we are more concerned about how it looks to other people than actually does it work or not. That's the same thing with the colorism. It's about the image of what other people think about it. Like, well, he's light skinned. Oh man, they or she's light skinned and stuff like that. I'm like, I have my preference. I want somebody who's my skin tone and maybe a little lighter, but I've never wanted to say, hey, I'm not going to deal with a dark skinned woman. I've seen some very beautiful dark skinned women that, shoot, I would get with, you know. But the thing of it is, when you make it seem like this is the worst of the worst and this is the better, that's when it gets into, okay, now you're trying to separate people. And I think that with education, athletics, and even with the whole thing about communication skills, I think when people be awkward and stuff like that, and it's like, well, because he don't speak like this, well, he's awkward, he's a lame, or she don't do this, oh, she can't be with us. That is very bad in the Black community, and that's when you alienate a whole bunch of people, and you wonder why there are a lot of people turning into quote unquote coons. Well, the problem is a lot of us in the Black community alienate people because they don't talk like this, they don't act like this, they don't like this particular food, they don't wear their hair this particular way, they don't watch this show, they don't do it. It's all on some image thing and not what the person is actually doing in their life, where they're not harming nobody, they ain't bothering nobody. But no, all this is, they don't talk like this, they don't act like this, he's not this athlete, she's not this whatever.
the women equivalent to an athlete for the black men, and they throw people away. And so then you wonder why they turn against you now that this ultra conservative and they like black people ain't worth a damn. Well, you throw people away over the minor shit. He don't have no game, throw him away. He don't like fat chicks, throw him away. He ain't no real whatever. Oh, she ain't with the struggle love, or she don't want a 9 to 5, throw her away. We're so quick to throw black people away to the point of why would people want to get with each other? When you have a person like this, a Cynthia G up here talking, why would men want to deal with black women like that when you got this chick and nobody's putting her in check? Now these 3 women are doing it, but there's a lot more that won't. Or same with some of the black men who go against black women. There should be more black men putting him in check. Wait, well, bro, no, no, that's not the business. But we don't do that enough. And then the good people, they get attacked for hey, I want to be with a black woman. I want to marry a black woman. Or even if I don't want to marry her, I still want to deal with black women. He get attacked the most. The black woman, hey, I love my black man. I want to be with my black man. Yeah, I know they got problems, but I'm going to stick with them. She get attacked the most. But then those same people who attack, they with the worst of the worst. And it's be like, why are you talking? Or they have this concept of who you should be with or not be with. You don't have no proof of concept. I don't see you with your white man or your white woman. I don't see you with that or that whatever race or person you with. Where's the proof of concept? It's like you don't have to. So it's like people don't have to prove it. They just say it. And then they get all these views and yeah, but they don't even prove they don't have to prove it. Oh, that's personal. No, if you're telling me about a lifestyle that you want me to live, you better be able to produce it. That's why a lot of the game dudes are having problems. That's why some of these life coaches are having problems, because they cannot produce the lifestyle that they want other people to do.
Fair enough. All right, we're joined by Kenneth Wright, and after that, we're going to have to start shortening down the responses, but we got a lot of people on the panel, and we got to get to this video going on. What's up, Kenneth?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Can you hear me okay?
What's up, Ken?
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to try to be as quick and concise as possible. Let me talk about the color. DG was talking about how black men, talk about color. I remember when she had that beef with Tommy Sotomayor, and she was calling him burnt. And we all know that her calling him burnt, I know Tariq Nasheed did the same thing, was basically her alluding to his skin color. That is, when I listen to these black women say, oh, well, black men are the ones that are colorist. Black women are colorist too. Both black men. When I listen to both sides and they both sides want to point fingers at the other, we all doing it. All of us do it. I wish we would stop trying to make these arguments that, well, this side's doing it, but we not. Black women date out. If you go look at, I always have this argument with my wife. My wife says the same thing. Black women, oh, all these black men date out. All these black men date out. All these black men date out. I said, you know what? I told her, I said, let's do an experiment. And I challenge anybody that makes this argument that black women don't do it. Whatever movie you are watching and you see a black person, look up their name and look up who they're dating or married to. I don't care if they're black men or black women. More often than not, they are with a non-black person, black woman and black man. Okay, so let's stop trying to. That's our problem. We cannot take account of both sides. Whoever it is cannot take accountability for their role in the BS. And that's all I got to say.
All right, guys, we're going on to the next. We're going on with the rest of the video. All right, let's get it.
Being a problem with black men's skin and
Well, I think it does go in and out of style. I mean, comedians always joke about it. Light skin is in. Go ahead, Justin. Finish your point.
We're systemically affected by all of these things. It comes down to who controls media. We're not the ones. Black men or black women are controlling mainstream media in mass. When it comes down to education, who's inside the history books, who you want to be, who do you see as being valuable? So we're all being brainwashed at times.
But you know what, Justin? Black men do control their own stand-up comedy. And there's always jokes about women's weaves and black women's bodies, policing our hair, policing our butts. And like, I don't know that that's really super helpful. Black women aren't the only one with weaves and Brazilian butt lifts.
Sure. But do black comedians not make jokes about white women? And then also similar to music
disparaging their looks? No,
no, they don't. It's very disingenuous. But
similar to music industry, you may have an artist that speaks about killing one another, but there's a lot of artists who talk about great things and helping and building the community. But who gets on the radio? Who gets on the television? And so, yes, there are those who are going to have a negative impact and have the negative things to say, but even more so, who's putting the dollars behind it to say, okay, this is what we want to put the spotlight on. It's much bigger than just us.
Dr. Cheryl Giudice, you're a sociologist. How does this imaging of black women and the imaging of the relationships between black men and black women, how is it impacting our actual real life relationships?
Well, I'll probably start a whole nother controversial conversation when I say the root of this is low self-esteem. When you look at everything in this society from the very beginning has privileged whiteness in any way, shape, or form. So consequently, if you don't meet those standards, what winds up happening is that you are not put on the same pedestal as white women are. So as a result, I feel that many black women have internalized these issues and as a result do suffer from low self-esteem. Go back so many years ago, I'm thinking it's the 1960s, when there was this doll study that was done. And the psychologists discovered that children, young black girls as young as 4 or 5 years old, when asked to choose a doll that they thought was pretty or the most desirable, the first thing they did was choose the white doll. And that's recognizing that, of course, that they did not look like the white doll, and they would get very upset. But of course, some people have later said that that's because there weren't that many black dolls available for young girls to play with, and they tried to redo the study later on. Later on, when the study was redone, still there was a decided preference for the white dolls, even among the black females.
And I do think that's starting to change. Just real quickly here, but we'll continue the conversation on the other side. But is there a war going on in the media and especially online that we're making worse between black men and black women? Cynthia G.
Yes, there absolutely is. And I think that it's driven primarily by Black men, because the reality of it is that Black women are taught and conditioned a certain way. They're conditioned to see Black men as more important than themselves. They're conditioned to protect Black men. They're conditioned to advocate for Black men. And we know this because whenever something happens to a Black man, we don't see Black men out there rallying and protesting. We see Black women. Let us not forget that it was Black women who created the Black Lives Matter movement to advocate for
Interesting,
Black
though,
men.
that you're on here blaming the Black man for separating us while separating us on.
No, we need to be separated.
So it's a cycle. We'll talk more about whether we need to be separated or.
God damn! Jesus! That bitch is evil.
When they get angry, the truth comes out.
Like I said, she literally said right out her own mouth, we need to be separate. Hey, you know what? I'm not. I
got
don't
a
even
question though. Does she think white men just gonna accept her? Like they're gonna accept
listen.
them? Because I don't know if she know that don't work out because they go back to what they know.
I'm not. I'm not mad at. Listen, you know what?
She can have
You
them though.
can't.
She can go that way.
Now here's the thing.
But
I'm not
look,
mad.
look what happened with
I like this open. I like her open honesty. I want to thank Cynthia G. I like her open honesty because it's like an open racist. You know, I like my racism open and straightforward ahead of me than closet. I don't like it converted. She already said, hey, we that way y'all don't have to. She said it right there to them. Like even the guy with a holy shit. I don't disagree with Cynthia G. Why would you want to be united with women who think like her? You know what, G Dizzle, you have a point. That's why I said I like it openly. I don't have to like you. I don't have to like you to agree. And I think you know what I'm thankful for her truthfulness.
But BMT, you know what? There will be black males. I'm not gonna call them men. They'll be fighting tooth and nail to be with her, to change her mind. I had a discussion about this a long time ago. The guy, you both know this YouTuber. When we had the same discussion about women like that, they had that whole thing about they didn't want to be under black male leadership.
But
I told him, hey, they can go. I don't have no problem. Let them go. He was fighting me like, no, we need them in the group. I'm like, why would you need them in the group? They're going to cause disruption. There are black men who will bring them in that group and keep them in there. And then they will fight you to keep them in the group. Fight other black women to keep them in the group.
I'm fine. Like, listen, man. Like when they say, "What are black men doing to protect?" My job is not to protect those who are not mine. I don't go around saying that random women need to be under my leadership. I don't go around saying that weird shit. But that's like saying if my woman was around one of y'all, that naturally she should just listen to y'all. Nigga, no, that's not how that shit works. Like this, that's why I was saying motherfuckers be sounding crazy. Well, in a patriarchal system, like nigga, we live in an order. Everybody self-governs themselves. Like that's like saying, well, then if that's the case, then y'all going to be men would have to pick up the pace. Now, she's walking the field what she feels. And the thing about it is, this is the convinced Olympic. Again, it is a debate. She is right to feel and understand she does have a following of women that believe what she believes. I don't give a fuck about them bitches. I don't. If COVID didn't get these bitches, whatever gets these bitches and these men, let it take them. Just like the same thing, like you are free to fuck and do whatever the hell you want. But just don't go around complaining. Now, she would have complained. I never watched a Cynthia G, so I'm not subscribed to her. I don't hate watch her. None of that shit. I'm watching Fox Soul, and this is why I'm saying a certain pedigree of women up there are listening to what she's saying. They're looking at her like, wow, this is interesting. Like, damn.
They're looking at her like she retarded.
Well, I mean, they're looking at her like, okay, like it's very interesting. Again, outside of that,
I mean,
all those women up there are married. She's not married. She just some goddamn single woman up there down below complaining about men. But at the end of the day, the other women are gonna be like, well, shit, when you get a man, come holler at us.
Right.
Check me. It's a pretty done deal. This is the thing about it. They're choosing to entertain a child argument versus that of, okay, you can say this shit, but what have you produced? You know, so let's get back into it.
Together as we continue this conversation on Business Being Black, Fox TV. Welcome back. It's Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. And we are, I'm Dominique DePrima, obviously, not Tammy Mack filling in. We're talking about whether or not Black women need to be dating outside their race. Before we took a break, Cynthia G said we should be separated. Justin Blue, I think you had a rebuttal to that.
It wasn't necessarily specific to we should be separated, though I disagree with us being separated, but there was a statement about just Black women being present, especially when it comes to Black activism related things, and Black men not being there heavily. And we have to look at the system that we're actually in when making such a statement. So if we're in a system where we're dealing with mass incarceration and we're the minority within the country, but the people that are locked up in prison are Black men, then of course the sheer numbers in itself, we're not going to be able to be there the way that we would like to be. And there's so many other just statistical, systemic things that have impacted us. The divides, though, that we have, that's a large part of the system. Even when it comes down to certain laws and certain governmental policies, there has been intentional strategic moves to make sure that you separate the Black man and separate the Black woman. So when we're at odds,
What are the institutional policies that are put in place to separate Black men from Black women?
Welfare.
Welfare was the policy that Black men.
I'm sorry, you said welfare?
Sure. When you have I'm listening to you.
No, I mean, that's a pretty well-known kind of fact, which is that within the welfare system, women would be penalized. They would not be able to receive benefits if they had a man in the home. It's an example that's often used.
Did anybody actually
Black
read
families were separated? But let's
Did anybody read the welfare memorandum, the man out of the home rule? Did anybody actually read it?
Let's get back to dating.
Okay.
That's what we came here to talk about. And,
Yes,
and I know
okay.
all of these issues play into that. But I want to talk about, we were talking about this war, which is online in the media between Black men and Black women.
I just want to say that it blows my mind because everybody in the nation agrees that welfare has done drastic damage to the family home. I mean, shit, that's not even just Blacks. Everybody agrees on that shit. Like shit, like the fact that this woman is so removed. This is why I said when motherfuckers are on YouTube for so fucking long, I don't think they realize the shit that they're saying anymore. And so, just knowing that she's so disattached from it, literally, like again, a lot of people, it's hard to compete. Like, you can't argue with this type of force of nature. You gotta just, okay, cool, you got it. All right, let's.
Whether we're perpetuating it.
Can I comment on the welfare thing?
Why can't we let people?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up? Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick. I'm sorry. Thanks, bro. Well, I think it's a misnomer when I hear men say welfare kicked men out the homes. That's not what it did. I think what it did was it provided a lot of women with the ability to not need their men in the home, so they could them picking viable candidates wasn't a big issue, because if you don't do what you need to do, I'll just get on welfare. I can mess with a dude that don't have a job, because if he's not going to take care of my kids if I get pregnant, I'll just get on welfare. But did it kick the men out the home? No. I mean, obviously, it incentivized the men to leave, because you weren't going to get full the man of the house rule. You weren't going to get full credits, if a man was there. But it didn't say that, the men, you're married, you gotta, like, the government's not coming in the house and literally dragging men out the home. You could have your man in the home, but you're not going to get government support like you think you are. And I think it's just kind of like loopy the way that argument is. So that's all.
Yeah. And yeah, Mary, you can come up if you like. This notion that Black men particularly don't want to be in the home, that's not true. It's actually not true. Again, this is why I don't like the YouTube perception versus that of actual, like, real life. Like, I know a lot of men that go hard for their families, their grandma, their aunties, their mothers, their fathers, their loved ones. I know a lot of men. This is why I'm saying, like, this is why when you're actually looking at, a lot of the stuff that's going on now, and people are trying to make it seem like, well, black men don't want to be in the home. And I'm trying to figure out where's all this come from. Kenneth, you're in the home. Brother Speak ran a home. Zell is a brother of the home. I'm a brother. What are y'all talking about? So you got men that are family orientated. So maybe that's the group that y'all hang with.
I think what
That's
it
y'all, I'm
is
sorry,
is
that's
that,
y'all circle, but that's not us.
but I think what the problem is that they've been online so long and they listen to these goofy dudes who say, well, I don't want to be in the home and all this. They listen to these goofy, but they don't go outside. I'm like, I have never heard a black man outside of YouTube say, I don't want to be in the home. They could be having all kinds of hell with that woman, but they still want to be in their home. They still want to be in a relationship with a black woman. That's this online bullshit. And this is the thing that these women like Cynthia G and all these other ones that be online, this is what they perceive because that's all they see. And then, but here's the thing, they still hang with the same dudes that don't want to be in a home like that. They still hang with these guys. So so they don't want to improve. They don't want to get with the men that are in the home. They don't even know they exist because they don't look for them. They don't care. They only go for who they desire. And the ones that they desire probably don't want to be in a home because why would I be? I got another woman I can go to another home with. Now, as far as like the welfare thing, there is some truth to that because I know my brother didn't marry his baby mama because of that. She was on welfare. But the reason why she stayed on welfare because my brother wasn't where he needed to be. So it's kind of like there's some truth to that. It's not the whole story being brought out on both ends. So
Okay. So we're joined here by Mary. What's up, Mary? Mary, are you there? Okay. Well, y'all can hear me, right? Everybody can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, but this notion but the notion that black men don't want to be in the home, that's a narrative I'm not entertaining. Like, see, listen, I can put actual camera footage of men that are in the home, in their apartment, in their townhouse with a woman, and literally they know where their kids are at. Like this notion. That's why I say I don't do this YouTube shit like this stuff. Like this is when you've been on YouTube too long. You play these games. Like it's not realistically true. Like we got men in here on this panel that are in the home or that have families, but we're hearing the talking points that people are putting out there and promoting that are not true. Like you got some people that they're not correlating with other people are saying. Like, mind you got 3 highly degreed women, and you got a YouTuber down there, and you got a guy who's actually an activist. Y'all, like I said, YouTube and real life don't mix, don't meet. What's up? I mean, yeah, your mic is on.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Listen, man, the bottom line is the average everyday brother just puts more of a premium and a priority on short-term sexual relationships and his personal independence and freedom. That's what I mean when I say they don't want to be in the home. A lot of guys want to do the player thing and they want to settle down after they done had their player phase. This ain't got nothing to do with welfare and none of this other shit. And this is what gives Cynthia and a lot of these women a lot of steam, because you got brothers making excuses talking about welfare, some shit from the 1960s. And that man in the house rule was only on the books for like 3 or 4 years. Why ain't taking nobody else out the home? These are excuses that contemporary brothers make. Listen, I did an interview with Chris Grandison, evolutionary psychologist, and the thing that he highlights is the same thing that I highlight. Black men know that they are outnumbered by their women, and because of the anti-miscegenation laws, they're able to deal with other women. So brothers have an overabundance of options, and because they have an overabundance of options, it's less premium for them to settle down. But nobody really want to talk about the real issue. Everything that these niggas complaining about, a lot of it is emanating from them. They don't want to be responsible for their part in their actions. We're looking at all these single mothers. Well, stop goddamn fornicating then. But if you tell them that, that's simping, that's blue pill, yada, 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 so forth and so on. Then talking about welfare. Man, get the hell out of here. A lot of brothers just want to be players. Let's just be real.
Okay, so we're now in a hypersexual era where the men and the women are both having sex openly and freely. It's a choice on both sides of the pool. It's a choice. I don't know why we're pretending like people don't have a choice. To get married and you're married. Both parties have to agree to want to get married. Correct. Hello. Now, anybody understand marriage? Anybody else who understands marriage? It takes two parties to agree to marriage. Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would mean the other party would also have to want that also. Now, if you're choosing to lay with somebody, sleep with them, feed them, give them resources, and you're not pushing for that of a family lifestyle, why would the other person have to do it? That's a choice. Actually, did the woman earlier in the video, the woman, the CEO, not say that it's a choice? Like, this is a choice that both potential parties have to honestly agree on making. So saying that the men are going to fuck freely, well, shit, the women got a whole song right now saying fuck nigga free, where they're literally going with fuck niggas and they're free. So you can't say, hey, the women are being held against their will, because the women are highly educated women, correct? They're highly educated.
You deflecting from the welfare issue though, BMT. We can talk about the
I don't even have to touch on welfare. I'm talking about, I'm in the now. See, you're dealing with a dude. So welfare though, BMT. Okay, but I'm looking at right now when you're saying black men do not want to be in the home. Is that not something that we all were just on this panel all talking about, right? Black men wanted to be in the home. Is that not what I was saying, Zell? Brother Speak, underrated. Kenneth, was that not what we were just talking about? Mm-hmm. Yes. So saying that black men do not want to be in the home, that's not true. That's not true.
It is true. It is true. Brothers want to be in the strip club. They want to be in the streets. They want to be players and pimps. And that's just what it is. We gotta be realistic here.
It's
very true.
Who are they watching? Who are they watching in the strip club?
No, it's not true.
Who are they watching?
Men that
let's just tell the truth that many brothers, and this is an American issue too. I'm not trying to single out black men, but this thing where brothers want to try and have it both ways, where they just want to be Russell Wilson and then but then behaving like Future. Man, get out of here and cut it out, man. The average dude just wants sex and one ass.
But Ciara picked them though, right?
No,
but aren't you? Hold on, wait. Aren't you the average dude? Aren't you the average dude?
No, I'm not. What you got to realize, BMP, is that we are in the minority, brother. That's what you got to realize. We are in the minority.
I see. No, it's the women that it's those women that desire. Those are the ones that want to be in the home. The men that want to be in the home, those women don't desire them until they get older.
And the same thing go, and the same thing for the men.
Okay,
The same thing for the
don't
men.
make it seem like it's just the men that don't want to be in the
I'm
home.
not making it seem like it's just the men. The question was about
you blame
the
it.
question
You
was
trying to
about
blame it all
welfare.
on the men.
No,
The
no,
question
no.
was
But
about
Those women desire those type of men.
This is sick talk. This is crazy.
the question was about welfare. So
Hey, BMT, let me hop in there.
I'm not trying to say
I ain't get a
it's the
chance
men or
yet.
whatever the case
Y'all be
is,
up
but
there.
don't try to sit here and act like black men just got rings in their pockets ready to make wives. Y'all cut it out, knock it off, man, knock it off.
now
Let me hop in here and clear
How
this
many
up.
of those women are choosing those men with the rings in the pocket?
right, you got to
Let
How
me
many
let
of
me
those
hop
women
let me
doing
hop
that?
in here and set
Amari?
all this straight.
All right, go ahead. We got
This is
underrated, and then we got underrated, and then Ji, go ahead. What's up, underrated?
I will say this because I gotta take care of something. There are men that I know throughout the years that make certain changes, and they do be hold down the household. I know 3 off my hand right now. And this notion, can you let me finish, please? This notion is to be, I've been hearing this for a long time that these black men do not hold down. There's even black men that hold families down that's not even theirs. Okay, and so when we got to get out of this, and then this is sick talk to me because these are the same brothers. It's not all about building up men. These are the men that want to cause confusion with this toxicness and everything. When I was talking about earlier in my chat, and these people are doggone dangerous. I'm saying they are few are doing it, yes, but I know
Jack
for a
here.
fact there are black men out here that are in households. And then also there are men like me that live by myself that are holding down a household, but I do believe in families and other stuff too that deals with the nucleus of it too. So I'm just saying like this, if we all about want to fix a problem, let's fix a problem, but just cannot just throw this notion out that a black men do not want to be in the families despite what's going on, because it is. You'd be surprised, it is. Not fall back.
All right, let me get it. Can you hear me, BMT? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, you got it.
All right, bet. So the dude that was talking, not the one that just finished talking, but the one that said that black men don't want families, that's one of them, the Cynthia G acolytes that like to shit on black men. Is disgusting. These women have a whole movement right now talking about 9 to 5 men are played out. These women have a whole movement right now. All the music, all the ratchetness talking about city girls. Do you think city girls is promoting wifehood for these women? No, it is promoting whoredom because they're free to do it. These women have become whores. You listen to the music, listen to Cardi B, listen to Meg Thee Stallion, WAP. It's right in your face to see. That's the culture. These women are not out here looking for husbands and productive men. They shame openly and ridicule hardworking, honest men. They call them lame. They have all kind of interviews where you can see women choosing the drug dealer, fast money guys over the hardworking, slow money guys. And you know what that gets you? That gets you no family. That gets you no ring. And these women are free to do this. That's why they do it. So to try to blame this on men, when even whether you like him or not, or agree with him or not, Kevin Samuels' show, he repeatedly had multiple women telling you they've been proposed to several times and turned it down. All right. These women do not want to be married. They just don't. And all the issues from education, from economics, all of them start from the family. And the family in our community starts out broken. And that is the women's fault, because the women are free to choose. A man, it's not the caveman days. A man can't go club a girl over the head and say, you're mine now, and force her to do right. We don't live in that era anymore. Women have free choice. And every time they choose to deal with these men, a woman has to choose to have a child, because you can't force her. If you force a woman to have a child, you're going to go to prison. Okay? You cannot force them to have children. These women willingly do this, and then you have simps that want to blame men for these women's behavior. And it's disgusting. And they're worse than Cynthia G, because at least Cynthia G is a woman. When black men do it, talk this way about other black men, it's completely worse, because you're a black man yourself saying this ridiculousness.
And I know you know exactly what I'm talking about, because unless you've been living under a rock, you understand that this culture is all about whoring and getting to the bag, quote unquote, and nothing about being a wife. We don't have any songs about being a wife and being a good woman and being a good parent. These children suffer in schools. I was a teacher for 3 years. I had to quit because it was a cesspool. These kids suffer because none of these parents care. These kids were oops babies, and now the parents are just making it up as they go along. They didn't sit down and plan for this child. They weren't even in a relationship, most of them, when they had the child. They just let themselves get pregnant because it's a biological function. When you have Asian kids whose parents stay in your goddamn face, what's going on? What can I do more at home? What programs would you recommend? Here, I have them doing this and this. Do you think this is enough for them to get ahead? Do you think this is enough for my child to be successful? The foreign kids, I hate to say this, but it's true. The non-black kids, they would come to the class already reading the chapters or whatever we had going on. They already went over it. So now when I'm teaching it to them, it's just to answer any questions they didn't get clarified at home. Black kids don't come in it like that. They just come in it just whatever. And their situation is so messed up because their parents never planned for them. Their parents don't have any kind of structure for them, nothing to give them, no kind of guidance. And then you wonder why they have shitty outcomes. It's messed up from the top to the bottom, but it starts with the family, which is the foundation. And we all know we don't have that. And until that gets fixed, all this other stuff is going to continue to be a shit show. But I'll leave it there for now.
All right, let me respond to that. You're right. I am a black man, and I'm a black man who's been married a long time, and I know how Negro men get down. And I remember very vividly brothers telling me, "Oh man, you married shit. You supposed to be out here running through these women, boy. Let me tell you, man, they outnumber us 10-1. So stop fucking grandstanding and lying on YouTube, trying to repair your image. You're talking about the city girl culture. Well, who created the culture? It wasn't the men first. It wasn't black men first in the 1980s and the 1990s. If I don't hit the first night, I ain't gonna call her. You niggas wasn't peddling no messages about marriage. You weren't peddling that. So why are you so confused? Why are you so confused now in modern time when these women aren't about family? Because the men weren't about family, but somehow it's the women's fault. Stop being weak. Be strong, tell the truth, and instead of sitting there trying to lecture black women, it confuses me to no end how brothers are so worried about what the majority of women are doing when all you need as one black man is one black woman. So I'm supposed to believe that you can't find you one black woman to go ahead and build you a family and a life with. You're full of shit, and that's what I'm saying. The average brother on YouTube is interested in running his mouth and is no more about family, no more about tradition than the man in the moon and these women that they lambast and eviscerate online all day. The bottom line is the black community, it looks the way it looks because of the men. You open Pandora's box. What in the hell did you think was going to happen?
So
what did you think was going to happen? Didn't think you could come from my manhood? I do it, Playboy, and been doing it. And don't make excuses. So I remember you. And I'm not about to sit here and try and lie and pretend like all black men have this mentality. The majority of them don't. They want to do what they want to do. They want to talk bad about black women because they're individualistic, because they're independent and they're selfish when they're the same goddamn way. Who y'all think y'all running game on?
Can I join in?
I'm not about to let brothers do that.
Let me reply to him. Let me reply to him.
No, because y'all gonna just go back and forth.
Wait. Let me say this. Gentlemen, let me say this. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. We all agree. We all agree on one thing. We all agree on one. No, listen. One of the things, I don't hear any male on here saying that when I was a teenager and man in my 20s, I was looking for monogamy. I don't hear that. That was not promoted in the black community. It was not. What? Men were.
That's a lie.
Men being.
What? Man, y'all be quiet now.
The 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now you
it was not being promoted.
The love songs was promoted.
There was a lot of love songs finding a girlfriend.
That stopped.
Stop. Let's
That's
not
a
play
lie
that game.
because every man will tell you a story.
Trying to get a girlfriend.
Every black man will tell you a story.
No, you caught yourself. See, this is what happens when y'all feel yourself too damn much.
I did not catch myself. I
No,
said in the
the
80s
bottom
no,
and the
line is
listen,
90s.
job
that's a
for the
lie.
girl.
Marriage
Because
was not
every
being
black
promoted.
man will
Yes,
tell
it
you
was
a story
promoted.
about how he really loved a girl, and that girl was into the thugs and blah blah blah, and they didn't want the nice guy that was really into. You are telling a bold-faced lie.
Remember,
No, I
90s,
didn't
the
say
90s
that.
R&B era.
Individually speaking, you may have underlyingly wanted a girl to love and be faithful to you. But as the brother said, that when he got married, he was cockled. That it was
Who was
you
cockled?
need a girl. You need
Who?
the
Who's
brother
cockled?
that's married, that's been married for several years, said that
You
when
said
he
he was
got
a cuck?
married,
I don't know who
guys
that was.
made fun of him. It's called
Okay,
No.
so you
cuckold.
guys
When
made
a
fun
man
of
Oh,
him.
is
okay,
See,
when a
now I
man
know
is
that.
ridiculed for it's called cuckold.
Whoa, wait.
It's called
Pause,
cuckold.
wait.
and the women won because I know my mother was.
That's not what that
What
is.
you talking
Listen,
about?
every man, we
The,
know
the
in the
love
community men
song
love
in
these
the
women.
80s, the biggest love song was in the
men are
80s and
going
the
around?
90s. What are we talking about?
What men were going around teasing other men about being married? Literally, they got a fucking movie called The Wood. Like, goddamn, it's a whole movie called The Wood 1 and 2.
And it's a
Literally got a
classic.
man getting
It's a
married. Like, and that's
classic.
a classic. So, what movie where where these black men are going around getting like this? Is why I said when the internet meets reality, it don't be making no damn sense. Like
They just want to
like
push a negative narrative on the
like,
black men. They
hold
know
up.
good and well black men love black women and die for them routinely, and have routinely always written R&B and love songs and all kind of stuff. It's women who gravitate towards the quote unquote bad boy, gangster, or whatever, to the point that now they're not even marriage minded anymore. They're about being city girls and Meg Thee Stallions and Cardi B's. That's not black men's fault.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say it like this: are people marriage minded nowadays? No. People are more so on the shacking up era, where
Did Cardi B
you got
shack
your
up?
shit, I got my,
No.
huh?
Did
Who
Cardi
shack up?
B shack up? No. Did
Cardi-
Kim Kardashian shack up? No. They
What do you
run a
mean?
narrative.
Hold on, wait.
No, that's
Cardi
because
B,
they know that what they're doing is wrong. That's why when Cardi B's daughter heard her music,
You just
she
said-
didn't let her listen to it.
Wait. You said that Cardi B shack up. Cardi B was a whole prostitute. How? What do you mean?
That's before she got the bag. Before she got to a certain point where she could value herself. Once she started valuing herself and said, I want to bring a child into this world, she may not have picked the best man to do it with, but she said, this is the way it's going to go. We're going to get married. We're going to have a
She
baby.
picked the man she was equally yoked with. That was a man that was on her level. Water seeks his own level, and she picked a man that she was suited for. But she understands that what she's pushing is poison. That's why she doesn't let her kids listen to it. She lets your kids listen to it.
You do know
Shout
Cardi
out
B.
Ray J, my
Hold
cousin.
on. You do know Cardi. You do know Cardi B, and I haven't done the story yet. Cardi B is right now in court because she sent people to go do harm to 2 women that her man was fucking.
Yeah, Cardi B is not a role model by any
She
stretch of
already
the
openly
imagination.
admit that me and my man are in an open
No, but look at her
relationship.
songs, that the
Cardi
effect
B
it's
ain't
having on these young girls. Look at her songs.
No.
Cardi B, you don't need to cook, you don't need to clean because you can hire a maid and a housekeeper. You can, a maid and a cook. That the long and short of it is the imagery. We were sitting up there
Cardi
saying,
B is not a role model, not a positive role model. These
But
girls
what
are
I'm
looking up
saying
to her
is,
in whore culture.
and what guy is a role model? What guy is really
It
being
should
pushed
be
as a
your
role model?
father in real life. You should have real life role models to look up to. What are you talking about?
I'm saying
That's what
that
I'm
at the end
talking
of the
about.
day,
There's no family
at the end of
structure.
the day, we can go anecdotal and say, does Lil Jimmy have a role model? What about Lil Terry? But I'm saying as a general premise, every ethnic group, I don't care, Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani, goddamn me, Tree, they have this is the way it is supposed to do role model. This is what we do. This is the way our culture is supposed to be passed on. I don't care if it's arranged marriages. A lot of my Asian friends admit that their parents' marriages were arranged and that they have arranged marriages as well.
That's
that
because those
sometimes
people
when we talk
submit to
about
their
other
culture.
cultures,
Hold on. So
These
let me
women do
ask
sometimes
not
we talk
submit
about
to the
other.
culture.
Wait. Listen, but I don't want this to be about Cardi B. I can get fucked. That bitch is already looking like she about to go to jail. Some shit. Listen.
Yeah, that's what
Y'all
I'm
can.
saying. A lot of times when we compare other cultures, if we're going to sit there and say Asian cultures, they don't marry for love. They don't
Listen.
marry for love.
But we're not gonna.
Most
We're
Asian
not gonna.
cultures are pre-arranged marriages, so
They're
they
not.
don't love each other. They
Asians
don't
aren't
know
even.
each other very well. So if we're going to sit up there and say in the Black community, the one thing we said we want to do is repair the family. We keep blaming each other in individual scenarios. I mean, I've been engaged several times. I eventually found the one I wanted to say yes to. That didn't
How
mean
many?
I was
How many
a
dates you went
rebellious
on?
woman.
How many
Huh?
dates did you go on? How many dates did you go on before
With
you got
my
married?
husband,
Before your
with my
husband.
husband,
Before your
before my
husband.
husband, I probably was in a relationship about I'd say no more than 6 months before they asked to marry me.
Okay. No.
Because I wasn't
Okay.
gonna say.
So now, how many men have you kissed before you kiss your husband?
Kiss? Kiss. Damn, that's probably about 20.
Okay. So yeah. So
Now, how
right
many
there,
men
you
have I had sex with before my husband? 6. Out of those six men that I had sex with, each and every one of them asked me to marry them.
Listen, I'm not even gonna swing on that as low hanging fruit. I'm gonna let that go. Listen, the point is this: women in this country are free to do what they want to do. Women in this country do not require marriage before having children because the laws and the welfare system supports their bad behavior. Women in this country have destroyed the family unit because they are free to do so. There are men who want to marry women all to the tune of women's, even ugly women have their inboxes flooded with dudes that want to marry them. But women now can pick arbitrary things to pick men based off of, like his coolness factor or his height or whatever. They can be picky because their survival is not tied to their relationship with a man anymore because they're allowed to work for themselves. Now that's good because now they don't have to be dependent on a man to live, but now they don't have to be in a relationship either. And they choose not to be more often than not. And that's why we have this destruction in our community. It's not men not wanting relationships. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Men want relationships.
You said you brought the law into it. I got to correct you.
No, hold on.
I gotta
No,
correct
I know you're not talking about anybody
You brought the
talking
law
long.
into
You
it.
talk super
You
long.
keep bringing the
You
law
talk
into it.
super
Are
long.
you? Excuse
Hold
me.
on.
Excuse me. You
Hold on. My last point. Hold on. I'm not gonna let you talk over me. My last point is this: men want relationships so badly that they go overseas to try to find them. They will travel far and wide to try to find relationships. That's how badly men want relationships. So this lie that black men don't want relationships is foolishness. I don't even know how y'all can even fix y'all mouths to lie like that.
Okay, now that we got this together, let me say it like this. He brought the law into it. I'm going to say it like this. During the 1920s and the 1930s, there were no laws that set up there. There was no equality laws, but the majority of black women worked. There were actually laws that forced black women to work in these homes as domestics, even though their husbands were in the military and made enough money to support them. But those families stayed together. It was not a matter of women have this freedom to work. Black women have always worked. We came out of slavery working.
That's not what I said. That wasn't my argument.
No,
that wasn't my argument.
No, listen what I'm saying. You said women.
Listen, please drop y'all two. Y'all two. Hush, y'all two. I know you're about to get into it. Y'all about to have your own court session. Let me get back to the video. Let's just get back to the video.
Okay, what are you getting back to now? You got quiet.
I think he's going to play the video.
They love.
Okay.
They need to be with someone outside of their ethnic group, their cultural group, or their race. Just live and let live. Let people love who they love. Janet Brooks, you said it's not a deal. Why can't we just let people be?
And I think this is the only problem I have. When you cut off and say, no, you shouldn't date black men, that's a problem for me. Yes, you should be able to date whomever you want, but it should not be based on an absolute that you are just going to negate Black men or entirely. And we should be mindful of this whole system was set up by white men. Black women wanting to jump over there with white men are the ones who help put us in this category. Black women are at the bottom of the barrel. When you look at the senators, when you look at the laws that are passed, they're to impede Black women. White women are not out there helping Black women either. We're at the bottom. No one is pulling us up. So for you to jump out of your own race and think that another race that's 3 centuries of putting their foot in your back and keeping you down is going to help you and it's going to be better on the other side. I think that's something one should think about.
Well, understood. I hesitate to always put us at the bottom. I know that we face gender and racial discrimination, but I feel like we can pull each other up more if we are unified. Let's get a weigh in here from Dr. Cheryl Giudice. Why is it so different? Why is it so different? Why does it affect every other thing? So many people put down the vice president and our new Supreme Court justice for having married white men. They've accomplished so much. They've done so much for Black people. Why is this an indictment of their total personage? And why are we in their business? Because there's just so much anger out here. That's one thing that I just see everywhere. Everybody's angry about all kinds of, foolish stuff. And that's one of them. And we are always looking for some reason to someone else down. That's not my thing. I'm always looking for ways to lift everyone up. And again, in terms of Black women and their need to date outside the race, they need to broaden their dating pool. If they find a good Black man, great. If they find someone from any other ethnic group, that's great too. And by the way, the same thing applies to Black men. The heart knows what it wants. People need to be able to love who they love. And again, I just think we need to recognize that all of these issues that are in the way of people loving each other and the kind of times we live in, it's really just very not helpful. So that's what I believe. Is there a double standard when it comes to how people look at a Black woman dating a white man as opposed to a white man who is married, a Black man who's married to a white woman? Is there a double standard, Cynthia G? Absolutely. There absolutely is a double standard, because what I noticed is even on this panel, when we talk about Black men and the fact that they go outside of their race, they promote whiteness, they specifically promote white women and biracial children. They're literally all over social media talking about they're going to start a new community with white women. We ignore these things, but then we'll flip and go talk about how Black women need to stay and continue to be dedicated to Black men who are admitting themselves, even on this panel, that they are so dominated that someone can come remove them from their home, lock them out of economic attainment, and basically prevent them from even being the type of men that they want to be. So if that is what it is, and the system is really that much of a burden on Black men, Black women should not be dating Black men, or at the very least, couldn't you just date a white guy or an Asian guy or whoever you want to date without having to indict all Black men? Couldn't you be loving and supportive of Black men and make your own relationship choices? I think Black women should navigate the dating pool knowing the circumstance in the Black community. I don't think that they should ignore that. And I think when they do choose to date a Black man or any man, they should do it with standards, expectations, and boundaries. And I think if they operate from standards, expectation, and boundaries, it's going to automatically eliminate the majority of Black men because they can't meet those standards or expectations. And Black men will tell you themselves they can't. That's why they're dedicated to getting Black women to lower their standards that are already down the toilet. Justin Blue, are you dedicated to making us lower our standards? Are we stereotyping Black men today, right now on this panel?
No, I'm not dedicated to making anyone lower their standards. If you have standards and you're able to find people who meet those standards, then by all means, I think that you should be with those people and pursue those people. But if you have standards and you're not able to find those people, and you're not able to be with those people, then I think there's some reevaluation that needs to be done. There was a question that came up though about the treatment of Black men dating white women versus Black women dating white men, and it being said that Black men tend to be applauded, but I've seen drastically different, either online and then firsthand in person. So my father is a Black man. I have a fair-skinned Puerto Rican stepmother. My whole entire life.
Okay, your thoughts on this shit. I mean, like I said,
let me go
it's your
first.
thoughts.
What's the criticism?
Let me go first.
I mean,
So here's the thing. The thing is this. All right. Cynthia G just hates Black men, so that's just ridiculous. But the thing is this.
Keep it short now.
Black men are not. All right. Black men are not tripping about Black women going dating out or whatever. But what Black men have always had disdain for is that when Black women, the things that Black men have issue with Black women about, when they go over to other cultures, they know they can't have attitudes. They know they change up, and they give them a treatment that's better than how they treat Black men, which is what Black men have disdain for. But Black men have no trouble dating any other race. So Black women thinking that dating out is going to be their solution, it's not. Because if they can't do what Black men ask for, as little as Black men ask for, they're not going to be able to compete on any kind of large scale with other races. That's a fantasy and a delusion. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, next, Zell, you've heard a lot. What's your thoughts on what was being said?
Oh, I like to listen, so it's very intriguing to me. But I feel like even in her speech, you hear a lot of people that don't get out their own bubble. Like, it's people that stay in their bubble and how they feel and don't try to see something from outside perspective. And you can tell even with her in this situation is that I hold it, and I see this with a specifically educated Black women and some Black men too, where I have this standard and I have this person and I'm not gonna settle and do all this thing. Basically what you're doing is you train to demean a group to raise yourself up, because usually it comes from some kind of like self-worth thing, as we talked about bleaching your skin, the color of your hair. I'm picking selective breeding so my kids can have this or that. And it usually comes down to we don't really love ourselves, so we're going to demean you to raise ourselves up, and every group does it. It's like a constant on the internet, whether it's just men in general, whether it's Black men, whether it's women in general in the feminist movement, whether it's Black women, whether it's any group that's on YouTube or anything. And they, like I said, they cultivate an audience from it. And again, like it's like this self-loathing prophecy that's going to happen. And you see a lot of people end up being single alone because, again, I'm going to put this group and raise myself up and lower this group, and they got to catch up to me. That's the one that I see consistent, even from, I don't know her, but I heard y'all say she looks way lighter. That means she probably might have bleached her skin. You see brothers doing it. You see sisters doing it. Like, again, it's that self-hate that leads to this dynamic of, oh, this group does this and we do this and we have no accountability, but this other group has all the accountability because of this. And I think that's the thing we continue to see in society, and it's growing more and more.
Okay, can I jump in real quick? I'm gonna say this.
All right,
and
keep
this
it
is
short.
the
Keep it short, Michelle.
main point. We sit up here and turn our problems into entertainment. That when I go to these meetings, yes, there are meetings where fathers, men of all ethnic groups, very few Black men are trying to change the laws. They are actually advocating. They're going to the people, directly to the people in an organized manner with their demands. And they have to find a politician that is willing to fall on the sword and say, yes, I support this legislation and I will bank my job, my income on getting these resolutions passed. Now for the Black men, the meetings that they're at, they're like, yo, we need some transportation. You know, we need to help these single mothers. And I'm sitting up there going, the Black politicians are using the single mother as their selling point to get money from the white man. They are perpetuating it, because if there's an end to the single mother, then there's an end to their gravy train of begging on behalf of the single mother. But what I suggest is a form of communication rather than constantly blame Black women or Black men. We put into the stream of, this is how we should date. Black women, if you are marriage minded, don't go to clubs looking for a husband. The husbands are not at the clubs. Gentlemen, if you can't find a Black woman that wants to marry you, and you're at the point you feel like you can go overseas in 2 weeks and find love, we're laughing at you for that, by the way. There's a whole YouTube channel dedicated to laughing at the Border Brothers. But what you do is you change your dating pool. Don't sit up there and say, I'm trying to find a shark, and you are sitting up there casting your reel into the local pond. So, brothers, it's on both of us. Change your pool. If you're not being caught by the kind of man you want to hold on to, change your pool. Swim upstream, swim downstream, move. That's what I did. And be upfront and honest with each other. I come on this panel and I share my personal stories, and I'm not bashing Black women.
Okay, so we got the next one. Brother, speak.
Okay. The only one that really care about Black women dating out is the pro-Blacks and these dudes who are so obsessed with Black women. The ones that are not obsessed with Black women don't give a fuck. What they do, like somebody said, what we do care about is when you throw that in my face, like some of the Williams try to do. And who was the other one? That one from that talk show. I can't remember that. When you throw it in our face, that's when we have a problem. Listen, go do what you're gonna do. Most Black men don't care. But the problem is y'all focus on the ones that care too damn much. You talking about the majority don't care. Do you? But you make it seem like we're running over here. Oh man, we want you to go back. No, we really don't. We're trying to live our lives, and you're trying to throw it in our face. But it's like, why? Go do what you're going to do. This whole conversation has been nothing about what women need to do if they're going to date out or not. All it has been about Black men. That is the biggest problem with the divesting movement, swirling, and all that. It still goes back to Black men. They don't talk about their legacy. They don't talk about raising these children. They don't talk about family. All they talk about is Black men. What are Black men doing? And it's not even the Black men they should be talking about. It's the worst of the worst. And then you wonder why you're not successful in these relationships. You worry about the worst of the worst. You date the worst of the worst. You desire the worst of the worst. Why don't you fix on the desire part of the issue? Most of these problems that Black women have with Black men would be fixed if they would just work on who they desire and who they choose to procreate with. That's what would be the biggest issue. And stop worrying about dudes that they ain't got shit. But that's who they worry about the most. That's who they desire the most. So you can't come up here talking about, well, these men care about us dating out. How? What power do we have to stop it? We don't. But you're still worrying about what they think, and not even the ones that matter. You worrying about the ones that don't matter. And then on the other end, and you want to talk about where y'all Black women do the same thing to Black men. Hell, this whole community do the same thing to Black men. Michael B. Jordan, Robert Smith, Kobe Bryant. How many of them that Black women dragged them through sun up to sundown about them dating out? And y'all want to keep saying it's Black men? No, y'all do the same thing. I'll leave it at that.
All right, next person. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go. Well, again, to me, it just comes down to lack of accountability on both sides. Neither side wants to acknowledge their role in what's going on. You know, I mean, even when Amiri came up here and what he was, and I actually agree with everything the brother said that he was a teacher. I couldn't do anything he was saying, right? And I see Amiri's point. It's going to a lot of these dudes on YouTube, and I'm going to go overseas, but they're not going overseas to find wives. They're going over there to have sex with women, and they're utilizing the fact that they have, you know, that the dollar goes a lot farther in those areas, so they can get quote a better quality of women they can afford over here. But still, that's their side. Then you know we talk about the women, and you know a sister on here, you know, no offense, but you know, I just got to call what she said, is saying that black men don't want to get married. She was proposed to 6 times. I'm assuming that those are black men. You know, I mean, so the fact of the matter is that she turned down. So for whatever reason, but the fact of the matter is I do feel a lot of this is the work of the sisters complaints that they're filing. Look at Cynthia G. Their complaints are because of the men they are picking. That's really what it boils down to. On a Mary show, maybe you know, well, on a Mary show, I was on there one time. I heard they were talking or whatever, and this brother came on there, and this other sister said something along the lines of, "Oh, he sounds like a blue collar worker," and well, they try to clean it up, but to me, you know, I'm almost 50 years old. I'm not stupid. I know the way she said it. You know, and I think we've got to this point where I think the brother said it best. You know, if the brother right here, you know, if you set your sights on a certain type of man, and you can't find a man, either you're gonna have to do it to get to the level, or maybe it's just not you. The water seeks its own level. Maybe you have to find someone that's not selling. You're not selling if you look for it don't want you. Maybe that's just not where you are. You know what I mean? So, you know, you find somebody that's like-minded, like the sister said, you know, stop going to clubs looking for mates. You know, that's not what clubs are for. You know, you go someplace where you enjoy or whatever your free time, and you find somebody, I mean, the way you're like-minded. But the fact of the matter is, as long as we keep saying, well, I don't got to change nothing, you got to change. You got to change. And both sides have valid arguments. Both sides do. For us to sit here and say that it's all black men, I think I kind of lean more toward black men because I'm a black man. I feel like before we can start pointing fingers at the women, well, let's clean our stuff up first, because there's a lot of stuff that we need to clean up and that have nothing to do with black women. And that way, when we do sit across the table from a Cynthia G, and you know, like if I'm sitting across the table
Jim, I'm going to step out for just a second and step right back in and have a bad connection.
I think
I don't know that's connection. I think that's him. But since he borged out,
yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Let me say this to it. Yeah, let me say this to his point. The reason why it's not going to get fixed. Listen, we've all been on YouTube in these spaces for a while now. We all know all the arguments back and forth, top to bottom, up and down. The reality is women control 100% who they have a child with. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Women control 100% who they have a child with. Women control if they have a child before they're married or not. That's a fact. 100%. A woman knows that she's not married when she has a child. That's all on the woman. Women are not going to change that behavior. So what we're going to have is eventually unfortunately, the the black community is going to continue to decline in our population, and we're going to be the bottom caste in this society, and everybody else is going to use us as the stepping stool and the fodder. It's going to be a caste system. There's going to be, you know, the one-off blacks, like from an educational standpoint, like Nichelle, who's very accomplished career-wise and successful career-wise. And she managed to get it right, because even though she says a lot of stupid stuff that makes no sense, she understands that what she's saying is a lie. That's why she don't even operate like that. All right, she got a husband, blah, blah. Most of these women are not going to do that. All right, they're going to continue making bad decisions, and the government is going to continue to use the black community as voting fodder so that they can get votes from poor blacks and lying and saying that they're helping, because they understand that these women are not going to change their behavior. And it's not going to be fixed. In my opinion, it can't be fixed.
In my opinion, in my very learned opinion, that one of the things I've noticed, my little brother's married. My little cousins are married. Why? Because at a certain point in their life, they got tired. In their words, I got tired of these hoes. I said, if you're tired of these hoes, stop dating hoes. If you're tired of these hoes, stop dating these hoes. It's very simple. That once you put it in your mind that you do not go to Foot Locker to try to find some dadgum church shoes. Some dadgum, I don't know the brands nowadays. Hell, it's been a long time. Louis Vuitton. You're going to find Louis Vuitton in Foot Locker. And that's where you have a problem. We don't have the structure in the black community to sit up there and say, ladies, you know, hold on to your virginity. Hold on to your sexuality. Do not yield to peer pressure. If the brothers are saying, oh, hell no, I ain't going to date you for more than 3 months before I get me some, then guess what, ladies? Don't. At 2.5 months in the relationship, if you do not see it going toward marriage, why try on a shoe in a size that you know you don't wear? If you wear a size 8, don't be sitting up there, ooh, that size 6 look good. Let me see if I can force my foot into it. Because it's going to look, no. You know within the first 2.5 months, first 2 months, whether that man is about marriage or not. Because my sister, God rest her soul, told me one thing. If a man don't call you in 3 days, you could be dead and buried. If he ain't called you in 3 days, he not worried about what your pussy's doing. Because he out there filling up somebody else's pussy. I had a brother tell me the same thing. He said, why was I so vain to think that while I'm out there hoeing with other women, she was sitting at home crying, waiting for me to call her. Understand what your dating is. And if people, my words may sound crazy to some, but listen to this proverb. A fool can learn from no one, but a wise man can learn from a fool. So at the end of the day, what my words are, I haven't abandoned the black community. I have daughters. I'm invested in the black community. I want my daughters to marry a black man. No offense to other ethnic groups. That is my cultural preference. But at being said and done, I think I'm very critical of the brothers that come around my daughters. You know, I'm not mad
about it. That's your legacy. So I'm not gonna, you understand me? I'm not gonna fault you because you're a parent. Any parent that cares about their child have that of a stand. You're supposed to have a standard of questioning of certain things you do that you want to see that if that child or that person that is interested in your child, are they going to answer that call? Like, hey, I need the grass cut. You want to come help me cut the grass? I'm busy, so I can't do it. You never know. Like, it's little tinker things. I know some people, well, that's your grass. You should cut it. Yeah, but see, if he's a part of my family and I'm getting older, my daughter and my children, y'all, I know I'm talking.
But you're talking about family, though. We don't have family.
Right. So like something like some women will invite that woman that you're interested in into the kitchen to see how she's operate. Is she clean? Is she thorough? They'll have conversation with her to start picking her brain while it's the shelling pea conversation. I'm not sure if some people even know what that is. When women are shelling peas, but they're actually watching the woman and asking certain questions around the table to the woman to see how she acts and how she portrays herself. They'll do certain things, bringing them to the cookout or the family dinner. Like some things are indications of their character. That's why I said like the discussion that's happening. It can be the blame game, all back and forth, the hot potato, but it's all about character and choice. Character and choice. I'm not gonna say, well, the men are choosing, well, the women are choosing too. It's a 50-50 last time I checked when you take your ass to that goddamn judge.
Joe, you heard one gentleman say we don't have black families in the United States. Joe, do you have a mama? You have a mama, right?
Yes, I do.
So
yes, I do.
That's part of your family. You have a father somewhere. That's part of your family,
Yes.
whether you get along with him or not. But it comes down to what we have seen. We saw during the 70s and the 80s a lot of children being raised by their grandmothers. It wasn't just single mamas. It was children that were just left with their grandmothers to be raised. And these grandmothers, I mean, I love the statement in the black community when they say, well, they grown, what you gonna do? They grown now. You had a guest on the show that whooped her daughter's ass, as every mother and father should be allowed to do. And she got arrested for that. I'm sorry, my mama told me that as long as I'm your mama, as long as I breathe, I will whoop your ass when you step out of line. It wasn't a matter of you cannot whoop your kids. It became a matter of, in the black community, they tore the family up by basically saying you were a bad grandmother if you didn't give your children the opportunity to advance. Oh, girl, kids make mistakes. Yeah, kids suffer for those. Stop being so understanding. Forget that. Your kid has made a mistake. Let your kid suffer for it. But no, you're going to take that kid in and raise them. Maybe you and your husband, maybe you and your new husband. I'm putting it like that because I've seen a lot of marriages break up over the kids being brought back into the house. And I'm not saying that brothers don't want to get married, because there are a lot of stepfathers out there, a lot of unacknowledged black stepfathers out there. And that's a drama in and of itself. We don't give enough credit to the stepfathers. Why? Because the fathers got some kind of feelings about stuff. But we have to work through this. No, that's not true.
It's because women do not, in this day and age, respect men the way all men are saying the same thing across all races in this country. It's not just black men that have this issue. It's not just, we focus on black men because we're black and I don't care about the other communities. But this issue is an American Western issue. It can't be separated from this culture. This is why it's not going to be fixed, because the women don't have to change. Unless the women are forced to change, they're not going to change. So we all know common sense. We all know 2 + 2 is 4. These women don't want to be mothers, not good mothers. They don't plan for children. They don't want to be wives. They don't seek out husbands. They're going to do what they want to do. And that's why I say that the community is over, because it is. Now, what you do individually, you can make something work individually, but large scale, that's why our community is going to be at 0% wealth by 2052, they projected. We're not going to change that with YouTube conversations, because they're still going to be able to do whatever they want to do. And they're going to choose to do what doesn't make sense because they can. It's as simple as that.
I mean, I think I talked about David Stewart, and I talked about Robert Smith. We know about Jay-Z. We know about the high-end net worth and wealth builders. So we are going to have wealth. There's going to be some black wealth, some astronomical black wealth, just like there's some astronomical white wealth. It's astronomical, the numbers at this point in time. But for the day-to-day average person, you will be governed by certain rules and regulation ordinances in your community. But the simple truth of the matter is, it's not like
to this day, when I turn on CNN, C-SPAN, and look at the legislature, it is still predominantly male. Men are still predominantly making the rules. When I look at the board of directors, it's still predominantly men. There are even more Black men on the board of directors than there are Black women. That at the end of the day, there are more multimillionaire Black athletes than there are multimillionaire Black women in the entertainment field or not. So it's not like Black women have this super key. But the truth of the matter is that in the Black community, many of our children were raised by the grandmothers. With or without a father in the house, it was often the stepfather. Whether they got killed in Vietnam, whether or not they got incarcerated or killed on the street. Those are sad figures, but they happened. Now we have to figure out how to rebuild. And I'm looking at it very simply, that when I find couples that are sitting up there, they met at events, they met at things that they cared about, political rallies, art shows, I don't care. Find something other than the club. Men, stop with the lie that women control the pussy. Because I have seen male rappers sit up there and talk about, the first time, we did it, she was trying to say no and act all coy and all that. But, eventually she gave in. Yeah, that's called rape, motherfucker. It's a form of rape. It's coercion.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
To your point.
What is she talking about?
I said coercion. I'm just saying it like this, that Black men and women need to have this conversation. They skip over it and they say, oh, you women, you control sex. And Black women are going,
what
do you know
talking
how
about,
many?
BMD?
I said coercion. You said women control the pussy, so it's no problem. Women control this. Women are control.
So they don't control their own pussy?
BMT, the number of unreported rapes in the Black community is the highest. We have the highest incidence of rape.
Hold on, man. You guys ought to run this one now. Michelle.
Come on.
Rape? Yes, we do. We do.
I mean,
we do.
We can do that conversation, Michelle. If you want to do it now, no, we can do it later. But you definitely damn sure know. Come on now. For the longest time, a lot of guys have been denied the woman that they want to be with and just settle for whatever they could be with. Let's not play that dishonesty now.
How many brothers are in jail for statutory rape?
I wanted to know, dude. No, Michelle, that's not true.
How many brothers are in jail for statutory rape? How many brothers are in jail for rape?
Michelle, that has nothing to do with this conversation. That is a completely different thing.
Everything to do with your statement when you say
that
women.
Has nothing to do with this conversation at all.
It has a lot to do with it.
That has nothing to do with this conversation.
Just because, okay, a lot of women, unfortunately, we are looking at in the Black community, one out of every three Black women, one out of three Black women has been raped. One out of every three.
That has nothing to do with this conversation.
Okay. So, Michelle, if you're going to play that card, then how many Black women have been turned in for bad parenting or child neglect? How many women get turned in for that shit? Because that's
we're looking at about 12%. We're looking at about 12%.
We're looking at a high percent. That's a high percent. Ain't no 12%. A lot of Black women have neglected their children, bar none. A lot of Black women have neglected their children. A lot of them have left their kids at home while they go to work, while they go see a man, while they go do other devious shit, while they go put it off. Oh, if you're going to say, well, they gave it off to grandma, then that's neglecting your child. So that means the child was neglected. So why can't y'all keep that honesty? Let's keep the honesty going. If you're going to talk about
I'm saying as a member of the Child Protective Services in Tarrant County, our numbers were 12%. That when we had to sit up there and look at the number of Black families, Black children that we had in foster care.
If your child is behind in school, that's neglect. So that's only the amount that was turned in. So all these Black boys that can't read, that's neglect on the parents' fault. That is neglect.
Yeah,
pure and simple. If your children are not performing to academic standard, that's neglect.
We would have to ask you, if you're going to say the Black women are highly educated, then you would have to answer to why are the Black boys failing poorly in school? How is it one?
Because of neglect.
How is one gender exceeding and the other group is failing drastically bad? How does that doesn't make no sense?
Why are black girls being taught books and boys don't mix? And black girls, academically speaking, that's what your grandmothers teach you. Your grandmothers teach you that books and boys don't mix. That when you get into the academic setting,
your grandma,
when you get grandfather, no, my grandfather was
if
even
the
worse.
grandparents are raising the children, that is neglect. If the grandparents are raising the children, that is neglect.
My grandfather was even worse. My grandfather was even worse.
No. We're not getting into that conversation. The point is you're trying to bring up stuff that has nothing to do with this conversation at all.
I'm having everything to do about the black family. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the black family. I'm talking about the black family.
The fact of the matter is, I told you, these women in this country, and we're not going to pretend like all these women that are having children, it's a product of great, because that's a lie. These women choose when they have a child.
Let me say almost 1/3
less than 1%. No, you're saying that 1/3 of women who have children, they were great?
That's not what I said. I said 1/3
okay,
of
so then
black
what you're
women
saying
report
has
having been raped in their
that
lifetime.
has nothing to do with this conversation. What I said simply is, no, it doesn't. Women control 100%
you know what you're talking about.
in this
Okay, what do
country.
you do for a living? What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
No.
What do you do for a living? No, yeah.
Listen to
What do you do
I'm
for a living?
saying. Listen
Okay, what
to what
is
I'm
the basis
saying.
for you? What you are saying? What is your
in this
background?
country 100% control if they have a child or not, and they control if they have a child while they're married or not. That's a fact. It doesn't matter what I do for a living. That's a fact.
Where do you get this information from?
Are you disputing that?
Yes, I will. Because my aunt wanted. Yes, I am. My aunt wanted to have another child. Her husband did not. So he went and had a vasectomy. He took the choice away from her. It was either you go and have a child with another man.
No. You're not listening. You're not listening, Nichelle. I said a woman controls whether or not she has a child or not in this country. And she
Did I not say that my uncle
in marriage or outside of marriage?
My uncle decided that they were not going to have any children together. No, we done. And he, as a man, he said, I put my foot down. I said no. He said, when I say no, I mean no. So he went out and got a vasectomy. That is the way a real man handles the situation.
No.
He does not sit around and say,
already?
Yeah, she had 2 children. They were 10 years
and
apart.
Your grandfather couldn't have forced her to have those children if he did. Why are you acting like you don't understand what I'm saying? A man cannot force a woman to have any children if she does not want any children. That's 100%
Are you talking about the father or the husband? You talking about the father, or you talking about her father or her? Yes, it does. There's a significant difference between.
You are completely disingenuous. This is insane.
No, I'm not. My grandfather forced one of my aunts to get married because she had gotten pregnant. He forced her.
He cannot force her to get married.
Yeah, he did force her. He did force her. It wasn't no.
And he could not force her to have a child.
Okay,
yeah.
Nichelle, now let me ask you.
You legally can't do that in this country, and you know that.
Now hold on, Nichelle.
I didn't say he legally did anything. I said he did what a father had to do.
But now Nichelle, let me ask you this fairness, okay? Let me ask you this. Do you think that was possibly the best move, that he made sure that she got married rather than having to raise a child by herself?
I think so. My cousin is a multimillionaire now. He respects his father. He respects his mother and his stepfather. He took on his stepfather's last name, just out of respect. It came down to my aunt was not. She thought, oh, I'm 18. You can't tell me nothing. And my grandfather was like, oh, yes, I can. Oh, yes, I can. And you gonna
that
take
that has nothing to do with it, because that's illegal. You can't. A woman controls whether or not she has a child or not in this country. That's a basic fact.
What was she going to do? Have him arrested for what? For bringing her to the JP in the middle of the night.
All this crazy stuff. You keep talking about all this crazy anecdotal stuff. We know that a woman controls her body. It's my body, my choice. I'm not arguing that with you. All right. All this crazy outlandish.
You know so much. Why don't you have a woman?
Why don't
you have a woman? Okay, that's why. Because a
Let-
woman
let-
controls her body and they've controlled you out of their body repeatedly. Go overseas, find your woman. Anyway, you've given up on this community, so move on. You've given up while you're still talking. If you give
Ken-
up on something, you don't waste your breath.
Ken
Because
Wright,
I'm
what's
having
up,
these conversations for black men,
Let me-
and there are black men who still need to be aware that, hey, you can walk away from this foolishness, this nonsense. It's not your fault. Like they're trying to demonize you and make it your fault. Like these people on Cynthia G, they give her these platforms to say this nonsense while they set black men up on these same things to try to belittle them. You don't have to go for it, because there's some black men that are confused and will hear you saying this nonsense and not understand that it's nonsense. All right. That's why people like me speak out against this foolishness, so that black men can hear the other side. Because you don't have black men's interests at heart. You're not a black man, number one. And number two, everything you say is just babbling nonsense. I don't even know how you started talking about grape. You keep trying to paint black men as villains and all kind of foolishness.
I talk about the black men in my
keep
family
rambling
that I
about
care about.
nonsense that's not even on the point.
No, I talk about the black men in my family and my black male friends and even my white male friends, because you know something, I have a sphere of influence, successful influence. Sometimes I
You keep
fail.
talking about stuff that has nothing to do with anything. Jesus Christ.
Maybe in your mind, because like I said, a fool can't learn from nobody. You can't learn. But there are people who learn from what I'm saying. That when I had to sit there and tell my baby cousin, when I caught him having sex in my apartment, I said, the pussy may be free, but the room costs.
BMT, I'm being
Okay.
cool. I'm letting some of these insults that she's throwing slide off the strength of you, but she got one more time, BMT.
And what?
Insult.
And what? You're gonna call me an alcoholic? Oh my God. Please, I don't have time for juvenile insults. But the long and short of it is, what I'm trying
All
to
right,
say
sir.
is, men,
All right,
you're not
sir.
to blame. Women, you're not to blame. You're trying to
Be
find
cool,
the
sir.
one person. It is a struggle to find one out of millions of people, to find that one person to spend the next 40, 50,
And sir,
60
you
years.
are an alcoholic, so that's not nothing new to you, sir. So
Have you
let's
been in
not
my
play.
house lately? Oh, you missed my last party. That's stupid. Anyway, next point. Anyway.
Let me get it to Ken Wright. Ken, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. I had to change phones, so.
It's okay. It's okay. Let me go ahead and just try to wrap up this goddamn video, because we've been doing this for 4 hours. What's up, Charlene? Let me just go ahead and wrap up this goddamn talk.
All right, well, I'm gonna slide out, BMT. Appreciate you having me, man. Hold it down, man.
I've seen him walk into rooms and the black women say, "Oh, you see the side eyes." Online though, I've seen the opposite as well. Let's say Serena Williams gets married to a white man. Everybody's tapping it up. The prince over there, the prince, he goes and marries this.
Harry.
He goes and marries this black woman. And I'm not trying to take away from her blackness, but it's just like, if we were going off the one drop rule, she might have fell into the category of passing off the one drop rule. So this black woman, everyone's throwing this parade about this very oppressive system that this woman has married into, but that's something to celebrate. And so, not to get into the oppression Olympics, but I think it's very biased to just say that black men are getting these hand claps when I've seen the opposite.
So talk to me about, what would be healthy? Where should we be, Dr. Giudice?
Where we should be in what sense?
In healing this. I mean, because it can't just be about, this constant division and policing of one another's relationships, but at the same time, there is a societal component to all of our relationships.
Absolutely. I can probably end with a statistic that people might be curious to know about. Even though the numbers are far fewer, where Black women are married to white men at the 10-year anniversary mark, most likely those marriages are still ongoing. In fact, they have a 43% likelihood of being ongoing white couple. At the 10-year anniversary mark, for a Black man married to a white woman, there is a much higher divorce rate.
We'll be back.
So even though Black women married to white men is far fewer.
Hold that thought, Dr. Giudice. We'll continue. Business of Being Black. Welcome back. It is now time for the all-time famous lightning round. This is where we give our guests 30 seconds to make their final pitch for their point of view. So let's do it. And let's start with you, Dr. Cheryl Giudice.
My point of view is that there's absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever with Black men or any other men The problem that Black women face is that there are far fewer Black men than there are Black women. So if your goal is to get married and have a family, you would be wise to broaden your dating prospects to more than Black men. So that's my one thing.
All right, let's go to Janet Brooks, Fortitude Health and Wellness. Your 30 seconds starts now.
I think that we need to be careful about absolutes and not put anyone in one category, and especially Black men. I would like to see us to be able to come to the table and grow as a race of people, because our children need it, we need it, and we need to get rid of some of the anger that we have toward each other. I think that would help us to move forward in a very positive and beneficial way for our race, not just individually.
All right, let's go to Cynthia G.
I think that it is imperative that Black women open up their options for a multitude of reasons. The most and biggest one being that Black men are telling you themselves they cannot deliver. They're beat down by the system. They don't have the option to do anything. So therefore, Black women should go seek better men who have more to offer, because we already see at the end of the day, all women are getting the same Black man. And I don't think Black women should pay attention to the gaslighting. Do what's best for you. Just do it with standards, expectations, and boundaries.
Justin Blue, what's your life coaching for us on this topic?
It's very important that we don't fall into the divide and conquer mentality and allow ourselves to get caught up in the oppression Olympics, to just fight back and forth so much that we can't love each other and that we can't make progress. Love who you want to love, be with who you want to be with, but we don't have to put each other down in the process.
Absolutely. My 2 cents is just that, yes, we should love who we want to love, be mindful of how we're being influenced, though, by the socio-political and subconscious messages that we're getting from society, that we're actually basing our decisions on love, not opportunism, not a deal, not some kind of other peer pressure or looking for clout, but actual love, happiness. And at the same time, let's uplift each other, the wonderful, beautiful Black woman, and the greatness, the true greatness of the Black man. Let's find out what you all are up to. Speaking of greatness, Cheryl, tell us about your book, Interracial Marriages Between Black Men and Black Women and White Men.
Oh, well, actually, that was my first book. I've done 2 books on the topic of interracial relationships. My first one, Interracial Marriages Between Black Women and White Men, was sold as an academic text, so it's not available to you. The one you're seeing on the screen is the one that I did totally on Black women that are dating, married to, or divorced from white men. And I also interviewed white men by themselves on why they prefer to date or marry Black women. So that's the interracial relationships between Black women and white men.
Cynthia G, talk to us about your YouTube channel called Cynthia G, where intellect meets talk.
So for me, on my channel, I talk primarily about the pathology of Black men and Black women and how we show up in relationships. So my main focus is talking about why it's important for Black women to put themselves first, stop engaging in one-sided loyalty and non-reciprocal relationships, understand how Black men's mentality, the way they view relationships, the way they view women, and how that impacts how they're showing up in relationships and their outcomes, not just with Black women, but with women in general, so you can get an honest idea of why it is that you should be opening up your options rather than being held hostage to the myth of Black love.
Justin Blue, let's take a look at your Speak to Our Sons mentorship series and the 10 common hindrances of success course.
Yeah, so the Speak to Our Sons mentorship series, it goes from dealing with just various things that Black males need to know as far as navigating life. And so even at my age now, I've been blessed enough to have my father present and other great men around me. And so many of the lessons that I've learned thus far on this journey The essentials are within that project to speak to our son's mentorship series. And then also the 10 common hindrances of success. It's just loaded with so much great information dealing with navigating depression and anxiety, dating patterns and intimate relationships, forgiveness. It's so much that's within there. And so the 10 common hindrances.
So Joe, are you still there?
Go ahead. Yep. Ready to start.
Okay, what I want to say, and I say it from the bottom of my heart. Yes, we do get on YouTube and we do tend to pit men against women. But the long and short of it is we sit up there and say dating patterns. It's like, how many men, I'm going to start with this one. How many men? I'm going to ask this question because how many men on this panel are fathers? Besides Joe.
I'm a father.
So what I recommend, whether you are present in the household with your daughter, I'm gonna start with the daughters first and foremost. You hear a young man saying that women control the access to the JJ having babies and all that. And I said, you know, my grandfather wasn't hearing that mess. But then if I talk about my biological father, all women were hoes, and you know, he just.
Hold on, sister, real quick. Babe, I got my wife here. Am I in the house with my daughters?
Yes. Yes. And I'm saying, and I congratulate you for that. Joe is in the house with his daughter. But I'm going to say this to the men who are not in the house with their fathers. That does not mean you cannot be in your life with your daughter and give her life lessons on dating without criticizing her mother for not staying with you. I mean, it's easy to sit up there and tell your daughters, you know, be like your mom when you're still with the mom. But a lot of our culture, we have to be honest, the fathers are not in the home. But whether you're in the home or not, that's still your daughter. And you hear how these young boys are talking about your daughters. I wish that when Black men would talk about Black women in general, they're realizing that they're talking about somebody's daughter. They're talking about their sisters, their aunts, their cousins. Let's show each other a little respect. And ladies, same thing for you. When your children start to date, be involved. Ask questions. Yes, go back to the P time, because we do have Black families. We have aunties. We have uncles. If we don't have the mother or the father in the house, we have Black families. Let's stop that myth. You know, our families may be a tribe, but it's time for the tribe to kind of interject and say, you don't need to be dating Pookie. But that's your local tribe. We can't do it on YouTube. But we can sit up there and say, ladies, you know, if you're dating for a husband, you know, let's be honest. Men don't want a woman that done been through 10, 15 guys. Y'all don't want that, do you?
No.
Is that marriage material?
Not necessarily, no.
I mean, there may be rare exceptions, but, you know, ladies, understand, accept what the brothers are saying when they sit up there and say they don't want to marry. They don't even want to date. You present with 2, 3 kids, you could be the most beautiful woman in the world, but you got 3 kids. That's an obstacle. You know, so think about the bigger picture for your children and for yourselves. And don't be afraid as Black people to come in and tell the young brother, you know, hey, don't sow too many wild seeds because they turn into weeds. You know, protect your family jewels, as I tell people all the time. Ladies, don't sit up here and, you know, the brother's fine, the brother talks a good game, but understand, date in public. Stay away from scenarios, because it does break my heart to see how many women in general have been in situations in which they felt coerced, they felt forced, they felt intimidated. So be very careful on who you date, how you date. First date, you know, bring a friend. Don't expect your friend to get paid for by one brother. Do double dates. If you're not sure, first date, second date, get to know his friends. If you really want, by your third date, if he hasn't introduced you to his family, you're not a keeper, honey. If he's not already saying, okay, I need somebody else to, proofread this. I think she's fine. I think she's cute. I'm gonna bring her around my family and see how they scope it out. Listen to your family too. Listen to your family, men and women. If they get bad vibes from a person, you've been dating them 3 months, your family's gonna be in your life the rest of the time. Listen, don't listen to everybody, but get a consensus. So that's my dating advice to fix the Black community, is involve your family. Not just your friends, but involve your family after about the third date and see what they think. If you're focused on marriage. If you're not focused on marriage, keep other people out of your business, because the only thing you're doing is, the nasty. That's all I got to say.
Right. Ken, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah. Well, let me respond first to what that sister was saying on the panel. The one, I guess, backhanded encouraging Black women to date out or whatever. Listen, let me start by saying I don't care. You get the best man for the job. I've always maintained that. I'm not really big on that, but I do take exception to these statistics that are always thrown out that really are not taken with context. Like this one where, Black women get with white men and they stay together longer or whatever, they're more successful. I mean, the dynamic of that is totally different because, there's a sister on here who promotes, I don't even know what she does now, because the last I heard she was with a Black man, but he really promoted Black women getting with in particular white men, but non-Black men. And she always said, Black women, if you want to get with non-Black men, this is what you need to do. You need to lose weight, you need to change your attitude, you need to do all these things, right? You need to be more submissive, all these things. She would literally say, this is what you need to do to get with these men, right? It stands to reason that if when these sisters are getting with these white men and they're behaving like that, there's a pretty good chance that their relationship is going to be successful. Okay, it is not rocket science to think that if you're basically acquiescing to what the traditional role of a woman is, which is what this Black woman was saying Black women would do, that your relationship is going to be just fine. There's also a stat that shows that when we're talking about Black men, when they get with non-Black women, you got to understand that a lot of times when those we're not talking about from a demographic. I mean, from a based on how much these people are making, right? So statistics also show that when a Black man that's on the level of the status of a white man, and he gets with a white woman, their relationship is no different from when a white man gets with a white woman. Right. I wish I could send it's from this divorce website that I ran across one time when having a similar debate. So the fact of the matter is I mean, even when that one statistic that sisters like to throw out that says that Black men are the most likely to leave their kids or whatever, or the most likely to be deadbeat dads. And I read that chart, that graph or whatever you want to call it, and that interview was done with very, very poor women. But 90% of those women would be considered, those non-Black women would be considered poor, right? So in the poverty level, make like under $15,000. It's like 90%. Okay, so I mean, sometimes we read these stats and we got to take into context that these statistics, you got to apply context to these statistics. I mean, there's no statistic is cut and dry. Here's the other thing I want to say. We can have these somebody said, and I agree with that. All these conversations are really more entertainment, because in the end, everybody's going to go back and they're going to do whatever they're going to do. To me, the Black community is in shambles. We talk about why it's in shambles, and I think it's entertaining because we're not really serious about fixing anything. And we're not serious because all we do is point fingers at the other people. Here's the thing. As a Black man, and we're talking about what Black men are not doing, you know. And I'll say this: how are these black men supposed to be learning? Let's stop this logic that, oh, well, grandma's supposed to do it, and uncle, and the football coach, and this person. Could they do it? Yes, but you know, that's not. How about this? How about we start? Those people need to step in when the father is dead. I mean, that's when those people step in. Outside of that, you know, we need to start finding fathers need to be the ones that are actually committed to actually wanting to be in their children's lives. That way, you don't have to have that way grandma, grandpa, auntie, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters. Those people come in and they're support systems. They're not coming in and doing the job of whoever isn't there. You know, and I say that to say, how are these men or these males growing up and behaving like that? Because they were never trained. They were never trained. When they were children, they saw a certain way of living, and they grew up and they just repeated it. Okay, I give the best example I can think of is you take a tiger, you domesticate it. Domesticate means as a tiger kitten, you feed it, right? It don't gotta hunt. It don't gotta protect it. It don't gotta protect its land from other tigers or other outside, you know, influence, whatever, you know, other animals, right? All the things that, you know, that a tiger does that they learn when, you know, in its natural state, right? You domesticate it. You can feed it all that stuff. That tiger will grow up, still going to grow up. It can still have the teeth, the fangs, right? The claws, the roar, the power, everything that tiger needs to be a tiger, right? We would call it a tiger. You take that bad boy and put him in the jungle. He'll be dead in about a week, because he was never prepared to be a tiger. We can't expect our black men to do what we expect them to do as women and as a society if we're not training them to do it. That does not start when they're doggone 25 years old. Okay? It doesn't. That starts from the minute they're born. And that is a process that takes place. Us sitting up here, we are so ass backwards when it comes to our expectation on like it's supposed to be intrinsic, and men are just supposed to be what we want them to be. No. Sometimes they can pick up along the way based on things they've seen or whatever, but obviously based on the complaints that these sisters are filing, it's not working. It's not. Why is it not working? Because I do stand by this. I think far too often our sisters mess with the wrong dudes. They mess with these dudes that don't want to help them raise their kids. They end up taking on this job that's really supposed to be of two people, right? And it's just too much. And they shouldn't have to do it, and they don't. They don't necessarily have to do it. But if you decide, hey, I make this amount of money, so I don't need a baby. I make this amount of money, so I don't need my child don't really need his father. I can pick who I want or whatever. That's crazy talk. That's crazy. And then when you're right, you can go and take little Jaquan and buy him nice shoes and get him a nice haircut and all these things. But he was never ever prepared to be a man. You know, you taught him not how to, you know, don't steal, he was never taught to be a man. That only happens when you're in a stable environment with a mother and a father, and he's able to watch his father on a daily basis, not the football coach. You know, you go for a couple hours or whatever, or grandpa, and you go and visit, or, you know, he takes you to here, and no, on a daily basis, this is what your son and your daughters need to see. It is important that you're picking the right type of men. I agree with the sister when she said you don't go doing that in clubs. You don't go doing that at, you know, at places with irresponsibility. No, that's not where you do it. You know, we need to learn how to properly vet, both men and women have to properly vet who we are with, you know, and that's the end all to be all. In my opinion. That's it, GMT.
I think that I'm going to interject about this.
No, finishing it up. No,
I know we're finishing up. I'm going to say this real quick.
No,
Because
you're
most
not.
of the people on the panel,
Go ahead, Zell. Go ahead.
Yeah, but one thing we have seen is like you do see the blame game we see, and I want to say this to everybody in the communities, in every community, anybody listening to this, anybody everywhere. I always say that I finally grew out of the prove it stage because I spent a long time trying to prove something to everybody else, and when you try to prove something to everybody else, you get a lot of feedback, and you don't find out who you are. And I feel like a lot of people in that situation where they don't find out who they are as a person. They just find out what society is or what society tells them or what they're supposed to be. I see it with young black men in Chicago. If you talk to them, they be like, I don't supposed to live past 21 because it's the life I live. And nobody and all my friends is older die and all that stuff because you don't teach because we still teaching in that prove it phase of our life. And that's everybody. That's from old people to young people. We're still trying to prove something to everyone else. We want to prove that we're right. So all that I can tell people is the best thing to do to help the black community is work on you. And if everybody work on them and filter out all that negative hate, the emotions, all that they have and resentments and stuff, because you hear it every day when you hear it with Cynthia G, you hear it in every podcast and everything that you hear resentment from. Oh, they didn't do this. Oh, they didn't do that. Once you work all that out, and if everybody can work past that prove it phase, which I like to call it, it's just my name for it. It's a therapist term for that, but I can't think of it. It was in that book that I was doing in college, but I can't think of it right now.
You need validation.
Yeah, you need the validation of them. But it's a therapist. It's a psychologist term for it. I can't think of it right now. But once you get out that phase and you learn how to filter that out, I promise you will be happy, and then you could go out there and try, and then you can see once you can see in other people that they haven't filtered out, and you can adjust and find the people that fit you, and that's the best way. Because then you can get that family structure, then you can get a lot of ways. Because to be honest with you, it's a lot of negative feelings that just go around and fly around. So you got to filter stuff out. That's my advice to everyone.
Okay, so. Oh, we finished. We finished that of the exhibit. If you would like to look at anything, listen, I will put it out there.
Joe,
yes.
You notice one thing when you talk about people like Cynthia, she's sitting up there trying to give advice to 35-year-old women, 35 plus old women. At the end of the day, some of the advice I'm hearing is like, if you were not raised by a father in the house, you're never going to know how to be a father. So unfortunately, the majority of the men that are out in the 18 to 35 category were not raised with a father.
How many women were raised with a mother? How many women were raised with a mother?
Same way with women. The majority, I think statistics say 70% of black children, male and female.
Do women act like they're a different species? Because I'm just trying to figure this shit out. Now,
no, I'm just trying to say that. I'm trying to say that the demographic.
If I would know, I'm gonna ask y'all a serious question. How is it possible if the mother raised the boy? Why is it if the mother raised the boy and the girl? Why is it that they do not know how to go the opposite direction of failure? Not saying that the parent failed. But listen, I'm gonna say this, and this one I always wondered about. Mommy, you watch your child fail. If there was no male in the home to teach that child, I literally did process of elimination. If I didn't see a good male, but I see how the bad males were, then I knew not to act like that. That was common sense. So either A is a failure in communication. Now y'all can say, well, the black men are in the home. Fair enough. I'll take that. I will take that to this. I'll take that spit in the face. Fair enough. I won't deny that. But then I'm going to also ask the women, then if you're moving up the ladder of success, why are your children in your household going down? And if you cannot answer me that, or there never will be a content creator that ever will, then guess what? I know that the whole narrative was bullshit. Because that is. Listen, I grew up in the crack era, baby. I knew what I understood. I had enough cognitive sense. Don't do crack. I didn't want to get shot. I didn't want to go in none of that bullshit. I knew better. There was a lot of men around there. I had a lot of dudes try to fill in the stepdaddy role, who tried to do the Freemason. I had Freemason. I had a lot of good black men around me. Okay, so I will own that. There was a lot of good men, but I'm also going to say saw good and the bad in black men. Now, if y'all want to blame rap, go ahead and blame rap. But then also I'm gonna say, well, y'all also gonna have to blame the women too. Well, the women, they're at the mercy of the men. What are you talking about? I've been in the church for a long time and I see a lot of bullshit. So I'm trying to figure out. And you're trying to say future is let's not go that for BMT. If you're gonna say future's not even black. He's not even a black American. If that's the case, then why'd y'all include Kamala Harris? Listen, there's no way I can say I'm successful and I'm doing good, but my children and my household is failing. When I was in the military, right? When I was in the military, let's say we had an obstacle course, and my whole squad and us had to get through. I breeze through the obstacle course and I make it through, but my squad don't make it through. That's the thing about that's the thing and interesting about it, Creative Solutions. Black people, if you look like us, then you're like us. Is that fair enough to say, men? Is that what we always were told? If you look like us, then you must be us.
Yep. And that's the whole reason why we got to take accountability for everything everybody that looks like us does.
So when y'all want to include every motherfucking body in the goddamn group, and then when you got them saying, whoa, why do y'all need reparations? Why do y'all need this? Why do y'all need that? You know, when grandma brings some random bastard baby to the goddamn porch and say, okay, he's going to be with the rest of y'all. Wait, whose baby is this? Whose baby is this? This baby ain't like us. Well, we feed them enough, they look like you. They start smelling like you. They start operating like y'all. See, I'm not naive. Yeah, black men have done a lot of fuck shit. Listen, I can show y'all a whole video of women out there fighting practically butt naked. Ain't not one man, except the gay dude, in the midst of them while they're fighting. All the men are just watching. You gonna blame black men for that? Listen, we got fuckery all around the board. And y'all gonna say, well, why do you feed into that? See, no. If I gotta accept Pookie, you're going to accept the Ishas. You're going to accept the city girls. You're going to accept all. Okay, so like I said, I can show you plenty of videos of women twerking while their baby is right there looking up. Go play the Lupe Fiasco song, Bitch. If none of y'all ever heard that song, Mama Good, Bitch Bad. Bitch good, woman better. It's literally a song. And I get it, y'all gonna say music, but now y'all got it where y'all say, well, what's wrong with being a thought? That's like when they were saying, hey, you could be a thug or a gangster. But then you get mad when you get profiled. Why can't I wear lime green hair to work? What job are you trying to work at? Chuck E. Cheese, McDonald's? You get them long ass nails that look like goddamn claws and shit? Stop it. I told one girl at the club last night. She said, I'm a bad bitch. Keyword, yes, you're right. You are a bad bitch. But you'll never be a married bitch. She got quiet and went right in the club, quiet. I don't focus on the hoes. I don't do no sympathy. I don't give no damn when they on the street out there with their kids. That's not my problem. They choose that. That's a choice that those parents need to own up on. Now, I know a lot of men will marry bad women, and a lot of women will get with bad men. Divorce does happen. Breakups do happen, yes. But I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing this goddamn coming to Jesus nigga shit no more. It's 2022. That shit's done played out. Y'all can say who you to judge. Oh, I'm a human being. I'm damn right I'm going to judge the fuck out of you. You can judge me. I don't give a fuck. From where I'm standing, I'm good. Yeah, you'll say teach the boys. But guess what? My sons are right where they need to be. I don't just randomly go around teaching random people's kids. I listened to that. I've heard that shit. It was cringy. Shout out to DJ Kuda again. Shout out to Zell. Listen, Zelme, excuse me. Oh, let me first of all, let me give a special shout out to y'all. Overall, Entertainment 99, you guys are fucking amazing. Okay? You guys are fucking amazing. I want y'all to know that. Y'all young brothers, keep up. I watch you guys. And I want you guys to go definitely check them out. These are good men that have got their head on their shoulders. I tell y'all don't think us older content creators be watching y'all. We do. Y'all, you definitely got some stuff going your way, bro. I'm proud of you. I know this is a long panel. You're allowed to take my content and put it on your channel, and you can chop it up how you so feel. You have that right. I gave you that approval, okay?
Appreciate it, man.
No problem. You can chop it up. You can chop it up and work with it. Ken, I'm proud of you. People can change. Life will teach them. Good. You could change. Listen. That coming to Jesus, goddamn, turning and flip it around shit, that's on y'all. There's a reason why church is full up with widows and fools. The men done been left. Falling on y'all damn knees, and look at where y'all are today. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that jokey shit. Y'all believe pastors that be fucking the women. I'm not running with that shit. No, not anymore. I got no problem working with women that want to work. But I can also be honest, a lot of y'all like to hang with the fuck boys and the fuck niggas and the goddamn people that run a lot of excuses. Y'all don't like balance. Cynthia G don't got no fucking balance. Let me show y'all the shit that they said in the chat. Let me just show y'all the chat. Y'all want to read the chat, Ken? You want to read the chat, Giselle? Y'all want to see what they say about in the chat? Let me show you some crazy vitriol shit. This is the women. I'm a mature black woman, and frankly, I'm embarrassed by that woman on the panel who claimed that women allow men to do things. Men are adults that have their own minds. They need to be held accountable for them. What she did was put the responsibility for the man's behavior on the shoulder of the women they abuse. Wow. I don't know what women that they're talking about that started just blaming other women. But I do know there's a woman on the panel blaming other people. This is age-old mammy trick to absolve their degenerate sons from being held accountable. I'm so sorry, ladies. Like I said, you can't make this shit up. I'm a black man, and I think it's very unfair and disingenuous to have a whole panel of light-skinned, biracial. Oh, God, this dude is in colorism mode. Non-black women, Sin G, I love that responsibility always falls on our shoulders. The older women on the panel are so removed from this generation of black women. It is so clear that these women are the reason black women walk through the dating world with their eyes closed and their hearts fully on display. Granted, all the women on the top were all married.
Yes, and the one at the bottom, Cynthia's single.
Yeah, the one at the bottom is single. The woman at the top, they're all successful women. See, this is why I said these fucked up niggas love the goddamn loser society rather than the people that are actually living and doing well in life. I love Cynthia G. She's delivering the message we need to hear as Black women. You did amazing, Cynthia. This is absurd. The mammiest panel I have ever seen. So let me get straight. This was the panel of women that actually have families, are successful, have a whole life. These are all mammies. I want y'all to understand this. The women with no families are saying these are the mammies. Successful entrepreneurial women. You cannot make this up that there is a vitriol by some of the single people about people that want family and establishment. And I told you, you YouTube Nubian freaks are the weirdest motherfuckers out here. I just be watching TikTok to see what kind of crazy shit y'all gonna do next. That's why I said, man, like this YouTube nigga shit is a disease. I don't blink an eye when these women get with pedophiles. I don't even blink an eye when I hear these dudes be getting goddamn swindled and cheated on. I don't blink an eye, not one motherfucking bit. Let them kill each other off. Y'all hear me? Let them kill each other off. I don't give a fuck. Like, you did an amazing job, Cynthia. This is absurd. The mammiest panel I've ever seen. I feel so bad for Sam being on the panel of mammies. My good sis had a battle of the elder mammies. LOL, and did so good. Man, I'm just telling you right now, dude. And you got a whole cult following. Listen, bro. This is a whole cult following. Yo, to all my youngs, I wish you the best, nigga. Wow. Hold on, let me tell you this right now. Bitch, get the fuck out of my goddamn chat. Hey, mods, ban that bitch ass motherfucker out of my chat. I don't got no time for no dick sucking chat member coming up in my shit. Get the fuck out of my chat, motherfucker. Get out my chat. Y'all got me fucked up. Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck about you, nigga. The women on the panel up there on the top were talking about relationship. Was I the only one that heard them say that? Was I the only one that heard them talking about relationships?
No,
that could have been coincidence that all the top ones all had relationships. I know, Angelica. I know you would have handled that shit. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna get rid of this motherfucker. I'm about to get rid of this bitch. There you go. Let me go. I got you, Angelica. I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to let people bash people that are actually trying to actually have tangible family. This is the problem. We allow the motherfuckers who don't have nothing tangible going in their life to bash people who are actually doing shit. I'm not going to let somebody bash Ken, bash Zell. I'm not going to let somebody bash Angelica, Creative Solutions, Michelle. I'm not going to let people who are actually trying to build, they keep getting bashed and talked down on. But y'all like the motherfuckers who don't do shit. And I'm not going to lie, the brother wasn't even coming at her. He didn't even come at her. He just said, hey, y'all, it's not going to be easy. He said, y'all go find wherever y'all want to go find. Like I said, y'all can play this hate game all you want. Listen, have at it, bro. Have at it. But why would you not why would you not bat an eye at someone being abused by another though? See, here's the thing about it. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you why. Would I bat an eye? You gotta want out. Let me tell you a true statement that I learned in life. We could take somebody out of that situation, but if they listening, play, got the okay. You could take somebody out of that situation, like say a man, we tell a man, me and Zell sit a guy down, say, hey, stop messing with hoes. You're gonna get burned. He gets burned. He might get robbed or shot or stabbed because he messed with a prostitute and a pimp or somebody got him. You get what I'm saying, Zell? Until he wants to stop, just like what's that dude who got Brittany Griner pregnant? PJ
Washington.
PJ Washington. Now everybody done told PJ stop messing with them IG girls. What did he go do? Got another IG girl pregnant. Let the motherfucker feel. I don't feel bad for him. I had a client that worked at a strip club. She said, I'm tired of being disrespected by these men. I said, then quit. Go get a regular job. Go work driving forklift. Go work at Amazon. Go work driving truck for UPS. Nah. No. The men just need to stop. You're going to a non-respectable place. The fuck? They put money in your goddamn ass cheeks and slap your ass. What do you want from them? No. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, people want their cake and they want the cake to eat it too. But they don't want the fat and the carbs that come with the cake. Guy threw a whole drink on her. And her friends was laughing at her while she was picking up her money. She looked at me. All I could do was shake my head. You know what I did? I said, hey, I can tell you the online application to Amazon. One day I saw her at the other club. She was wearing an Amazon delivery vest. She drives the vans. I said, do you still got people throwing drinks at you, disrespecting you? Nope. I said, it only took you 5 months to get the lesson. When y'all men and women are tired of getting your ass kicked and drink thrown at you and spit on and shit, y'all will get tired and y'all be done. But other than that, y'all want your boo-boos kissed and y'all want you want to get your dick sucked and y'all want to be told that y'all are special. Y'all ain't gonna get it over here. You're not getting it over here. I'm letting y'all know that woman Cynthia G, she gonna keep talking y'all and out of whatever shit y'all want to say. Fuck the men. Go ahead. I want y'all women. Y'all can put that in my chat right now. Fuck the black man. But then when you say that, understand this. There are 10 fuck yous back to you. Keep that same energy. And there's a lot of women that go around, just like the men. There are men that go around preaching that gospel of hate, and just like the women. I don't got shit to do with them. I don't go in their chats. I don't go to their channels. I don't go to none of their goddamn talking points. I wasn't one of those dudes blaming P&B's Rock's girlfriend. I wasn't blaming her. She's not the celebrity. He is. You're a celebrity, go get security. That's your girl. Of course, you're going to post what y'all do. That's your girl. Girls take pictures with them and their man so that they can do that shit. Well, she should have known better. Bitch, Nicki Minaj, shut the fuck up. You be taking pictures with you and your pedophile husband. We at the mall buying shoes and shit. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, own up to the shit. Nobody likes to balance honest conversation. Shout out to Brother Speak. But let me go, y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to my homie. Overall, man, y'all can chop this shit up. This is y'all content also for today. Y'all earned it. Y'all got like 3 or 5 episodes out of this shit. Y'all deserve everything and more blessings, brother. Shout out to y'all. I see the rest of y'all. I love y'all. I love my chat. Thank y'all for supporting us. Come through anytime you want, bro. You just got to email me, and we can do that together, bro.
I bet.
All right.